Hey everyone, welcome to the full compilation of every single Daedric quest in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. This video is made up of 16 smaller videos that I've made throughout the past few years. It goes over all 16 Daedric missions in the game, discussing the stories, the explanations, the dialogue, etc. Then, the latter half of each segment is all about the lore, theories, themes, and messages. The only one that doesn't include a second half is Nocturnal's quest, as it's a part of the Thieves Guild storyline, and I didn't create that video in the same fashion as the others. In any case, I'll be going through each prince's quest alphabetically, starting with Azura and ending with Vaermina. Everything will be timestamped down below, and without further ado, I hope you enjoy this compilation. When you think of evil in the Elder Scrolls universe, what comes to mind? To many, it's likely the Daedra, or more specifically, the Daedric princes. For example, Mehrunes Dagon and Molag Bal are shining examples of malevolence. They have zero regard for the mortal races of Tamriel and are more than willing to destroy and harm without cause. Another example that might not be so obvious is Vaermina, the goddess of nightmares and the lady of corruption and decay. She hasn't necessarily attempted continent-wide domination, but she does torment and haunt her victims in her own unique way. At the end of the day, the civilized races of Tamriel have grown to shun the princes and their worshippers. However, there are a handful of Daedric gods out there that aren't oblivion-bent on corrupting mortals. A few of them have offered hope, sanctuary, and salvation to their devout followers, fates that otherwise wouldn't have come from deity nor mortal. A shining example of this type of divine is Azura, the subject for today's discussion. In today's video, I wanted to go through and discuss Azura's Daedric quest, the Black Star, featured in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The goddess's mission is one of the few in this game that doesn't involve condemning the innocent or punishing their adversaries. It instead features an interesting concept, a challenging dungeon crawl, and a visit to a realm that we've never seen before in the history of the Elder Scrolls. As per usual, the facts and information provided are brought to you by the game itself and the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. The Black Star can be started at any point in the game. Personally, I suggest playing through it earlier rather than later, simply due to how useful the reward is. There are a few ways that the Dragonborn can get directed to the questing area. The Shrine to Azura is located southwest of Winterhold. If you've ever wandered out of the city and followed the road, you're bound to have seen the magnificent statue of the goddess. Otherwise, during your travels, maybe you'll have run into Faldris, the Azura worshipper. Chatting with him, he tells you that he's on a pilgrimage to the shrine and marks it on your map. Additionally, you may also hear about the Prince's Shrine through rumors around taverns and inns. As you'll soon come to find out, the statue is a rather new addition to the region. Either way, reaching the shrine itself isn't too complicated. Depending on your route, you may have to go up against some of Skyrim's fiercest animals, such as snowy sabercats. Summoning the mountain, the Dragonborn will lay eyes on the entirety of the shrine. Objectively, it's one of the nicest altars to a Daedric entity that we see in the game. Again though, that's likely because it's less than 200 years old. At the foot of Azura, the player will spot a worshipper by the name of Enith. This Dunmer is the quest giver for the Black Star.
Azura has seen your coming, traveler. It was not curiosity, but fate that has led you here. Azura has given me the gift of foresight. I had a vision of you walking up the steps to this altar long before you were born. You have been chosen to be her champion. I know it is unexpected, but do not worry. It will all unfold as she has predicted. You must go to a fortress, endangered by water, yet untouched by it. Inside, you will find an elven mage who can turn the brightest star as black as night. It is cryptic, I know, but Azura's signs are never wrong. I believe the fortress may refer to Winterhold. Ask if they know this elven enchanter.
Before leaving, the Dragonborn can ask Aranya a few follow-up questions. For example, when questioned as to why she's all alone, the Dark Elf says that there were others, but slowly they departed from the shrine. The visions became too much for them to bear. Everyone was afraid to find out their future. Then lastly, the player can ask Enith where this shrine came from. She says that after Red Mountain erupted about 200 years ago, a sizable population of Dunmer had fled to Skyrim. Azura's followers were given a vision that predicted the natural disaster, and thus many of their lives were saved. As further praise and thanks to the goddess, they built this shrine to honor her. Now, heading back to the city of Winterhold, the Dragonborn is on the lookout for some elven enchanter. Obviously, with the college right there, it seems like the best place to go asking. After all, most of the folks in this ruin of a town don't offer any dialogue regarding the quest. However, heading into the local tavern, the Frozen Hearth, your search gets expedited. Chatting with the publican, he still directs you over to the Mage's College, but he also brings up his permanent resident, Nelicar. The Altmer is no longer a member of the faction, but he still has close ties with them. The High Elf will likely be in his room, and speaking with him, you're bound to get the answers that you're looking for.
Who sent you? Was it the college? The Jarl? We agreed there would be no more questions. Just calm down. I'll tell you everything. What do you know about soul gems? They are, except the gem is always consumed. They're frail, except for one. Azura's star, a Daedric artifact that allows any number of souls to pass through it. Some of us wanted to find out how. I was working under Malin Varen then. If only we knew what he was really planning. Malin wanted to alter the star. He was dying, disease. He thought he could store his own soul inside, become immortal. It drove him mad. Students started dying. Eventually, the college exiled him. He took a few loyal disciples to Ilinalta's Deep and vanished. Look, I don't care who asked you to find the star, but don't take it back to Azura. The Daedra are evil. They're the reason Malin went insane. Azura is no ordinary Daedra. She commands an entire realm inside of Oblivion. The more Malin worked on the star, the more she was able to damn him. It started slowly at first. Malin would see things that weren't there. Then he would yell at students over words they hadn't said. Then one day I walked in and Malin had killed a student, and in a horrific moment of inspiration, he started using her soul for his work. The college would agree with you, but do you have any idea how many innocent lives were cut short just so Azura could have revenge? We're nothing to the Daedra. Pawns to move around, praise and punish as they see fit.
If you were curious, you could then ask Nelicar how Azura's star works. The Daedric artifact is strong enough to survive the enchanting process. That means that, in a way, it's the be-all, end-all for soul gems. Furthermore, the star only accepts white souls. These come from monsters, creatures, and animals. Black souls, those belonging to beast folk, mer, and men, aren't allowed to pass through the star. That's exactly what Malin was trying to change, and something that comes back around later on. From here, the player can leave Dawnstar and make way for the fort.
How come you're in Winterhold? My pa says people like you are the reason no one lives here anymore.
Ah, kids. Gotta love them. Ilinalta's Deep is located in the southwest region of Skyrim. It's just across from Half Moon Mill on the northern shores of Lake Ilinalta. From afar, you can see that the exterior of the fort is half submerged in the water. It's exactly as Aranya's vision foretold. As of this moment, the only way inside the dungeon is through a trapdoor that's on one of the fallen towers. Heading on in, the atmosphere and tone of the crawl gets set up almost immediately. There's a shackled skeleton hanging from a post in the center of the chamber. The fort is partially flooded, but not enough to make it inaccessible. Approaching the skeleton, you'll notice a knapsack by its feet. Inside the bag, there's a fisherman's journal among some other miscellaneous goods. Cracking it open, it reads, "A decent catch of fish is getting harder to come by. Without a good spot soon, I don't think we'll survive the next winter. So I'm traveling further south towards Lake Ilinalta. Folks say it's cursed. Whole Imperial Fort just sank into the water one day, and they say the ruins have been haunted since. When I asked, I got ghost stories, tales of people who went out near the lake and never came back. They say spirits haunt the hallways of the sunken fort and steal little children from their mother's cribs. No amount of coin could convince any of the nearby villagers to guide me there, so I'm following the White River. Divines protect me. I hope the stories aren't true." Well, let's just say that this poor fisherman probably got more than he bargained for. The next chamber over features a couple of stone cairns that are covered in blood and are decorated with human remains. This is usually a sign that whatever's to come, there's some form of undead lurking about. Even if you couldn't piece the clues together, it doesn't take the Dragonborn long to run into their first set of skeletons and necromancers. The crawl through Ilinalta's Deep features a 2-zone dungeon run that has the player taking on the Walking Dead and some heinous conjurers. All of the enemies are level to the player, with the necromancers being the tougher opponents and the skeletons feeling more like nuisance creatures. The dungeon features plenty of small chambers and winding corridors. Each room has something to offer, whether it's a handful of potions or a soul gem. The bony corpses fight with ancient Draugr weapons, while the mages use their advanced knowledge of conjuration and destruction. As the crawl goes on, you may find yourself facing some challenging variants of the necromancers. For example, in the first zone of the keep, I fought against an arch-necromancer. According to the UESP, they're the most advanced versions of this enemy type. These conjurers have an elite spellbook, and they're placed at level 46. It's safe to say that this high elf gave my character a run for their septums, more than a few times. After crossing over to the second zone, Ilinalta's Deluge, I battled against an Ascendant Necromancer, and then ran into a Master. Really, I always found their frost spells to be the trickiest parts to work around, especially as a melee-based character. If you try to get in close, they'll hurl a few ice spikes your way and slow you down. The same goes for a tactical retreat. Attempting to flee results in more spikes being thrown at you, closing off your escape. Obviously, your combat approach depends on your build, but an unsuspecting, unrelenting force and a quick charge to close that distance always seems to do the trick. Bonus points if you're using Wind Shear. That thing tears through enemies like it's nobody's business. Interestingly, upon spotting the Dragonborn, the Master Necromancer says something along the lines of, "Another soul for the Master." At first, I thought it was him referring to himself in the third person, kind of like in a cringy video game character way, but as would turn out, he is referring to someone else entirely. Again, that's something that comes up later in the quest. At the end of the line for Ilinalta's Deep, the Dragonborn will enter a chamber that's filled with even more skeletons. Only this time, none of them get reanimated. In fact, one of them belongs to the aforementioned Malyn Varen. I suppose that means that Malyn was ultimately unsuccessful in warding off his death. Amidst the corpses, the player ends up finding Azura's star, only it seems to be in a state of disrepair. Taking it, the Dragonborn can then focus their attention on Varen's journal, or rather his grimoire. Opening it, it reads, "The Black Star, an achievement of magic over Daedra, by Malyn Varen, Master Enchanter." Though some scoffed, some scorned, at the very notion of experimenting on a Daedric artifact, I have succeeded where the ignorant and superstitious would not even dare to try. The Black Star. My achievement over the Daedric Lord Azura, a re-envisioning, a remastering of the ultimate soul gem. It shall become the vessel of my immortality. Final proof that mortals can live as indefinitely as the denizens of oblivion. The visions, the voices that Azura has sent to taunt me, while some called me mad, I knew the truth. Nothing can be held sacred in the pursuit of advancing the very nature of magic itself. Let the Daedra send their foul images into my mind. They have given me the burning desire and unrelenting discipline to shut out all the influence, all morality. My disciples and I have built a new site, free of the prying eyes of those primitive minds in Winterhold, Fort Ilinalta. We had been conducting a few minor experiments before our exile, some of which led to the disruption of the island, but a few enchantments have kept the ruins intact, and beneath the waters of Lake Ilinalta has been the perfect place for the final phase of the Black Star. From here, the player can collect the remaining loots, and then they can make their way back out into Skyrim. The Dragonborn now has an interesting choice to make. Do you bring the star to Aranya, or do you deliver it to Nelacar? What you do here will have an effect on how the artifact works. Of course, for this video, I'll be taking a look at both outcomes. The first one I delved into was bringing the star to Nelacar.
Stendarr's mercy. You found it. Azura's star. Maybe this is my chance to make things right. I can finish Malyn's work, the way we had meant to before his madness. It would mean cutting the star off from Azura. Only black souls would be able to enter it once we finished. Give me a minute to examine the star. I'll see what we'll need to do. These fissures and cracks aren't encouraging. Malyn obviously was growing more desperate once he left the college. He did it! He actually managed to trap his own soul inside the star, but it's falling apart. It needs more and more souls to sustain itself. The star is being used to sustain Malin's soul. I can't fix it while that fragment of him is inside. Precisely. But it's not as simple as enchanting Malin away. He's put up barriers. Souls are only allowed in, not out. If we were to somehow send a soul inside the star, one that was ready to overpower Malin from the inside, I could soul trap you, place you inside the star, then bring you back once Malin has been dealt with. I understand if you need some time to prepare. Let me know when you're ready.
So it would seem that Varen was able to cheat death, sort of. His corporeal form has long since passed, but his essence lives on in the star. As Nelacar mentioned, the star needs souls to sustain itself. Otherwise, the whole thing would collapse and become useless. The task of feeding the artifact more souls belonged to the necromancers at Ilinalta. That's what the Master Necromancer had meant by another soul for the Master. That's why there were so many dead bodies and skeletons littered around the fort. When ready, the Dragonborn gets sent inside the star, and the final confrontation with Malin can commence.
Okay, stand very still. This might sting. First, I'll need to grab hold of your soul. Now, take a deep breath.
My disciples have sent me a fresh soul. Good. I was getting hungry. Wait. There's something different about you.
And who are you to challenge me? I have conquered mortality itself. I've spat in the eyes of the Daedric lords. This is my realm now. I've sacrificed too much to let you take it from me.
The player's soul is now inside Azura's star. As far as I can recall, we've never had an adventure quite like this in the Elder Scrolls. This is certainly a first when it comes to new realms. The star sphere is quite spacious. It's made up of crystal-like structures and walkways. The same blue vortex that we've seen in other Daedric realms, like Sanguine's, lines the chamber. The out-of-game lore behind this is that it probably keeps the player from wandering out of bounds. The in-game lore, however, could be that it's considered a pocket realm of Oblivion, one of the many worlds that are out there in the Elder Scrolls. Unfortunately, there's not much of interest in this realm. Other than the raging battle, there's not much to interact with, see, or do. As it stands, there are 4 NPCs in here with the player. It's Varen and 3 level Dremora. Depending on your level, this can be a fairly challenging matchup. 3 Kinreeve and a sorcerer that's on par with the Dragonborn. It's incredibly easy to get overwhelmed by their spells and powers. However, the important thing to note here, something that is not mentioned until it's too late, is that only Varen needs to die. The Dremora just sort of serve as distractions. Their deaths are not necessary for completing the quest. As soon as Malin's soul is bested, Nelacar communicates to the player that it's time to go.
Malin's enchantments are broken. Hold on. I'm going to pull your soul out of there. Brace yourself.
From here, the player has roughly 10 seconds to loot the corpses and or survive the rest of the attack. Before long, the screen fades and the Dragonborn finds themselves back in Winterhold.
Easy there. The numbness will pass. Just don't strain yourself. We've done it. The star has been cut from Azura, and Malin's soul finally has some measure of peace, even if it is non-existence. Now, you could use it for what we meant it for, using black souls for enchanting. The black star will never decay, but it can no longer hold the white souls of lesser creatures. You keep it. I'd sooner finally put this chapter of my life behind me. Congratulations. You've changed the fate of a Daedric artifact and lived.
With that, thus ends the quest, the Black Star. Or at the very least, that's the first outcome for it. Azura's star is now the Black Star. Its appearance remains the same as to when you had first found it. It's dark, gloomy, and desaturated. As Nelacar said, the artifact has been altered to now carry black souls, aka the life force of humans, mer, and beastfolk. However, it can still hold white souls as well, so anything coming from animals, creatures, or monsters. Interestingly, if the player returns to Azura's shrine, Aranya will have an incredibly low disposition towards the Dragonborn. She threatens to kill the player for defiling the artifact. Now, reverting back, let's explore the option of delivering the star to Aranya. Worth noting is that for both NPCs, there is a dialogue option that allows the player to back out and think further on their decision. That could be something worthwhile if you're having trouble on determining what's the best fit for you.
Azura's star! I knew the Lady of Twilight had sent you for a reason. Hand it over to me. I will ask Azura to restore the star to its original purity. I will commune with Azura. Azura, Mother of Roses, Goddess of Dusk and Dawn, your chosen champion has returned your star to you. She wishes to speak to you herself. Please, place your hands on the altar, and you will hear her voice.
Greetings, mortal. You have followed my guidance through the veils of twilight, and rescued my star from Malyn Varen. But his soul still resides within, protected by his enchantments. Until he is purged, my artifact is useless to you. Eventually, the star will fade back into my realm in oblivion, but I doubt you have the 100 or so years it would take to wait. No, only one option remains. I will send you inside the star. You will banish Malyn's soul there. Tell me when you are ready, mortal. Have faith, mortal. I will be watching over you.
From here, the Dragonborn goes over the same sequence of events. Varen confronts the player and a fairly tough matchup ensues. Again, the only thing that matters here is defeating the Dark Elf. You can explore the area all you want, and if your heart desires it, you can challenge the Jamora. At the end of the day though, you only leave the realm once Malyn is dead.
Not like this.
The star is free to purify itself. Don't worry, mortal. I will return you before you are cleansed. My star has been restored, and Malyn's soul has been consigned to oblivion. You have done well, mortal. As was destined, you are free to use my star as you see fit. Farewell, mortal. Know that Azura will be guarding over the threads of your fate in the twilight.
With that, thus ends the Black Star. Again, that's the second and final outcome for the quest. With this version though, the player is awarded with Azura's Star. This is the classic variation of the soul gem that holds white souls, from petty to grand, but cannot capture any sort of black soul. The artifact is now bright, colorful, and vibrant, so the complete opposite of its darker variation. Chatting with Aranya one final time, she actually offers to become a follower for the Dragonborn. Now that she's guided Azura's champion to their destiny, she apparently won't be receiving any more visions. Because of that, she offers her services to the player, which in a way further serves Azura. If the player decides to head back to the Frozen Hearth, you'll notice that now Nelacar is the one with the low disposition. He claims that he doesn't like doing business with Azura's faithful, and yet he still does. Now, let's talk about which outcome for this quest is the better one. To me, the answer is clear. The Black Star is superior. This artifact can do everything that Azura's Star can do, and more. As for what more means here, well, it allows the player to capture the souls of Skyrim's other inhabitants, the NPCs. It's now the player's choice as to whether they want to collect black souls or white souls. Furthermore, black souls will always be grand in size, meaning they're going to be the best forms of power for enchanting and charging weapons. Meanwhile, white souls can easily vary in their strength. You can defeat a wolf and that'll give you a petty soul, or you can best a dragon and that'll give you a grand soul. Now, imagine the effort that it takes to kill a lowly bandit. You get a black soul out of it, and you'd still end up receiving a charge/enchantment that's valued the same as, say, a dragon's. Personally, I prefer the Black Star over Azura's Star. I think Bethesda themselves even knew this would be the obvious fan favorite choice. So that's why they threw in Aranya as a follower and still allowed the player to do business with Nelacar, if the player had decided to go with the classic version of the artifact. However, I don't know how many people are getting persuaded by her companionship, as really, that's the main benefit to working with Aranya. Plus, I suppose if you care for this sort of thing, this outcome allows you to actually interact with Azura. Whereas, working alongside Nelacar, the goddess and the Dragonborn never have their destined meeting. Furthermore, pursuing the quest with Aranya shows obedience and honor towards Azura, while going forward with Nelacar's plans brings disdain to the Daedric Prince. Again, if this is something you care about during your playthrough, it's definitely worth thinking over. Alright, with that out of the way, let's talk a little bit about the finer details for this quest. Really, the first chat with Enith doesn't give the player too much bonus information. We do get to hear a little bit about the fall of Vvardenfell and how Azura saved some of the Dunmer, so there was a pinch of flavor there. Beyond that though, the conversation is straight to business. However, moving along to the first interaction with Nelacar, the player receives a little more lore from him. Really quick, as an aside, there is an Altmer named Nelacar in Morrowind. He can be found in the Dunerai Caverns during the Fighters Guild questline. Although, as pointed out by the UESP, it's never stated if these are the same characters. I'd like to imagine it is though. I feel like Bethesda is usually intentional with these kinds of references, but really, who knows? In any case, back to the dialogue, Nelacar gives the Dragonborn the lowdown on Malyn Varen, his condition, goals, and experiments. Varen was a member of the College of Winterhold, along with Nelacar and some other peers. At some point in their tenure, they managed to get a hold of Azura's star. Perhaps Varen was once a follower, maybe he had connections through the Dunmer, or perhaps he embarked on a dangerous adventure to retrieve it. Again, we'll never know. Now, according to the High Elf, Malyn was sick and dying. The Dark Elf's affliction was never made public, so again, hard to tell exactly what he was dealing with. This is important because Nelacar claims that the work on Azura's star had begun to change Varen. He heard voices, saw things that weren't there, and soon enough started killing his peers to use them as experiments. Nelacar blames the Daedric Prince for Varen's worsening condition. He believes that the goddess cursed Malyn and wanted to punish him for altering her artifact. However, a point that kept ringing through my mind, wasn't Malyn sick? Wasn't the Dunmer practically on death's door? If so, then couldn't his illusions just be chalked up to his illness? Furthermore, how come Nelacar, their peers, and even the Dragonborn didn't report any illusions or strange occurrences? Well, I can't say this with certainty, it didn't seem like the necromancers at Ilinalta's Deep were experiencing hallucinations either. They were probably working just as closely on the Black Star as say Varen and Nelacar were. Yet they seem fine. Or as fine as they can be, really. I guess you could rebuttal and say that it was Malyn's idea to use the artifact for his immortality. Because of that, Azura decided to target him and only him. However, I feel as though there's ambiguity surrounding Varen's downfall, almost as if Bethesda wanted us to question the real cause of his madness. Because of that, I'm inclined to believe that his decline was due to his worsening illness, and not divine intervention. Also, while I wouldn't put it past a Daedric Prince to smite a mortal who's cheating their system, it's never exactly been Azura's MO to intervene like that. She's usually fond of selecting champions, as we saw in Morrowind, Oblivion, and the most obvious one, Skyrim. Again, it's not concrete, but to me, the evidence for turning him mad points more so to his disease than it does to the goddess of Twilight. Now, moving along, if you're like me, you might have thought to yourself, why doesn't Varen resort to lichdom? I know it's a funny sounding sentence. Lichdom is an incredibly difficult state to reach, and becoming one isn't as easy as just committing to the process. It's like telling someone, hey, why don't you just become the Prime Minister? It's definitely easier said than done. However, if Malyn was as desperate as Nelacar said he was, why not go for the tried and true method of immortality instead of an experimental one? Well, I think I might have an answer for that, but without knowing the full timeline of his illness, again, it all becomes speculation. You see, becoming a lich takes time, a long time in fact. There's a long period of waiting in isolation, and the process for each ascension is different. If Varen was truly on death's doorstep, then he didn't have the luxury of time and patience. If he really needed his cure for death as soon as possible, I could understand why he might resort to more drastic measures. Although, attempting to bind his soul to Azura's star is very similar to what liches do during their transformations. The stage of transference has the necromancer transferring their soul into a physical object. This way, they're still tethered to the corporeal world, but they can exist beyond their physical body. Thus, they no longer have to worry about harm, hunger, thirst, exhaustion, or even disease. I wonder if ultimately this is what Malyn was trying to get at. He wanted to reach Lichdom, but didn't have the time to wait for the transference. So he instead focused his efforts on expediting the process. He decided to try and alter a soul gem. Moreover, the most powerful known soul gem in the Elder Scrolls universe. In the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, there's a book called The Path of Transcendence. In it, the necromancer Keladane is attempting to reach Lichdom. As a part of the process, he mentions needing to capture black souls and raising the dead. The High Elf then talks about how he needs to keep his vessel on him at all times, referring to the Sands of Resolve. Furthermore, he mentions that during times of meditation, the Sovereign, quote, comes to him. What if Varen was knowingly or unknowingly transcending to Lichdom, and those visions/voices he heard were actually the Sovereign? What if Mana Marco, or some aspect of him, was reaching out to Malyn, and that's when he started to capture his peers' souls and experiment with them? What if he used Azura's star as his soul's vessel, but died before the transference could be complete? Hence, only a fragment of his soul existing within the artifact. It could also explain why the star was kept by his body, and none of the other necromancers dared to remove it. Either they were worried about the tether between his soul and the star, or they thought that by feeding the star more souls, it could eventually complete the transference. I think it's an interesting concept, but the glaringly obvious issue is that Mana Marco was killed at the end of Oblivion's Mages Guild questline. Unless that was not deemed canon, an aspect of him still lives on, or someone else has become the Sovereign, I don't really know if he could have been visited. Again, a rebuttal could be that Malyn and his necromancers were just experimenting with black souls in hopes of finding answers. Just because we see a group of necromancers playing around with gems and souls doesn't necessarily mean that they want to become liches. Plus, like I said before, the voices and visions could just come down to his illness. Without more context to the story, it's tricky to back these theories. For now, and probably forever, these will just all be speculations. Alright, moving along from this conversation, the player then gets brought over to Ilinalta's Deep. According to the Fisherman's Journal, this fort is known to be cursed. The locals don't want to go anywhere near it, citing ghostly encounters and haunting noises. After venturing to the lake for better fishing, the fisherman seemingly gets captured by the necromancers, and he's then sacrificed to feed the star. Through Malyn's grimoire, we learn that he and his followers are the reason that the fort went under. Their experiments caused a big enough rift in the keep that eventually would allow water to enter its interior. Wandering through the fort, it's clear that the star needed plenty of black souls to sustain itself. There's a small army of skeletons and corpses littered throughout the dungeon. Furthermore, it appears as though all of these necromancers are servants of Varen's. At the very least, I heard 3 NPCs talk about how they needed to secure more souls for, quote, the Master. In the final chamber, we see a pile of human remains, including Malyn's, surrounding the star. In his grimoire, he talks about his achievement, turning Azura's star into the Black Star. He then cites how it'll be his vessel for immortality and that it serves as proof that mortals can live indefinitely, like the gods of Oblivion. Unfortunately, this creates a nick in the theory that he knowingly sought out Lichdom. He makes it clear that he simply wants to live forever. He cites his experiments as groundbreaking novelties. Lichdom, though, is a concept that's been around for a while, and most necromancers would attribute it to figures like Mana Marco. Again, there's a chance that he unknowingly started his transcendence, if such a thing even exists, but otherwise, I'm beginning to think that Lichdom wasn't really his true intention here. I think that Varen was just afraid to die, and he went through extreme lengths to stay alive, or rather, keep his soul on Nirn. Now, leaving Ilinalta's Deep, this is where the Dragonborn decides on who they want to bring the star to. Aranya and Azura want to restore the star to its original form. Meanwhile, Nelacar believes that he can finish what the college had started and that the star can fully be transformed. According to Aranya and the goddess, this is what the player was destined for, and they've been selected as the prince's champion. Inside the star, the interaction with Varen is incredibly brief. However, through his dialogue, it becomes clear that his disciples soul-trap the victims, and Malyn has to finish them off within the gem. This is what keeps the star cycle going and what allows him to live on, if you can even truly call that living. Although, to the Dunmer's credit, he's seemingly able to command a few Mora. Whether this was a product of advanced conjuration or a sign that he's actually dominated this realm of Oblivion is unknown. Maybe it's a bit of both. Maybe Varen's newfound power allows him to summon Daedric's servants in this pocket realm of Oblivion. Maybe he somewhat accomplished what he had set out to do, but ultimately died before it could fully be completed. Upon returning to Skyrim, the player will then either have the Black Star or Azura Star. Depending on the canon here, maybe the Black Star is what'll get passed around Tamriel in future Elder Scrolls games. Azura says that the star will take 100 years to return to her realm of oblivion. So, if the next game, say, took place 50 years after Skyrim, there's a chance that it could still be the Black Star. Just some food for thought. Also, what would have happened to Vayren's soul if the star was returned to oblivion? Would this have helped Vayren's immortality, or would this have condemned his soul to Azura? Given that it's ultimately Azura's artifact, I lean more in favor of the latter, but who knows? I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Black Star down below, as well as your theories on the quest. Until next time, keep on adventuring. A hidden fighting ring, survival of the fittest, forsaken titles, and cut content. What more could you ask for from a quest in the Elder Scrolls? In today's video, I wanted to go over Boethiah's Daedric quest, Boethiah's Calling, featured in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. I'll be playing through the mission, listening to the dialogue, detailing my experiences, and talking about the plot. Then, at the end, I'll go over any lore, messages, themes, the very interesting Daedric artifact that you receive, and of course, some cut content for this quest. As per usual, the facts and information provided are brought to you by the game itself and the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. In order to begin Boethiah's Calling, the player must be level 30. This is the highest level requirement for any of the Daedric quests. Below it are Pieces of the Past and the Whispering Door, which both sit at 20. My main character hadn't even hit level 30 yet, albeit he was right there. After spending a few minutes tightening my skills, I received my level increase and was free to initiate the quest. There are two ways that the player can go about discovering this mission. The first is by simply wandering up to the questing area. This is the most direct method. Considering where Boethiah's shrine is, it's not far-fetched to assume that some players would have come across it organically. Otherwise, you can begin the quest by reading a special book called Boethiah's Proving. The UESP lays out multiple places that you can come across it. For example, Septimus Cygnus' outpost has one stored on the nearby bookshelf. The book itself is an interesting read, and it foreshadows events to come. A group of Daedra worshippers summoned the Daedric prince, thinking it would be that simple to ask of her blessing. However, upon entering the plane, Boethiah questioned each and every person there as to why they thought they were worthy enough to receive it. Not liking any of their answers, one by one the goddess struck them down. Eventually, it came to the final two worshippers. When the author of the book was asked this question, he took out his sword and buried it into the person standing next to him, making him the last of the worshippers. The author then says that because he wills it, he's alive. He's the last one standing, and so long as his blade arm works, it shall be that way. After kneeling and offering his sword, Boethiah accepted his answer and bestowed her blessing upon him. You see, Boethiah only cares for strength and determination, survival of the fittest. Those who prove that they deserve to stay alive are the ones worthy enough to receive her counsel. In any case, from here, the Daedric Prince's shrine will be marked on your map. It's located directly east of Windhelm on the western side of the mountains that border Morrowind. The trek is relatively short, but you might find yourself facing off against frost trolls. Really though, they certainly won't be the most difficult foe on this journey. Reaching the top of the path, you'll discover the Cecellum of Boethiah. Like most Daedric shrines in Skyrim, there are some quirks and oddities to it. For example, this one is host to a number of worshippers. Furthermore, they put on their own version of Fight Club. They've set up a makeshift arena where they battle against one another and prove their mettle. The shrine is littered with corpses and human remains. Clearly, there used to be a lot of Boethiah's faithful, but slowly their numbers have been culled over time. Among the survivors is a Dark Elf priestess, and she's the NPC who extends this quest.
We are Lord Boethiah's faithful. Have you come to test your mettle? We are forged by Boethiah's example. We carve our will upon the world through our tongues and our blades. You are nothing. An empty vapor, dispersed by the slightest breeze. The Lord of Plots, Deceiver of Nations, Devourer of Trinimark, the Queen of Shadows, Goddess of Destruction, he who destroys and she who erases. Many are our lord's lofty names, but they befit only us mortals. Intone her mighty names from now until the end of time. It is for naught. Names mean nothing to our lord. She only cares for those who care for themselves, whose hearts are full of purpose, whose lives are full of deeds. If you desire a glimpse of our Dark Mistress, then this is what you must do. First, prove your tongue can wield a lie. Find someone, gain his trust, lead him to the shrine above. Next, instruct your thrall to touch the Pillar of Sacrifice. Its magic will ensnare him, rendering him helpless. Then, girded with certitude, plant the ceremonial blade deeply, so that the waters of his heart wash over you. If your will is strong enough, it will stir Boethiah in her dark mansion, and she will appear before us. That remains to be seen, but if it is so, and if Boethiah appears, then we will welcome you as one of us.
The priestess hands the Dragonborn a blade of sacrifice, as well as a copy of Boethiah's proving. The blade is a variant of an ebony dagger, but when it comes time to commit the act, it more than does the trick. Before heading out and betraying a friend, you might decide to take a better look around the shrine. There are some treasures for the taking, as well as trade tables that can be used at your leisure. Perhaps the most interesting part to this asylum, though, is the altar of sacrifice. Stepping into its circle, it emits a light and lets out a rather unique sound. The Dragonborn is no stranger to strange altars that require a human/mer/beastfolk offering. There are plenty of those with the Daedric princes. The catch this time around, though, is that the sacrifice has to be someone that trusts the player. It has to be a follower. Who that is? Well, you're free to make your own choice on that one. It's funny, I've embarked on countless quests where, in the end, an NPC will ask me to call on them should the need ever arise. Now that it's time to cash in, though, I can hardly remember who's pledged their service to me. The first person that comes to mind is Lydia. However, thinking about it after the fact, I might have sacrificed her for the ebony blade. See, these Daedric sacrifices come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. In any case, I couldn't find her around Whiterun, but that's when I remembered something. This is the timeline where I sided with Azura and Aranya Yenith for the Black Star quest. As a part of my reward, Aranya offered herself as a follower. So, collecting the other Dark Elf priestess, I brought her over to the Sicellum and approached the shrine. At first, I wasn't totally sure how to get the show started here. A peek behind the curtain, but this is actually my first time running through this quest. I've never done this one before. Together, Aranya and I stood in the circle. Unsure of how to proceed, I just started wailing on her with a dagger. Of course, that didn't lead anywhere, and pretty quickly, I realized that this was the wrong approach. Actually thinking about it this time, I remembered that the whole shtick for the altar was that the target gets trapped inside of it. So, I spoke with Yenith and commanded her to stand within the circle. Upon doing so, the Dunmer got pulled onto the post and became trapped within some kind of magical field. From here, all of Boethiah's faithful came rushing over to the site, and this was my indication that something big was about to happen. As soon as all of the NPCs took their places, I stepped through the bubble and faced down Aranya. Taking out the blade of sacrifice, one good slash is all it took to send the Dunmer to the beyond. However, it's what entered this realm and took over her body that's more frightening.
Ugh. Wearing flesh is so distasteful.
Among us!
You have caught my attention, mortal. That is most unwise. Tell me, why have you slain this one who trusted you here upon my shrine? My favor. My good pleasure is not some trophy for mortal sport. I should slay you for such insolence. Is that so? You should be. Though a heart without fear is something I can use. Perhaps you are the one I seek. We shall soon find out. Listen, all of you! Hear me. I have need of a warrior. Only the most ruthless, cunning, and agile will do. You have gathered here night after night, sacrificing fools upon my shrine, and sparring aimlessly with yourselves. But which among you truly exceeds the rest? Prove yourselves to me. I have a special task for whichever of you is left standing.
From here, the final culling begins. An all-out war breaks out between Boethiah's faithful, and of course, the Dragonborn gets pulled in. The game has it so that the cultists share the same stats and classes as bandits. Their levels are radiant and can range anywhere from 1 to 25. In my case, I ended up going toe-to-toe with a bandit wizard, who, if you ask me, was likely on the higher end of that spectrum. The nice part though is that if you let them, the faithful will tear themselves apart before they turn their aggro onto you. You can literally watch from the sidelines until there's just one cultist left standing. At that point, it should be easy enough to swoop in, land a few punches, and crown yourself the sole survivor.
Well done. You have proven the strength of your will and your tongue's gift for lies. You have shown ferocity and prowess in combat. Now the time has come for a final proving. Are you able to cast aside your honor and strike with the hidden blade? An astute observation. Skyrim is a beautiful and harsh mistress, but her people cling to such a petty notion of honor. My previous champion displeases me. It is time he is replaced, in the traditional fashion. I am loath to utter his name. One cannot erase the thing if it has a name to be remembered. You will find him holed up at Knife Point Ridge, where he plays king to bandits and highwaymen. Kill every single member of his band. Do so as silently and invisibly as you can, for this is not about you. You are to be my instrument in this. Slay him in the coldest of blood. Do not give him the dignity of defending himself. Once his corpse lays cold upon the ground, and all trace of his followers erased, retrieve my ebony mail, a gift fit only for my true champion.
From here, the Sacellum is now quiet and void of life. I'm sure that over time, more of Boethiah's faithful will be called to the shrine, but for the moment, it sits empty. In fact, this is the last time that the Dragonborn will need to come here. The remainder of the quest takes place in a completely different region of Skyrim. So, as per Boethiah's request of eliminating the bandits and her champion via stealth, I outfitted myself with a brand new enchanted bow. However, here's the interesting part about the next objective. Stealth doesn't actually matter. There's no penalty or consequence to being seen/fighting in the open. It seems strange, considering the Daedric Prince was adamant about making this not about you, and that she doesn't want any of the bandits to fight back. But after being fully detected, I confirmed via the wiki that it in fact doesn't matter. You can be seen all you like, and if your character's forte isn't stealth, kinda like mine, then there's no need to worry. As expected, Knife Point Ridge is home to more than a handful of bandits. They inhabit both the interior and the exterior of the mine. If you did want to roll through the camp portion via sneak attacks, most of the enemies are spaced out pretty well. There are plenty of vantage points where you can secure the high ground and rain down arrows from afar. Important to note is that every single bandit in the area needs to be dealt with. It can be done before confronting Boethiah's champion, or it can be after the fact, but either way, all of the NPCs need to die. When ready, the Dragonborn can move on to the interior of Knife Point Mine. It only contains one zone, and that area isn't as big as some of the other dungeons out there. Here, there are fewer ruffians, but in my case, it was definitely quality over quantity. I ended up encountering some high-level bandits like plunderers and marauders. If left unchecked, these foes can really do a number on your health. Furthermore, the champion himself could be found at the back of the mine. His circumstance, however, is quite fascinating. The champion is shrouded in a thin layer of black smoke. That in and of itself is already mysterious, but upon getting close to some of his lackeys, he'll end up taking aggro from them. At first, I couldn't understand why. I assumed that there was some case of unchecked friendly fire. However, after doing some research, I learned that it was all due to the ebony mail. The cuirass that he's wearing, the token that I'm after, and the reason he's emitting black smoke. The champion's level is radiant, and it could wildly vary from level 7 all the way to level 51. A guess for my playthrough is that I got a version that's on the lower end of the spectrum. The nearby bandit marauder was a much tougher fight than the champion. I also wasn't doing myself any favors wielding a firebow against a Dunmer. In any case, given the level range, it's best to prepare yourself for a possibly challenging matchup. As soon as the champion was slain, I got a hold of his gear. The ebony mail is a slightly altered version of the classic ebony cuirass. However, its enchantment is what makes it most unique. It allows the wearer to move more quietly, enabling a muffle effect, and if an opponent gets too close, they take 5 points of poison damage per second. So, either when the poison effect gets activated or the wearer goes into stealth mode, the armor starts to emit that black smoke. I guess the bandit marauder was registered as an opponent to the champion, and that's when they started to take damage. Personally, while the smoke effect is neat, it does start to get old. I find that it really gets in the way while trying to perform stealth archery. I'm sure if an enemy gets close enough during normal archery, it likely has the same effect. Either way, once every single opponent has been eliminated at Knife Point Ridge, Boethiah contacts the player one last time.
You have done well, my champion. You have earned my respect, a feat few manage and live to tell about. I shall write your name upon the tablet of absolute darkness. You may keep my ebony mail, a token of my appreciation to my new champion. Its gifts will resonate with your talents. Now go. I have strings to pull that require my full attention. You may pursue your own course wherever it leads you. Remember always this. As you will it, so it shall be.
And with that, Boethiah's Daedric quest, Boethiah's calling, comes to a close. Her Sicellum has been wiped clean, a follower was sacrificed, Knife Point Ridge has been cleared of bandits, Boethiah's previous champion is dead, and you get to keep the ebony mail. All in a day's work. In my opinion, the ebony mail is a rather confusing piece. It's heavy armor and rewards the player for sticking around the battle. The longer you stay near an enemy, the more damage they'll take from poison. That part is fine and dandy, it makes sense. However, it also muffles the wearer's footsteps, promoting a stealth approach. In my mind, there are a few ways to build around the ebony mail. Firstly, you can think of it as a defense mechanism for stealth characters. If you get spotted or your sneak attack doesn't outright kill the target, then the poisoning effect will set in and finish the job for you. Given Boethiah's emphasis on stealth, I don't think it's far-fetched to imagine that this could have been the intended use. However, another approach is for melee fighters who want that AoE damage. If you're surrounded by a group of enemies, all of their health bars will slowly drain. Meanwhile, you just need to focus your attention on one opponent at a time. It's a great way to get a head start on the rest of the battle. Considering the Daedric Prince's style is more direct combat, I wouldn't be totally surprised either if the purpose behind Ebony Mail's enchantment was to appease multiple playstyles. It works great for stealth builds, and it also achieves excellent results for heavy-hitting tanks. Then the final approach, although I'm sure there are plenty more, is a bit of a unique one. There's a world where the Ebony Mail does all of the fighting for you. In order for the poison effect to kick in, there needs to be a nearby registered enemy. So, by gently alerting an NPC to your presence, bringing them over to you and hiding in a dark corner, they'll start to take damage. It's just enough to where they register as an enemy on the compass, but not enough to where they fully detect you. Honestly, it's an incredibly inefficient way to play and it's hard to pull off, but when it works, it is really satisfying. Beyond that though, in my opinion, the Ebony Mail is a great piece of armor for players who like to switch back and forth between stealth and open combat. I actually do this all the time. Sometimes I like to roll through a dungeon with my bow, taking out enemies before they know what hit them. Other times, I run in warhammers blazing and start swinging for the fences. With combined enchantments that aid sneak and also deal this AoE damage, there are a lot of ways to incorporate the Ebony Mail into your builds. Before moving on to the lore side of things, there's one last thing I'd like to discuss. Boethiah's champion has incredibly high aggression. Because of this, he always resorts to attacking you on the spot. However, if you're somehow able to calm him down, which mind you, is difficult considering his level varies, he does share some interesting dialogue with the Dragonborn. Even with the use of console commands, I couldn't quite pull it out of him. I'd assumed that my actions were definitive and his death sealed the deal, but who knows. Luckily, I was able to read about the interaction on the UESP. In any case, you can start the conversation by asking the champion about his title. He says that that was his role a long time ago. As is evident through the quest, he forsook his old life. The champion says that he's surprised to still be alive. Usually, the Prince of Plots gets what she wants and she knows how to hold a grudge. Because of that, she must have some reason for keeping him alive. Just wait a couple of moments, buddy, then you'll get your wish. From there are 3 possible responses. The Dragonborn can ask if he desires a life of servitude. The champion gets worked up at the question. He claims to be a free man. The elf doesn't serve mortals nor gods, just himself. He believes there are other ways that people can leave marks on this world. Ways that don't involve violence, domination, and conquering. It's interesting. The champion specifically says that he's saved and changed lives by, quote, armor made with these hands. To me, it almost sounds like he's alluding to being a smith. He put down the sword and instead turned his attention toward equipping others. There's actually quite a lot of evidence for this. The bandits operate out of a mine, there's a nearby forge, and of course, there's the dialogue. It's not just the champion's aforementioned quote, it's also what he says to another dialogue prompt. When the Dragonborn asks him what it's like to be the prince's chosen one, the Dark Elf reiterates that that part of his life is over. Instead, he says that he's now more interested in, quote, creating things. It's funny, the more you talk with him, the worse you start to feel about ending his life. He's of course a person who's done a lot of bad deeds, but you can see he's trying to atone for them. Kind of, sort of. I don't know why he keeps the company of bandits, so maybe not, but who knows. However, one thing is clear from all of this. You can't run from your past if it involves an evil goddess. There's no escaping the wrath of a Daedric prince. From here, the dialogue ends with him saying that he no longer wants to do Boethiah's dirty work. The third and final response from the Dragonborn could have been the player asking if the champion was afraid to die. The Dark Elf responds and says that everyone with a heart experiences fear. However, he just knows how to handle it. The Dunmer then remarks that if it's what you're here for, then he's ready to get the fight over with. It's certainly an interesting confrontation. I wouldn't say it adds too much to the lore side of the universe, but you do get a deeper dive into who this person is and what he's going through. Although I will say, for someone who wants to be done with Boethiah, I'm not sure why he still keeps her token around, much less why he still uses it. If you really wanted nothing more to do with her, then cast it into the Sea of Ghosts and be done with it. In any case, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about this quest. I thoroughly enjoyed Boethiah's calling. I thought it complemented her quest from Oblivion rather nicely. Again, there was this emphasis on proving yourself to be the strongest and hardiest of the bunch. In Oblivion, you're making the gauntlet around a pocket realm of Oblivion, and the goal is to see which of the 10 races prevails. During Skyrim's version, you find yourself going up against worthy combatants, or in this case, Boethiah's faithful, and some unsuspecting bandits. I thought the whole sacrifice a follower portion was an excellent touch. It tied in with the lore, aka Boethiah's proving, and wrapped back around with the notion that there can only be one survivor at the end of the calling. Then, it's funny, I wouldn't have guessed that the mark on Boethiah's champion was either a substitute plot or not the intended end of the quest. To me, it all seemed very fleshed out and concise. The reason I say that is because, according to the UESP, there's apparently some cut content for this Daedric quest. Honestly, is there any Daedric quest that doesn't have an altered storyline? It's revealed in the game's files that at some point during Boethiah's calling, there was a plot that involved killing Jarl Elisif the Fair. Reading further about it on the UESP, it claims that this objective would have likely come after the original quest was already finished. So it's not necessarily altered content, it sounds like it's literally a quest that was removed from the game. There was apparently a whole setup in the Blue Palace, you would have had to stealthily find your way in, and there were contacts that you could have worked with. The wiki has an entire article dedicated to what could have been. There were apparently plots and ideas on who could have replaced Elisif during her key moments in important quests. My thinking was that the devs decided not to pull her from the game because it would have muddled certain storylines, i.e. the Civil War and the main quest. Although, it seems like they had those details covered, so I'm out of theories on why they removed it. With that being said though, while it sounds fascinating, I think this is the first time I've ever thought, yeah, I didn't need that. For what it was, the message it was trying to convey, and who this Daedric prince is, this quest was fine just the way it was. I didn't need any more than what we got. The player sacrifices a friend, you prove yourself to be the best fighter amongst the rabble, and you mantle the role of Boethiah's champion by killing her old one. That's it, that's good enough for me. For once, I can't believe I'm saying this, good job on Bethesda for cutting the story there and keeping it as it is. However, I will also say, if it was through that second quest that the Dragonborn received Goldbrand, the fire-enchanted katana, then maybe I might feel differently. That was my go-to weapon in Oblivion, given out by Boethiah after completing her Daedric quest. Odds are it'd probably be in my key rotation for weapons in Skyrim as well. Although, the way I interpreted the UESP's article is that Boethiah's calling was the first part of the adventure, and this cut quest was the second and final part. Meaning that Ebony Mail would have only been considered the players after Lady Elisif was killed. Up until then, I suppose it would have just counted as a quest item. Admittedly, the premise of the quest does sound fun. To me, it reads more like a quest for the Dark Brotherhood. I suppose coming from the Daedric Prince of conspiracy, secret plots of murder, and assassination, it does feel on brand. Furthermore, the article suggests that Boethiah would have started a chain of rumors that an assassin was coming for the Jarl. My headcanon for that would be so that way, the Dragonborn has more of a challenge in front of them. I've picked up that in most cases, even though Boethiah can be cruel, she does like it when it's a fair fight for all. Wrong her and maybe she doesn't give you that luxury, but otherwise, she tends to offer an even playing field. The article indicates that upon Elisif's death, it's believed that Erikr could be the one to take her place. There are files and hidden dialogue options that point to him being in a position of power and essentially replacing her in most instances where she played a role in the story. As for those contacts that I mentioned earlier, the ones that could accidentally help you get close to the Jarl, those are pretty much all of the NPCs who reside in Solitude's court. So, Falk Firebeard, Bolgir Bearclaw, Sybil Stentor, Erdi, and Una, etc. Honestly, given how fleshed out this quest was, I'm surprised that they decided to cut it from the final game. It seemed like it was practically complete, with recorded dialogue and all. In my opinion, I can really only think of two reasons why they'd axe it from the final game. Number one, there's never really been a second Daedric quest for any of the Daedric shrines in the Elder Scrolls games. Usually they tend to just be one and done types of missions with the artifact given out after completing the task. That could have been a reason as to why Bethesda ultimately cut it, because it didn't follow the norm of their world building. Now, I'm not really sure how to interpret the journal entries, but there is a chance that this second objective could have been a part of the first one, essentially making it one long quest. Again though, my opinion still stands. I really don't need the extra story in there. I'm perfectly content with what we got, and there's a chance that Bethesda felt the same way. Then, reason number two as to why it could have been cut is that a hit on Jarl Elisif is just sort of random. I don't really see a link or connection between her and Boethiah. The champion made sense as he wronged the Daedric Prince, but as far as I can tell, the Jarl would have had nothing to do with her. However, as I'm typing this, I do realize that a Daedric Prince does not need a logical reason to make someone's life miserable. They just do as they please. And maybe, just maybe, there is a possible link to her and Boethiah, but it's a bit of a stretch. Perhaps Boethiah has taken an interest in Lady Elisif because she inherited her title of power and didn't earn it. Considering the goddess rules over secret plots of murders, assassination, treason, and quote, unlawful overthrow of authority, the prince had decided that it was time for Lady Elisif to be replaced, as she didn't earn her title of Jarl. She was never fit to be a ruler in Boethiah's eyes. It's just an idea, and it doesn't really help to contribute towards why this quest was cut, but it's always fun to speculate on these types of things. I'd love to hear your thoughts down below on Boethiah's Calling, the Ebony Mail, as well as the extended version of this quest. Until next time, keep on adventuring. In today's video, I wanted to go through the quest, A Daedra's Best Friend, featured in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. This is the Daedric Shrine quest of Clavicus Vile. Vile is known as the Prince of Bargains, Trickery, and Wishes. He often strikes deals and agreements with mortals. Usually, by the end of said bargain, he's found a way to renegotiate and manipulate the other party. He grants them their wish, but not by conventional means. What started out as a deal made out of desperation or greed ends in horror, violence, and agony. The quest, A Daedra's Best Friend, presents those themes and topics in a couple of different ways. The Dragonborn gets caught up in one of those negotiations, and a majority of the quest deals with witnessing the consequences of others. For this video, I'm going to play through the quest, experience the story, and listen to the dialogue. Then, after that, I'll discuss lore, themes, and possible questions that the player may have been left with. As per usual, the facts and information provided are brought to you by the game itself and the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. The adventure begins with the player traveling to the hold of Falkreath. If you're level 10, one of the guards at the gate will approach and ask you a question.
Did you see a dog out there? I'm a swordman, I said.
I don't know, really. The blacksmith is offering a reward for a dog he saw on the road. I was hoping you'd seen it. I guess I'll stay on the lookout. Keep your nose clean while you're here, outsider.
This activates a miscellaneous quest. Following the directions, the marker will point you to the blacksmith, Laud. It's here that he'll elaborate a little more on the dog.
Did you see a hound on the road? Fine, strong creature that's been wandering near town. I asked the gate guards to look for him. I can't afford to chase him down, but could use a fierce, loyal beast to keep me company. If you are willing to retrieve him for me, I'd give you some fresh meat to attract him out on the road. Oh, it's a smart man to demand something up front for his work. Some gold now and some when I have my dog. Here's the meat.
Running back to the gate and following the road out of town, it doesn't take very long for the player to run into the dog. What's more, upon coming into its line of sight, it'll begin to approach you and even speak.
You are exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, Skyrim is now host to giant flying lizards and two-legged catmen. And you're surprised by me? Yeah, I just talked, and I'm continuing to do so. You see, my name is Barbas, and I have a problem I think you can help sort out. My master and I had a bit of a falling out. We got into an argument and it got rather heated. He's kicked me out until I find someone who can settle our disagreement. That's where you come in. You're very funny. My master's Clavicus Vile, Daedric Prince of Wishes. As you can imagine, he's quite the important person. Thank you. Now, since he banished me, Vile's been rather weak. He can't manifest very far from one of his shrines. I know there's a cult that worships him at Hamar's Shame. We should be able to talk to him there. If this works out, I'll make sure you're rewarded. Hey, just don't trust any offer he makes you, okay?
With that, the miscellaneous quest ends and the Daedric mission begins. Barbas, a minor manifestation of Clavicus Vile, begins to run along the road. The player's job is to follow the hound to this aforementioned Hamar's Shame. Typically, a task or deal struck with a Daedric prince should be taken very seriously. Furthermore, when it's with a deity like Clavicus Vile, any mortal should proceed with extreme caution. It's safe to say that the trek is quite long. Barbas leads the Dragonborn from Falkreath all the way to the base of the Throat of the World. Moreover, the journey could be quite eventful. Not only do you have to deal with Skyrim's nature, but you also have to deal with its inhabitants.
What's a milk drinker like you doing out here? Go home to your mother.
The trail leads through plenty of bandit checkpoints. The first is a simple bridge crossing meant for robbing weary travelers. Then, the Hound leads the Dragonborn straight through the ruins of Helgen. The once strong and mighty town now lies in waste, and it's currently occupied by ruffians, thugs, and thieves. Worth mentioning is that Barbas is actually a really good companion. He's able to take aggro, deal damage, and above all, is literally invincible. He's unable to go down in a fight and can act as a meat shield for almost all encounters. Once the brawl through Helgen is over, the rest of the trek is pretty straightforward. A quick run through the rocky, icy terrain, and you'll end up at Hamer's Cavern, a cave that's right off the road. Barbas charges inside, and from there, the dungeon crawl begins. The cavern has 2 zones to it. Both zones are currently occupied by vampires. There's a story-driven reason for that, which you'll hear about in just a minute. Pretty much all of the enemies in here are level to the player. The UESP suggests running through this dungeon with a minimum overall level of 6. Depending on your build and playstyle, vampires can be tricky opponents. They come in various different classes and have access to all sorts of gear and spells. What's more, in terms of humanoid enemy types, vampires are up there as some of the most difficult. This is due to the aforementioned reasons, plus their base stats of health, stamina, and magicka, and their natural abilities of Chill Touch, Vampire Touch, and Drain Life. Fortunately, the Dragonborn needs to be at least level 10 to do a Daedra's best friend, so the crawl shouldn't be too challenging. Once the player hits the second zone, Hamer's Shame, things start to move rather quickly. There's a lone frostbite spider in one chamber and a vampire thrall patrolling the other. A little further in, you'll happen across the final room. If you ended up losing sight of Barbas at the beginning of the crawl, this is the room you'll find him in. He'll be taking on his fair share of enemies. They range from regular vampires to thralls to fledglings, all the way to master vampire. Depending on your playstyle and how you want to proceed, this could be a great time to pick them off from afar. Also worth mentioning, even though it probably is common knowledge at this point, vampires have a massive weakness to fire. If you're having difficulty with this run, be sure to bring out fire enchantments, destruction magic, scrolls, and staves. They'll also work wonders against that lone frostbite spider. Once all of the threats have been eliminated, the marker points you to the statue of Clavicus Vile, and interacting with it, the quest gets even more interesting.
By all means, let's hear it. It's the least I could do since you already helped me grant one final wish for my last worshippers. They were suffering so from vampirism and begged me for a cure. Then you came and ended their misery. I couldn't have planned it better myself. So, what's your heart's desire? What kind of deal can we strike?
From here, there are 3 different dialogue options. The first pertains to Barbas and the original purpose of this quest. The second option has the player asking for an end to the Civil War. The third one is a request for power. While Vile's initial reaction to each request is different, they all end up leading to the same outcome.
Really? Power? You're a Dragonborn. You already have more power than most people who aren't immense fire-breathing monsters. As much as I hate to say it, you're almost as powerful as I am right now. But that's just because half of my power resides in that mutt Barbas. Oh, if I had my full power, granting that would be trivial. I'd simply snap my fingers and everyone in Skyrim would die. War resolved. That insufferable pup, forget it. Request denied, no deal. I'm glad to be rid of him, even if it does mean I'm stuck in this pitiful shrine in the back end of nowhere. Well, perhaps there is a way he could earn his place back at my side. Maybe, but no promises. There's an axe. An incredibly powerful axe. An axe powerful enough for me to have quite a bit of fun indeed. If you bring it to me, I'll grant you my boon. No strings attached, No messy surprises. At least not for you. As I recall, it's resting in Rimrock Burrow. Barbas can lead you right to it. Little Mutt might even earn his place back at my side.
Before heading off for part 2 of the adventure, Barbas can shed some light on Rimrock Burrow and this coveted axe.
One of Clavicus's little Jess, a wizard named Sebastian Lord, had a daughter who worshipped Hircine. When the daughter became a werewolf, it drove Sebastian over the edge. He couldn't stand to see his little girl take on such a bestial form. The wizard wished for the ability to end his daughter's curse. Clavicus gave him an axe.
Again, it's a testimony to Vile's dark sense of humor and his Daedric nature. He technically granted Sebastian his wish, just not in the way that the wizard would have wanted. Behind the statue, there's an easy way back out into Skyrim. Popping open the map, Rimrock Burrow is located in the northwestern region of the province, right by the Sea of Ghosts and just south of Northwatch Keep. Going on inside of the cave, this portion is actually quite brief. The burrow consists of one small zone, and there are only 2 NPCs in here. The first is a leveled Atronach, and the second is Lord himself. The Breton can range anywhere from level 7 to level 40. It really depends on the player's level. Since he's a conjurer, he fights with destruction, restoration, alteration, and conjuration magic. One-on-one, he could prove to be a tricky opponent. However, with Barbas by your side, the battle is made rather easy. Barbas can pull aggro and easily tank all of Lord's hits. In the meantime, the Dragonborn can swoop in and be the DPS. Once Sebastian has been defeated, the player can help themselves to any loot in the burrow, namely the boss level chest at the back of the chamber, as well as the rueful axe. This battle axe is a unique two-handed weapon. While its base damage depends on the wielder's two-handed skill, the enchantment deals 20 points of stamina damage to the target. As pointed out by the UESP, and is something that I experienced personally, the rueful axe is actually the slowest melee weapon in the game. According to the wiki, battle axes have an attack speed of 0.7. The rueful axe is placed at 0.5. For reference, warhammers, which are typically the strongest melee weapons, have an attack speed of 0.6. If you can feel the difference between 0.7 and 0.6, imagine swinging around a weapon with 0.5. In any case, once it's in the player's inventory, you can leave Rimrock Burrow and return to Hamer's Shrine. Along the way, if you're starting to like the axe, you can speak to Barbas and tell him how you feel about it. That's where he'll bring up the true reward for this quest.
The axe isn't the only item dear old Clavicus has. Give him the rueful axe, and once we're reunited, the mask of Clavicus Vile will be yours.
If you've played through Vile's Daedric Shrine quest in Oblivion, you'll notice how similar these quests actually are. A dark deed leads the player to a powerful weapon. From there, you're expected to exchange it for the mask of Clavicus Vile. Reaching the statue site, the player can interact with the shrine and wrap up the quest.
Ah, you've got the axe! And my dog! Splendid! Excellent work! A hero and his faithful companion retrieving the ancient artifact for the prince. It's almost storybook. Ah, but it almost seems a shame to give a weapon like that away, doesn't it? I suppose I could be persuaded to let you keep it. But only if you use the axe to kill Barbas. Simple as that.
From here, there are 2 options. Vile lets you decide whether you'd like to keep the rueful axe, or if you'd like to swap it for the mask. The former requires you to use the axe on Barbas, while the latter involves surrendering the weapon to the Daedric Prince.
And I could absorb the spirit of poor dead Barbas. He'd still be reunited with me. And I'm sure Barbas doesn't want me to have that axe. He'd want it this way. The choice is yours, friend. We're all counting on you to make the right decision. Put him out of our misery.
Choosing to speak with Barbas during this time will bring on the same dialogue as before. He'll tell you about the helm and how that's the real reward here. Exploring the rueful axe option first, one swing on the dog should do the trick.
Absolutely. Now I can reabsorb his body and return to full power, all without having to listen to his whining. Oh sure, he'll be back in a century or two, but think of the fun I can have till then. Enjoy that axe, and don't worry about poor old Barbas. After all, he really should have picked a better friend.
That puts an end to the quest. Vile's return to full power, and the player is left with an aesthetic and powerful yet slow axe. Something worth noting, as it probably is a big deal to some players, the UESP points out that choosing the axe does not count towards the Oblivion Walker achievement. This is the achievement that involves collecting 15 Daedric artifacts. Given that there are only 16 possible artifacts in the game that can be acquired, there is very little room for error. Now, reverting back, the player can choose to surrender the axe in exchange for the mask.
Huh. You're no fun at all. Guess I'll have to make my own fun elsewhere. And with the pub back, I'll be restored to my full power. There's a whole world just waiting for me! I knew I could trust you. Yeah, dog gets master, master gets cosmic axe. Everyone's happy. Just get over here, mutt. Don't worry, I'll make sure he sees the light. I trusted you, now you trust me. Ah, that feels so much better. You forget how nice supreme power feels until you've been stuck in a cave for a few years. It's a shame you wished for something so dull as me taking back the mutt. Quite the lack of imagination on your part. A lack of ambition like that really ought to be punished. Perhaps by turning you into a worm, or maybe a few decades Oh, fine. Have my boon and be done with it. Got more interesting deals to make anyway.
With this option, the player is rewarded with the Mask of Clavicus Vile, a unique enchanted heavy helmet. While wearing it, prices are 20% better, the user gets a plus 10 to speechcraft, and magicka regenerates 5% faster. With that, thus wraps up a Daedra's best friend. Really, the only thing left to do is return to Lod and Falkreath and be the bearer of bad news.
Yeah. Anyway, it's done. Time to move on. Much obliged. Here. It's not much, but take it anyway.
Now, it's time to talk a little bit about this quest. As briefly mentioned before, there are elements in Vile's Skyrim quest that make it similar to Vile's Oblivion quest. The player travels with Barbas to a dungeon and interacts with an NPC. Said NPC is the owner of one of Vile's unholy weapons. In Oblivion, Umbra possessed Umbra. In Skyrim, Sebastian Lort possessed the Rueful Axe. By the end of the quest, the player is faced with the choice of keeping the weapon or swapping it out with the Mask of Clavicus Vile. As was obvious through his dealings with the player and even the vampires, Vile will always find a way to flip the bargain on its head. The vampires at Hamer's Shame came to him and asked for a cure. The cure was granted, but it came in the form of death, and it was delivered by Barbas and the Dragonborn. Then you have Sebastian Lort's request, a cure for lycanthropy. We know that through the companion's questline, a cure is entirely possible, and probably not that hard for Vile to conjure up. However, he instead created a deadly axe, and delightfully watched on as Lort murdered his own daughter, thinking that to be the only solution to her condition. Then lastly, you have the Dragonborn's bargain. First, a deal is struck with Barbas. Reunite the dog with its owner and you'll be rewarded. After doing so, Clavicus puts a spin on the agreement and asks you to obtain the Rueful Axe. With it, the plot then thickens as he asks you to turn on Barbas, the original broker of this whole scenario. If you choose not to, Vile's powers are restored and he's brought back to full strength. Then, depending on the original request you went with, he threatens to flip the deal on its head again. If you were solely there to return Barbas to his owner, he wants to turn you into a worm. If you wanted an end to the Civil War, he says that the end will come as soon as the dragons wipe out the mortals. If you wanted power, he says that you have to surrender your life to the Rueful Axe. Of course, at the end of each threat, He gives in and grants you his boon. But not every mortal is so lucky. In fact, most aren't. So now, let's get into some of the lore here. I've gone over Clavicus Vile in my Oblivion Daedric Shrine video, so I won't be rediscussing him. However, there's a lot of information and history on Barbas. In almost all depictions of Clavicus Vile, the Daedric prince can be seen with his trusty companion. Barbas has the ability to shapeshift, as he's been known to take the form of a dog, a Scaphan, which are native to the Fields of Regret, and even a scamp. In Morrowind, he appeared as the scamp Creeper. While technically a part of Clavicus Vile, as he's a conduit for a decent portion of Vile's powers, Barbas is also his own entity. He sees himself as beneath Vile and nothing more than a humble servant. Barbas can be found in almost all of the mainstream Elder Scrolls titles: Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and ESO. He can even be spotted with his master in the Elder Scrolls Redguard. Those are confirmed sightings from the 2nd era all the way up until present-day 4th era. Across those titles, Barbas is the second in command to Clavicus Vile. As shown in the games, anytime Vile comes up with a plan or a scheme, whether that's to recover the Rueful Axe, recover Umbra, rescue Azura from the Fields of Regret, infiltrate the Clockwork City, or to slay a werewolf, Barbas is always involved. Moving along, the final big player of a Daedra's best friend is Sebastian Lort and the Rueful Axe. What's so important about the axe, and what kind of role did Sebastian play in the Elder Scrolls history? Well, starting with Lort himself, there's unfortunately not much lore or information on him. What's stated during the quest is all we really have to work with. He's a conjurer who has/had a daughter. Clearly, he loved his daughter as he went through extreme lengths to help her. Those extreme lengths include desperation, as he turned to the Daedric prince of trickery and bargains. Lort's daughter, a worshipper of Hircine, got inflicted with lycanthropy, and Sebastian couldn't stand to see his daughter that way. He prayed to Vile for a cure, and Vile's response was to give him a powerful axe. He was forced to believe that his only solution was to kill his own daughter. According to the wiki, there's no known tension or hatred between Hircine and Clavicus Vile. In fact, the two gods are considered some of the most neutral Daedric deities. One aims to make bargains in his favor, and the other tests the strong and mighty. Other than for twisted reasons, Vile had no other known motives to put Lort and his daughter through such a tragedy. While the lore for Lort ends there are two segments of unused dialogue that might help to further our understanding of his character. The first one is Sebastian saying, "Clavicus sent you, didn't he?" And the second one is him saying, "You can't have the axe, it's all I have left now." The former implies that Sebastian knew the Daedric prince would eventually send a harbinger. Lort knew just how powerful and dangerous this axe was, and that Vile would eventually want it back. The second piece of dialogue implies that Lort went ahead and actually killed his own daughter. He believed Vile's trickery and thought that ending his daughter's life was the only way to cure lycanthropy. This all leads back into the Rueful Axe, the fetch item for this quest. Gameplay-wise, you can look at this weapon as a means to an end, the developers giving the player a choice as to whether they want a two-handed axe as a reward or a heavy armor helmet. Lore-wise though, it's intriguing to think of this axe's inception and what it's been used for. We know that it can kill a werewolf. Not only is it big and powerful, it also saps the target's stamina. Any beast or creature that abuses brute force relies on having a lot of energy in the tank. Take that away from them though, and they're just one giant target. As far as the Rueful Axe goes, it only appears in 3 of the Elder Scrolls titles, the first being Skyrim, the second being ESO, and the third being the Elder Scrolls Blades. The entry for the axe in ESO is unfortunately underwhelming. It's said that replicas of this unique axe were spotted across Tamriel, but it's never explicitly stated that any of them were the true artifact. However, how and why they were created is unknown. This could imply that the axe was given out to someone as early as the Second Age. Where the multiples came from though is anyone's guess. Maybe said someone had forged multiple copies of the axe in hopes of recreating its power. Perhaps multiple axes were forged in hopes of deceiving a third party. This was so no one else could get their hands on the blade. Maybe that even included Vile himself. The final part to all of this comes from the Elder Scrolls Blades, and interestingly, it could be the biggest clue into the axe's history. All we get from Blades is a description of the weapon. Who knows what terrible pact was sealed when Clavicus Vile, the Prince of Bargains, created the Rueful Axe, a weapon that steals strength as it cuts and tears. To me, this description, combined with all of the copies in ESO, likely implies that Sebastian Lort was not the axe's first owner, and that he won't be the last. I believe that Vile loans out the weapon to those who seek the destruction of some mighty foe. That foe could be a beast, a creature, some kind of entity, or even a powerful rival. In return, who knows what Vile asks for? Maybe it's their soul, eternal service, or the destruction of something else, something that's good and pure. On the other hand, when Vile is feeling particularly twisted and conniving, he goes as far as tricking people into using it. As with how we saw it with Lort, and potentially the player with Barnabas, the power that the axe has is enough to tempt people into a deadly bargain. Before ending the video, I wanted to share this quote of unused dialogue from Clavicus Vile. If the axe was surrendered to the god and Barnabas had rejoined his master, the player could have interacted with the shrine one more time and he would have heard this comment. Yeah, rub it in. Just imagine what I could get done with my full power and none of these pesky morals. Still, I've got this axe, and even if I can't use it, I'm sure someone would make a deal for it. Maybe I'll have a word with Molag Bal. I'd love to know your thoughts on this quest down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring. The Dwemer are some of the most fascinating topics of the Elder Scrolls universe. From their disappearance all the way to their advanced technologies, fans and NPCs alike have all sorts of theories on them. Perhaps we'll receive some concrete answers in the next Elder Scrolls installment, but for the time being, there are other matters that pertain to the dwarfs. For example, what if the Heart of Lorkhan, the life force of Nirn's head creator and a focal point to Morrowind, were to say, pop back up in Skyrim? That would certainly be something else, as many believe the heart to have been destroyed after the battle between the Neverine and Dagoth. Well, in today's video, I wanted to go over Hermaeus Mora's Daedric quest, Discerning the Transmundane, featured in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. I wanted to play through the mission, listen to the dialogue, and detail my experiences. Then, after that, I'll go over any lore, theories, or messages that were present in the quest. As per usual, the facts and information provided are brought to you by the game itself and the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. In order to begin discerning the Transmundane, the Dragonborn must be level 15. In fact, this quest is quite interesting because it's closely tied to the main questline. The latter half of the main story contains the mission, Elder Knowledge. This comes right after the Dragonborn's first meeting with Paarthurnax. You'll get sent on a bit of a wild goose chase for an Elder Scroll that's needed for beating Alduin. Before you land at its exact location though, you'll need to meet with Septimus Signus. Signus is a bit of an oddball, and that's putting it lightly. He's a former member of the College of Winterhold. In fact, Urag Groshab calls him, quote, the world's master of the nature of Elder Scrolls. However, his search for an Elder Scroll and further knowledge of the Dwemer has brought him into isolation at the Sea of Ghosts. He hasn't been heard from in years, but Urag is still confident that he's alive. Well, that ends up being true, as when the Dragonborn stumbles into his outpost, you not only see the Imperial, but also what he's been doing all this time. Signus's den contains a few things, but the most interesting one is this gigantic dwarven contraption buried in the ice. This is Septimus's fixation, and it's what kicks off discerning the Transmundane.
Dig, Dwemer in the beyond. I'll know your lost unknown, and rise to your depths. Ah, the ice entombs the heart, the bane of Kagranak and Dagoth. To harness it is to know the fundaments. The Dwemer lockbox hides it from me. The Elder Scroll gives insight deeper than the deep ones, though, to bring about the opening. I have seen enough to know their fabric, the warp of air, the weft of time. But no, it is not in my possession. Oh, I am well. I will be well. Well to be within the will inside the walls. Here. Well, here as in this plain. Mundus, Tamriel, nearby, relatively speaking. On the cosmological scale, well, it's all nearby. One block lifts the other. Septimus will give what you want, but you must bring him something in return. You see this masterwork of the Dwemer, deep inside their greatest knowings. Septimus is clever among men, but he is but an idiot child compared to the dullest of the Dwemer. Lucky then they left behind their own way of reading the elderscrolls. In the depths of Black Reach, one yet lies. Have you heard of Black Reach? Cast upon where Drimmer's city slept, the yearning spire hidden learnings kept. Under deep, below the dark, the hidden keep, Tower Mazark. Oft-hand, the point of puncture, of first entry of the tapping. Delve to its limits, and Black Reach lies just beyond. But not all can enter there. Only Septimus knows the hidden key to loose the lock, to jump beneath the deathly rock. Two things I have for you, two shapes, one edged, one round. The round one for tuning. Dwemer music is soft and subtle, and needed to open their cleverest gates. The edged lexicon for inscribing. To us, a hunk of metal. To the Dwemer, a full library of knowings, but empty. Find Mazark and its sky dome. The machinations there will read the scroll and lay the lore upon the cube. Trust Septimus. He knows you can know.
As I was saying, Cygnus speaks cryptically and in riddles. While most would acclaim his madness to isolation and years of devotion to the Elder Scrolls, there's actually another answer in his outpost. Septimus keeps a handful of skooma bottles on hand, just in case he ever needs to take the edge off or hyper-focus on his studies. I'd assume that sweet moon sugar isn't doing any favors to his psyche either. In any case, from here, the Dragonborn receives the blank lexicon and the attunement sphere. These are key items for both elder knowledge and discerning the transmundane. After that, it's off to a long and difficult crawl through the Dwemer ruins of Ulftand. Ulftand is located southwest of Winterhold, and its entrance is among icy fields and pits. This could very well be the player's introduction to the Falmer. It could also be your first time encountering the aforementioned Dwemer machinations. By the opening stretch of the dungeon, you'll come across scenes straight out of a horror movie. Body parts, burnt down camps, splatters of blood, and journals detailing the mysteries of the cave. When the snow elves come to the surface, they leave death and destruction in their wake. Honestly, you'd count yourself lucky to be among the deceased, as it's a far worse fate to be taken alive. At first, you'll encounter mostly Dwemer automatons, like spiders and spheres. The latter can be formidable foes, as they have deadly ranged attacks that can easily do a number on your health. After that, machines show up intermittently, and from there, you'll find yourself mostly facing off against the Falmer. Although, before moving on to Blackreach, you'll have to battle against a Dwarven Centurion. These things can pack a punch, and if you ask me, they sort of serve as mini boss fights, similar to dragon encounters. Now, I've done plenty of videos on the Snow Elves, plus I'm sure you folks probably know all about them already, so I'll spare you the details on their lore. As for their in-game stats though, there are various forms of Falmer, like the Skulker, Gloomlurker, Night Prowler, and Shadowmaster. They can also be melee fighters, spellcasters, or archers. The foot soldiers can be placed as high as level 38, and the bosses can even go up to level 54. They're abundant in the two zones, Ulftand and Blackreach. If you're not careful, they can definitely give you a run for your septums. Speaking of Blackreach, this is the second main area for the dungeon. It's only accessible via placing the attunement sphere into the Dwarven mechanism. This is what opens the way to one of Skyrim's forgotten wonders. Honestly, Blackreach is one of the most interesting and unique places in all of Skyrim. This underground Dwemer city is lit by bioluminescent plants and fungi. There are old buildings and Dwarven machinations placed all around the space. You can access chambers like the Reeking Tower, Hall of Rumination, War Quarters, and Silent City Catacombs. Of course, a lot of these are crawling with Falmer and Dwemer war machines, so it's not exactly a hospitable place for the Dragonborn. Furthermore, there are enemies down here too, like giants, frostbite spiders, and Falmer servants. Blackreach even contains a secret dragon, Volthuriel. There are plenty of theories and ideas out there as to his origins and how he ended up in a place like this. Volthuriel is a level 50 dragon and can easily burn you to a crisp if you're not careful. Honestly, Blackreach probably deserves its own video, as there's a lot to explore and discover in here. Furthermore, it serves as the central point for 3 Dwemer ruins in total, connecting to Alftand, Mazinchaleft, and Raldbuthar. Blackreach was the common area for these sites, further proving that it was once a massive, great, and powerful city of the dwarves. In any case, after battling your way through the Falmer and Warbots, you'll eventually land at the Tower of Mazark. The tower is a relatively small zone, and it's void of enemies. Navigating through it, you'll soon land at the dungeon's puzzle. This is where the lexicon comes into play. Placing it in the receptacle, the oculary powers on. This is what allows the light to come into the tower, and the 4 buttons on the pedestal are what fine-tune the lenses. Pressing them as they light up, eventually a gigantic gem will come down from the ceiling and open up. Inside is the Dragon Elder Scroll. This is an amazing moment in and of itself, and of course it's a necessity for progressing with the main plot. However, the new runed lexicon is also ready for the taking, and this is what progresses discerning the transmundane. With a new and improved key in hand, the Dragonborn can return to Septimus at his outpost and receive further instructions. After all, it is still a little confusing as to what it is that he's after.
Ah, the box contains the heart. Ah, the essence of a god. I have devoted my life to the elderscrolls, but their knowledge is a passing awareness when compared to the encompassing mind of divinity. The Dwemer were the last to touch it. It was thought to have been destroyed by the Nerevarine, but my lord told me otherwise. The Daedric Prince of the Unknown, Hermaeus Mora. I thought there were no secrets left to know until I first spoke to him. He asks a price to work his will. A few murders, some dissent spread, a plague or two, for the secrets I can endure. In time, he brought me here, to the box. But he won't reveal how to open it. Maddening. Give it, quickly. Extraordinary. I see it now. The ceiling structure interlocks in the tiniest fractals. Dwemer blood can loose the hooks, but none alive remain to bear it. A panoply of their brethren could gather to form a facsimile. A trick. Something they did not anticipate. No, not even them. The blood of Altmer, Bosmer, Dunmer, Falmer, and Orsimer. The elves still living provide the key. Bear you hence this extractor. It will drink the fresh blood of elves. Come when its set is complete.
Getting ready to leave, the Dragonborn ascends the outpost only to come across a terrifying sight. Some sort of entity has blocked the exit. If you've played through the Dragonborn DLC, then you know exactly what it is. Otherwise, this will be your introduction to the wretched abyss.
Come closer, bask in my presence. I am Hermaeus Mora. I am the guardian of the unseen, a knower of the unknown. I have been watching you, mortal. Most impressive. Your continuing aid to Septimus renders him increasingly obsolete. He has served me well, but his time is nearing its end. Once that infernal lockbox is opened, he will have exhausted his usefulness to me. When that time comes, you shall take his place as my emissary. What say you? Indeed, speak with me when the box has been opened, and all shall be revealed.
So here comes the second part of discerning the Transmundane. You've officially met with Hermaeus Mora, the Daedric Prince of Knowledge and Memory. Like most gods, he has his own agenda and has revealed to have been using Septimus for his personal gain. He's the reason that Cygnus fled to the Sea of Ghosts and has spent much of his life pondering over the Dwemer and their secrets. He believes that whatever's on the other side of that box will change the course of Tamriel for good. Now, in order to open that door, a sample of Dwemer blood is required. Obviously, as we know it, there are no living dwarves. The fate of Yagrim Bagarn is left unknown, but even if he did survive, he could be anywhere in Tamriel. So that's where Cygnus's theory comes into play. By using the essence extractor on the remaining races of Mer, the Dragonborn can harvest their blood and create a mixed sample. Septimus thinks that this should be enough to trick the mechanism into believing that the blood has come from a dwarf. The collected DNA from the 5 races of elves should be enough to replicate some sort of passable key here. Essentially, interacting with a dead body, the essence extractor gives the player the option to harvest an elf's blood. It only takes one of each race to hit the targeted amount. Furthermore, according to the UESP, these don't even have to be fresh kills. The blood can be extracted from pre-existing corpses. For example, I recalled seeing some dead Dark Elves at Darklight Tower, and I searched for the body of a Bosmer in the wilds of Skyrim. Arguably, Snow Elf blood should be the easiest to come across, as you would have just gone through a long dungeon that was filled with Falmer. With some luck, the corpses wouldn't have disappeared just yet. As soon as all of the blood samples have been collected, the player is then directed back to the outpost one final time.
I can almost hear them. I feel their life energy. Come, I will make the mixture.
Cygnus fiddles around for a bit until he's able to create the blood variant of Jungle Juice. When ready, he approaches the giant cube and is actually able to use the mixture to open up the door. The mechanisms spin until they reveal a small tunnel leading to a central chamber. Following Septimus, the Dragonborn stumbles onto quite the strange find. It's not even something that Cygnus himself was expecting.
What is this? It's just a book. I can...
And just like that, Hermaeus Mora makes good on his promise to get rid of Septimus. Cygnus leaves behind a few things, including the extractor and the ruined lexicon. Resting on the pedestal at the center of the cube is a very unique and ancient artifact, the Ogma Infinium. The initial read of the Infinium presents the player with mysterious pictures, drawings, and runes, although nothing really comes from it, at least for now. Taking the book, the wretched Abyss reappears outside the cube and speaks with the Dragonborn one last time.
Come, my champion. Now, you have my Ogma Infinium. It contains the knowledge of the ages, as revealed to Xarxes, my loyal servant. For hundreds of years, it's been shut away from the world. Septimus was a useful tool for unleashing it. Now, it is in your hands. Let us work wonders together.
And with that, discerning the Transmundane comes to an end. Hermaeus Mora and his avatar return to Oblivion, and Septimus Cygnus' outpost now sits empty. However, here comes the real prize for the Daedric quest. Popping open your inventory and locating the Infinium, you can reread it and discover its true effect. A notification appears on the screen and says, "The Sea of Knowledge rolls before you. Choose the section you wish to read." Then from here, there are 4 options. There's the Path of Might, the Path of Shadow, the Path of Magic, and then there's an option to not read. Honestly, if you're under level 25, I'd even say level 30, I'd put this book away. I wouldn't touch the Ogma Infinium until it becomes difficult to increase your desired skills and overall character level. That's because this book offers the Dragonborn a free +5 to specific skills. The Path of Might includes archery, block, heavy armor, one-handed smithing, and two-handed. The Path of Shadow includes alchemy, light armor, lockpicking, pickpocket, sneak, and speech. Then, the Path of Magic raises alteration, conjuration, destruction, enchanting, illusion, and restoration. Take your pick on whichever path suits your class and playstyle the best, as once the Infinium has been used, that's it. A moment after the book has been read, it permanently disappears from your inventory. To me, that marks the official conclusion for the quest, and from here, the Dragonborn is free to embark on other adventures. Now, let's talk a little bit about discerning the transmundane. Like I mentioned earlier, it's closely tied to the main questline. In fact, you can't even do Elder Knowledge without starting Hermaeus' Daedric quest. You literally need the Lexicon and Attunement Sphere to reach the Elder Scroll. Interestingly though, it's when the Dragonborn returns to Septimus that the level requirement gets put into place. If the Dragonborn is under level 15, Cygnus will send you away, citing that there's much research to be done. Only after hitting the prerequisite level will you be contacted by a courier. He has a message from Cygnus telling you to come back to the outpost, and that's when discerning the transmundane continues. So, in the beginning of the video, I teased the possibility of the Heart of Lorkhan making a reappearance in Skyrim. A quick crash course, there are a lot of different origins for the Heart and Lorkhan himself. The widely believed version though is that Lorkhan had either tricked or convinced the Aedra to create Mundus. After doing so, he was slain by Auriel and Trinimac, believed to now be Akatosh and Malacath. Slain should be used loosely though, as this is where the legend of his heart comes into play. Creating the mortal planes had exhausted the gods greatly, and this is where the Aedra had sworn vengeance upon Lorkhan. Trinimac had dug into Lorkhan and tore his heart from his chest. Thinking this would kill the god, it was revealed that so long as Mundus exists, the heart would continue to beat. Therefore, Lorkhan's life force is tied to Nirn's. So, in hopes that he'd never get to reconnect with his heart, Auriel tied it to an arrow and shot it into the sea. This is where one of the many legends comes to an end. At some point during the First Era, the Dwemer were the ones to find the heart of Lorkhan. It was discovered under Red Mountain on Vvardenfell, so how it would have gotten from the sea to below an ancient and tall landmass is up to interpretation. However, in Vivek's plans for taking down Daedric, he does say that the gods hid and buried the heart under Red Mountain. Again, multiple stories for the lore there, although there's actual evidence for this one. Either way, the Dwemer had begun to experiment on the heart, and this is where they learned that, if harnessed properly, it could grant the user with extraordinary power. It allowed for the creation of the brass god, Numidium. It's what the War of the First Council was fought over, it's what Nerevar died for, it's how the Tribunal came to be, it led to the disappearances of the Dwemer, and it's how the Sixth House survived. The heart is closely tied in with the main plot and lore for the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind. By the end of the story though, the Nerevarine had disrupted the heart using Keening and Sunder. This was enough to bring down the inner chamber of Red Mountain, destroying Akulakhan and Daedric. While it's never stated what happened with the heart afterwards, many believe that it had been destroyed in the chaos. The ending cutscene with Azura has her saying, "The heart freed." The UESP believes that that could mean the heart has been released from its prison here on the mortal plane, but no one's exactly sure what it means beyond that. Apart from foiling the Sixth House's plans and slowly undoing all of the heart's enchantments, like the ascension of the Tribunal, what happens next? While I'd like to say that we'll see that in the Elder Scrolls 6, we did get some answers in Skyrim. We learned that with Vivek's disappearance, the Ministry of Truth, aka the giant rock hurling towards Vivek City, ultimately fell and destroyed the municipality. This ended up causing Red Mountain to erupt even further. This then led to most of Vvardenfell being covered in ash and lava. Given that the Heart and Daedric were practically at the center of the mountain, I can't imagine what would have happened to them with that much force and violence. If there was any hope of trying to recover it, that already went out the window. Furthermore, Vvardenfell and much of Morrowind had fallen into chaos and war as the Nords, Argonians, and Orcs all wanted a piece of the land. Combine the inhospitable nature of Morrowind with the raging wars and violence, and I don't think anyone can brave that sort of expedition. In any case, back to the quest, while Septimus Cygnus never says the heart of Lorkhan is inside the box, it is heavily implied. He called it the Bane of Kagrenac and Daedric, the chief architect for the heart and the leader of the Sixth House. Furthermore, when asked about the box, he gets even more specific and says that the box contains the heart, the essence of a god. The Dwemer were the last to touch it. It was thought to have been destroyed by the Nerevarine, but my lord told me otherwise. From there, there's no denying that Cygnus believed the heart was in the box. Unfortunately though, as the quest plays out, we learn that the heart wasn't inside. Instead, it was the Ogma Infinium. Now, originally I wanted to put forth a theory regarding the heart. The theory was that since Mora is all-knowing, he'd actually be able to tell one way or another if the heart had been destroyed in the Third Era. My thinking was that since he told Septimus of its existence, it had to have still been somewhere on Tamriel. Well, the heart wasn't inside the cube, the Infinium was, and perhaps the Infinium could have contained the knowledge on the heart's whereabouts. A glaring issue with this idea, though, is that Hermaeus Mora is not immune to lying, or at the very least, leading people on. They're told one thing and run away with it, believing it to be the answer that they were seeking. There's an instance in ESO where he tells the player that they'll be receiving the Ogma Infinium. However, when all is said and done, he renegotiates his side of the deal and simply says that the player needed to hear that so they could become more effective. That could very well be what happened in Septimus's case. Mora needed someone with knowledge of the elderscrolls to look into unsealing the Infinium. Using clever wordplay and planting the right seeds, Cygnus heard what he had wanted to hear and devoted years of his life to cracking the cube. This is where the Dragonborn comes in, works closely with the Imperial, and soon takes over as the Daedric Prince's champion. While I don't think you could place 100% certainty in any idea, I do think Mora leading Septimus on for his own personal gain is probably the more likely possibility. However, that's not to say that the heart has definitely been destroyed. I think there's a decent chance that it lives on somewhere in Tamriel. At the end of Morrowind's main story, Vivek never explicitly says that the heart has been destroyed. He only says that the tribunal no longer has access to the heart, and therefore they lose their divinity. When Keening and Sunder are brought up, he specifically says that it severs their connection to the heart. Furthermore, in Vivek's plans to defeat Dagothur, the same terminology of severing connections is used. It mentions attacking the heart, permanently disrupting Kagranak's enchantments, destroying Kagranak's enchantments on the heart, and stopping the corruption of fusion of the heart's divine power. But there's never any mention of the heart itself being destroyed. If anything, given what I'm reading, I'm going to theorize that the heart does still exist. I think it's out there somewhere, as remember, its survival is tied in closely with the Nirns. I believe that while the original enchantments laid upon it by the Dwemer have been disrupted, the heart still has a lot of power. If the right tools are found and used on it, aka Wraithguard, Keening, and Sunder, who's to say that new spells and enchantments can't be placed on it, creating an all-new divinity in Tribunal? What if all it takes is for someone to find the heart of Lorkhan again, and they put it through rigorous experimentation? While the Dwemer were leagues ahead of the other races in terms of academia, perhaps some of the brightest minds that Tamriel has to offer could crack the code. Even if they can't produce a third brass god or the second coming of the Tribunal, an extra edge in battle or a new spell of some kind could go a long way for whoever harnesses that energy. Given that at this current moment in Skyrim's timeline, most of Tamriel has been plunged into at least a cold war, I'd be willing to bet that all sides are eager to get their hands on a power like that. Taking it a step further, perhaps that's knowledge that someone like Hermaeus Mora has access to. Maybe the process of experimenting on Lorkhan's heart has been recorded in the Infinium or just in general by Mora. It could be unlikely for the former to have happened, but again, wouldn't say the chances are zero. If Xarxes was once the scribe of Ariel, one of Lorkhan's chief opposers, who's to say he wouldn't want to keep tabs on the heart that he sought to hide and bury from all other life? Furthermore, Mora does say that the Infinium simply contains the knowledge of the ages as was revealed to Xarxes. Given how monumental the discovery of the heart was, for many reasons related to the Elder Scrolls lore, I'd be shocked if it wasn't detailed in the Ogma Infinium. I know that realistically, the heart of Lorkhan played a very minor role in discerning the transmundane. It was simply used to motivate Septimus Cygnus into unsealing the Infinium. If anything, the Elder Scroll and the crawl through Blackreach are probably what caught most people's attention. While the reference to the heart could have just been mere fanfare for the Elder Scrolls 3, I'd like to believe that there's more going on there. I think this quest opens the doorway for more questions and theories regarding the heart's condition and its capabilities. What if it is still out there? What if all it takes is for the heart to fall into the right set of hands, or, depending on how you see it, the wrong set of hands? From there, who knows what kind of limits can be pushed with regards to divinity, mortality, and the future of the Elder Scrolls. There are some theories out there regarding Mora and the cube. They detail that the prince had the heart swapped out for the infinium as soon as the door was opened. For whatever reason, Mora was unable to gain access inside of the cube, or perhaps this was all sort of some grander plan of his. After all, he is a mastermind with these sort of setups. It's up to interpretation. Mora would have wanted the heart of Lorkhan to either study or as some kind of leverage. This would further his knowledge on the creator of Nirn. The theory goes a step further and says that the Dragonborn can actually hear the heart beating in Apocrypha. This shows that the heart is being kept nearby. To finish out the theory, Septimus believes that only something powerful could have been able to move the heart into the lockbox. No mere mortal would have been able to collect the heart from the pits of Red Mountain and seal it away in an ancient, unknown contraption. It's certainly an interesting idea, but like I said on the previous theories, nothing is concrete and really we're just left to speculate on what could have happened or if it was all simply a lie. Also real quick, because I noticed it and the light bulb went off immediately, while talking with Cygnus about his outpost, he rambles on about the elderscrolls and says the elder scroll gives insight deeper than the deep ones. If you recall, the deep ones were a focal point for one of Oblivion's quests, a shadow over Hactor. They're mysterious entities that live underground, require human sacrifices, and make the town of Hactor rich. However, after the town was sacked by the Legion, the deep ones never returned. Was Cygnus's dialogue a direct reference to these entities? Did he know something about them that maybe we didn't? Are they still out there in Cyrodiil or perhaps beyond? This is unfortunately a question that we may never get the answer to. Before signing off, I'd like to leave you with these quotes from Septimus regarding the heart. Dig Dwemer in the beyond. I'll know your lost unknown and rise to your depths. When the top level was built, no more could be placed. It was and is the maximal apex. The ice entombs the heart, the bane of Kagrenak and Dagothur. To harness it is to know the fundaments. Inside is the heart of a god, the heart of you and me, but it was hidden away. Not by the dwarves, you see, they were already gone. Someone else, unseen, unknown, found the heart and with a flair for the ironical, used dwarven trickery to lock it away. What is this? It's just a book? I can see. The world beyond burns in my mind. It's marvelous. Then finally, as a note from the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, Cygnus's death is detailed as DA04 Septimus Ascension. According to the debug traces, there are two notes left behind. Septimus Ascending and Septimus Vanished? I'd love to hear your thoughts and opinions on discerning the transmundane, as well as the heart of Lorkhan down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring. Throughout human history, many tales have been told that regard curses, or depending on how the afflicted sees them, blessings. Often, the folklore goes that in exchange for some part of your being, you're bestowed a gift. This gift usually comes in the form of heightened senses, immense strength, incredible speed, and/or a physical change to the afflicted's appearance. However, the person ends up losing a part of themselves in the process. This can range from their sanity and free will, all the way to their soul and divine being. In the universe of the Elder Scrolls, there's no shortage of divine exchanges. Vampirism, cultists, worshippers, lycanthropy, the list goes on. The subject makes a sacrifice, swears an oath, and/or pledges their allegiance to a deity. From there, the affliction is bestowed upon them. That usually comes with its own set of pros and cons, depending on who you ask, of course. Sometimes, though, a subject is unwillingly made into a follower. On the topics of vampirism and lycanthropy, that's exactly what can happen. A simple bite or attack can change one's life forever. From there, the Daedric princes, Molag Bal or Hircine, will end up becoming your overseers. In fact, the latter and his curse are the topics for today's video. The mission, Ill Met by Moonlight, is Hircine's Daedric quest in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. It's filled with action, thrill, glory, difficult choices, and even a little bit of nostalgia. As per usual, I'm going to play through the quest, listen to the dialogue, and discuss my experiences with the story. Then, at the end, I'll talk about any lore, theories, themes, or messages that are present within this quest. To begin, the player can actually start this quest as early as level 1. It's one of the 7 Daedric quests that allows you to do so. Plus, depending on your choices in the game, it might not be a bad idea to run through it early on. Traveling to the city of Markarth, the player can wander through its streets until you land at its cemetery. Here, you'll spot rows of graves that belong to Skyrim's fallen soldiers. Standing in the midst of it all will be 3 NPCs. Matthias and Indara are the city's farmers, and Runel is the local priest. Together, the 3 of them appear to be holding some kind of service.
The god Arche was once like us, bound to winding mortality. But he willingly gave up this existence, that we might better understand the vagaries of life and death. It is through the ebb and flow of this cosmic tide that we find renewal, and in the end, peace. May the spirit of Lavinia and all those who have left this world and its suffering know the beloved serenity of Aetherius. And may we one day rejoin them in eternity.
Curious on what that was for, the player can approach the trio. Runel doesn't have much to say with regards to the service. You can ask about the graveyard, the divine arche, and conjuration, but nothing really comes of it. Chatting with Indara, there's even less to go off of. She says that her and her husband, Matthias, tend to the Corpse Light farm. That's essentially just a hint on where to find the two if you'd lost sight of them. However, Matthias is the one who has all of the answers, and he's how the player can officially start the quest.
A sad time. The cemetery is ancient. It's been here longer than the town. I'm no scholar, but I know that a lot of battles have been fought here over the course of history. After each battle, more dead were buried and the graveyard got bigger. I heard it's now the biggest graveyard in Skyrim. Yes, and I couldn't tell you why. My wife and I think there's some dark magic at work. Or perhaps Arche's influence is strong here and he likes to keep it this way. Our daughter, our little girl, she hadn't seen her 10th winter. He ripped her apart, like a saber cat tears a deer. We barely found enough of her to bury. Sinding came through as a laborer. Seemed like a decent man. He's stewing in the pit while we figure out what to do with him. If you've got the stomach to look at him. What could drive a man to do something like this?
So, the person who the service was being held for, Lavinia, ends up being Indara and Matthias' daughter. Her murderer, Sinding, is currently being held prisoner in the guard barracks. Matthias' autopsy of the kill was quite interesting. He said that Lavinia was ripped apart, practically as if a wild animal had done it. I'm sure men, mer, and beastfolk are capable of committing crimes like this, but surely there's more to this story. What's the motive? Why would this Sinding do it, and what was his murder weapon? Heading on into the barracks and descending to the jail, the Dragonborn can interrogate the Nord. However, instead of answers, it really only leads to more questions.
Come to gawk at the monster? Believe me, it wasn't anything I ever intended to do. I just lost control. I tried to tell them, but none of them believed me. It's all on account of this blasted ring. This is the ring of Hircine. I was told it could let me control my transformations. Perhaps it used to, but I'll never know. Hircine didn't care for my taking it, and threw a curse on it. I put it on, and the changes just came to me. I could never guess when. It would be at the worst times. Like with the little girl. I don't suppose there's a point in keeping the secret if I'm going to die in here anyway. I'm sure you've heard of men who shift to beasts under the influence of the moons. I am one of them. A werewolf. It's my secret and my shame. That's why I wanted the ring. It was said to give men like me control. Now, I may look like a man, but I still feel the animal inside of me as strong as ever. Do you not know the Daedric Lord of the Hunt? He revels in the chase, and also gave the gift of lycanthropy to mortals. A powerful force not to be crossed, as I learned too late. I had just come into Falkreath. They needed some help working the mill, and I thought that would be something safe, something I could do. When I saw the little girl, I could feel it coming on. I could taste it. I needed to hunt, but this pitiful, limited body wasn't meant for hunting. Slow, no claws, weak, mashing teeth for chewing cud. I held in my rage as long as I could, but it boiled inside of me. She looked so fragile, helpless prey, and then I feel terrible about what happened, about what I did. It would probably be best for everyone if I just went away. I've been looking for a way to appease Hircine. There is a certain beast in these lands, large, majestic. It's said that Hircine will commune with whoever slays it. I tracked it into these woods, but then I had my accident with the child. I want to beg his forgiveness, give him back the ring. But while I'm stuck in here, the beast wanders free. Oh my. You would do this for me? Here, take it. I don't want anything to do with this wretched thing anymore. Seek out the beast. He wanders these woods. Bring him down and... well, the Lord of the Hunt should smile on you. I wish you luck, but you leave here while I still have my skin. Should our paths cross again, I will remember your kindness. Farewell.
For those who have played through the Blood Moon DLC of Morrowind, you just might remember this ring. If not, I'll go over it later in the video. But for now, with the ring no longer in his possession, Sinding transforms into the beast and escapes from prison. However, it only gets better. The cursed ring of Hircine has been added to the player's inventory. What's more, it gets auto-equipped, and depending on your choices leading up to this point, you may or may not be in for a wild ride. The ring causes the wearer to randomly become a werewolf. This can be extremely unforgiving if it happens in the wrong place at the wrong time. However, in the case of my character, I had already become a lycanthrope and cured the affliction through the companion's questline. Therefore, the ring had no effect on my Dragonborn. Furthermore, if you've never been afflicted with the curse, then you'd also have nothing to worry about. Really, it's just those who actively have the disease that should travel with caution. If that's your character, it's probably best to clear away from Falkreath as soon as possible. Either way, once out of the city, the next phase of the quest begins. The player's current objective is to find and kill the quote, Great Beast. This being is located in the wilderness of Skyrim, slightly east of the city. The cobblestone pathways will get you most of the way there. After that, a simple climb up the rocky mountainside should have you landing at your target. Hearing the name, the Great Beast, I was expecting something more along the lines of a bear, a saber cat, or even a troll, something mighty and ferocious. However, it ended up being something quite different. A majestic white stag was the prize. It didn't dare fight back. Instead, after laying eyes on the Dragonborn, it takes off like the wind and books it further into the wilderness. Fortunately, the stag will stop at some point, believing it to be safe and out of harm's way. This is when the player can sneak up to it and take it out with whatever means necessary. After the stag is dead, something peculiar happens. A specter of the Great Beast appears and wanders over to the player. This is an aspect of the Daedric prince, Hircine.
Well met, hunter. I am the spirit of the hunt. Just one glimpse of the glorious stalker that your kind calls Hircine. I may consider it, but you must first do a service for my glory. The one who stole it has fled to what he thinks is his sanctuary. Just as a bear climbs a tree to escape the hunt, but only ends up trapping himself. Seek out this rogue shifter. Tear the skin from his body and make it an offering to me. Fly, my hunter. There are others who vie for my favor. A bit of competition. Don't dally while the prey flees.
In that moment, the Dragonborn can try and decline the prince's offer. However, it's to no avail and the quest continues on. Peering at the map, the next destination is a cave called Bloated Man's Grotto. It's well north of Falkreath and just northwest of Half Moon Mill. Interestingly, the game's description for this stage of the mission is brief and to the point. Begin the hunt. It's very much like Hircine to set the rules, but not to intervene in the actual game itself. He's always seemed more like a passive Daedric prince, at least in certain scenarios. There are of course the events of the Elder Scrolls 3's DLC, which I'll be discussing later. In any case, arriving outside the grotto, you'll spot remnants of some recent activity. More than likely, this was Sinding's doing, and who knows how much further his bloodlust will go. Now, entering the grotto, the atmosphere really starts to change. The world gets this orange-reddish tint to it. There's a thick haze in the air. The sky and the moon are both red, practically as if the blood moon and the great hunt have begun. What's more, death is rampant in the grotto. Some of your first scenes are gore, corpses, and carnage. A small hunting party has beat you to the grotto, but they certainly were unsuccessful in taking down their prey.
Has the blood moon called you, fellow hunter? The prey is strong, stronger than the hunters. But more will come. Bring him down for the glories of Lord Hircine.
Well, the hunt is officially underway. Sinding has already claimed at least 5 victims, and if you're not careful, you could become the 6th. Quickly surveying the hunting camp, the most useful things that you'll find here are potions from the dead. These will come in handy for the journey ahead. Making your way along the one and only path, it actually doesn't take long for the Dragonborn to encounter the lycanthrope. Sinding is perched on one of the rocks overhead, and he's quite surprised to see you.
And I would deserve it, wouldn't I? I can't stop you if that's what you want to do. Hircine is too powerful. But if you spare me, I can be a powerful ally to you. And I would promise to never return to civilized life. I know now that I can't live among people.
This is where the player has to make a choice, and depending on your decision, it affects the outcome of the quest. You can either choose to spare Sinding's life, or you can continue with your mission and hunt him down. Of course, I'll be exploring both options. The first one I tried out was sparing the werewolf's life.
Thank the gods. Now let's deal with these other hunters. We hunt together.
All things considered, Sinding appears to be in his right mind. I've encountered other werewolves in the game that were flat out feral. No sense of self or self-control. However, Sinding is calm, can communicate with the Dragonborn, and even creates an alliance with you. The only other sophisticated lycanthropes that I've seen are the companions, and even then, they didn't appear to show this much discipline. Either way, with this pathway, the objective is plain and simple: kill all of the other hunters. From here, Sinding becomes a temporary follower. The player leads him through the rest of the grotto, and along the way, hunters begin to spawn in. In total, there are 8 enemies that the Dragonborn and Sinding need to defeat. The first 2 are Hircine and Srasuna, a Nord and a Khajiit. All of the bandits have radiant levels, which can vary from 1 to 25. The next 3 hunters are Torkild the Fearsome, Jarl Grogatuk, and Ariana, another Nord, an Orc, and a Redguard. The latter 2 rely on swords and bows, while Torkild wields a mighty battle axe. For the most part, Sinding is actually able to take on every single hunter by himself. While in beast form, he can pack one heck of a punch and has a great deal of health. Of course, he does have to worry about health regen and getting swarmed by the hunters, but that's what the player's there for. So long as you don't accidentally attack him, he remains your ally for the time being. The final 3 hunters are Rakaran, Heritar, and Ajisi, 2 other Khajiit and another Nord. The former 2 prefer close combat to ranged, while the latter wields a bow and arrow. Truly, this is the lengthier outcome for this quest. 2 lower level players, barreling through 8 fully armed hunters might not be the easiest thing to do. The best way to get through it is by sticking behind Sinding and supporting him through melee combat. Ranged attacks can be quite risky here, as if you clip the werewolf by accident, the scene changes greatly. Once all 8 hunters are dealt with, the Dragonborn can speak with Sinding once more to close out the quest.
Thank you for your help. I will make my home here, away from anyone I might hurt.
Closing out the conversation, the blood moon comes to an end. The reddish tint goes away, the haze clears, the night sky becomes visible, and the moon returns to normal. The only thing the player can do from here is exit the grotto. Although, what of Hircine and the cursed ring? Well, while the journal puts an end to the quest, it doesn't mean that the game does the same.
Well met again, Hunter. So you may think. By bringing down my other hunters, you turn the chase inside out. And they were no base prey. You continue to amuse and impress. Go forth, my blessing.
While not the outcome that the player might have been expecting, Hircine has seen all possible endings. He claims to have foreseen this one as well, a timeline where the player becomes the hunter. Even though he was defied, his will wasn't. Because of that, the player still ends up receiving a reward, and almost a blessing of sorts. The curse from Hircine's ring gets lifted. Now it gives the player additional on-command transformations for their werewolf form. It also adds leeway with health regen while in beast form. Now, if you aren't a werewolf, don't plan on becoming one, or have already cured your affliction, this ring won't be very useful for you. You could sell it for a couple hundred gold, or you could do the alternate ending and receive a different reward, one that might prove more useful for your loadout. Reverting back to the hunt in the grotto, when Sinding asks you to stay your blade, this time you can choose to reject his offer.
So be it.
As mentioned earlier, this outcome has the potential of being much shorter than the previous one. Sinding leaps away from his rocky perch, and the player begins their chase. After a quick stumble through the stone ruins, you'll spot Rissing and Sasruna fighting against the beast. If you're quick enough, you can kill the werewolf before he wreaks havoc through the rest of the hunting party. For the most part, Sinding is an easy fight, especially since you have a couple of other hunters on your side. Once he's been defeated, you can interact with its corpse. From there, you'll have the option to skin Sinding. Choosing to do so, you'll find yourself completing this quest.
You've done well, Hunter. And found my favor. That skin will serve you well, child. Look more closely at it. My glory shall protect you from all this world's grievances. Good hunting.
Hircine takes away the cursed ring as well as Sinding's skin, and in their wake, he leaves you with the Savior's hide. Similar to the Ring of Hircine, this isn't the first time you'll have seen this artifact. The Savior's hide is a unique, enchanted light armor cuirass. It increases magic resistance by 15% and increases poison resistance by 50%. While stylish, it certainly leaves little to the imagination when it comes to the Dragonborn's legs. If not for you, then the Savior's hide can be sold for an even prettier penny than the ring. From here, the grotto reverts back to a quieter space. The blood moon is gone, the great hunt is over, and Hircine has been appeased. The surviving hunters leave the area, ill met by moonlight comes to an end, and the Dragonborn moves on to the next adventure. Really quick, according to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, there are apparently a few ways to end up with both the armor and the ring. Apparently, there are even ways to end up with both rings, the cursed and non-cursed version, as well as the hide, so all three. While I did try out a couple of these methods myself, I unfortunately didn't have any luck. A big component for most of these exploits is to turn into a werewolf, and obviously for my character, that can't be done anymore. There are apparently ways to meet with both aspects, dump a quest item into a chest, betray Sinding at the end, etc. I'd be really curious to hear if you had more luck with these methods than I did. Alright, let's talk a little bit about this stage of quest. As I mentioned before, there are elements in this mission that some of us might have seen previously in the Elder Scrolls games. For example, the Savior Hide makes an appearance again. We've seen it in Oblivion for Hircine's Daedric quest. However, in the 4th installment, its sole enchantment was to resist magic by 25%. On that same note, in the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, the cuirass could be found in the base game. It also only had one enchantment, and it was also to resist magicka. Only, this effect was for 60 points on self. To scale, that's a lot of magic resistance, and arguably the most powerful variant of the cuirass. Then, interestingly enough, the Savior's Hide makes an appearance in the Elder Scrolls Blades, as well as Battlespire. For Battlespire, the hide's creation is accredited to Malacath as opposed to Hircine, which is quite interesting. Beyond that lengthy list, there aren't any more appearances for this cuirass. Something worth noting though, in Skyrim, it's one of the few armor pieces that holds a magicka resistance enchantment, as apparently those are hard to come by, so it might be worth keeping around, even if your character isn't proficient in light armor. As for the ring, this is an artifact that's come up a few less times in the history of the Elder Scrolls, but it's something we've still come across before. For Morrowind's Blood Moon DLC, the Nerevarine takes this relic from Tharstan Heartfang, and in the Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall, this is awarded to the player after completing Hircine's Daedric quest. In all 3 games this ring is featured in, it has the same effect, transform to a werewolf at will. That also means in 2 of the 3 games, as Morrowind's leeway with its effects are a bit different, the ring is useless to those who are no longer werewolves. Now, as for the cursed version of the ring, that's a new one for Skyrim. The Elder Scrolls V is the only time where we see the ring get tampered with by the Daedric Prince. Maybe Hircine felt it was a little too powerful during the 3rd era, so he needed it toned down a bit for the 4th. Or the developers just decided to add their own spin on things. Take your pick for your headcanon. Ill Met by Moonlight is one of Skyrim's shorter Daedric quests. It's fairly linear in that it sets you up to go to certain locations at specific times, from Falkreath to the Wilderness to Bloated Man's Grotto. Really, you're only speaking with a handful of NPCs as well. The mandatory 4 are Matthias, Sinding, Jakir, and the collective aspects of Hircine. Beyond that, it's straightforward with the hunters and any excess NPCs like guards and Runel. All things considered, this was as Hircine of a quest as they come. Werewolves, hunters, prey, a grand hunt, and a choice on which side to fight for. I think because of that, it's hard to docket points in any category. It was as textbook as a quest belonging to the Lord of the Hunt should have been. There weren't any arbitrary or random fetches or bounty hunts. Everything appeared to have a relevant place within this quest and its lore. However, Mehrunes' razor to my head, if I had to call that out on something, I'd almost say it was a little too straightforward. This quest was opened, embarked on, and then closed. There were little to no loose ends by the conclusion. Every stone was set back in place. Nothing could be done further with Lavinia, Matthias, or Indara. The latter two just go back to their simple farming lives. It almost seems like their tragedy was put in place in order to simply introduce the player to Sinding. Once all is said and done, Bloated Man's Grotto returns to its animalistic nature. Hircine's aspects are gone, player gets their reward, and depending on the route you chose, Sinding is dead. There's nothing really to think on here. There doesn't appear to be more worth exploring with this quest. I guess I'd say that it doesn't leave a lasting impression. It's over and done with. However, there are a few things that might be worth discussing. For starters, if the player chooses to spare Sinding, what becomes of him after? Does he stay in the grotto? Does he return to civilization? Or does he find an even more remote place to live? Well, according to the UESP, he doesn't normally stay in the grotto, and he doesn't return to Falkreath or any other hold for that matter. It's likely that you'll find the Nord wandering around Skyrim's countryside, although interacting with him will be futile. For the most part, he'll just ignore the player and stick to his script. There are some bugs where Sinding can apparently be found in a few places at the same time. After the quest has been completed, he might call the jail as well as the grotto his home, appearing in both places. Another bug might occur if the player kills Sinding. Again, he might be visible in both the Falkreath jail and the grotto, only this time he won't be alive. It would just be his corpse that's found in these two areas. Speaking of Sinding, what of his background? He's the main focal point for this quest, so what kind of lore is there for him? Well, unfortunately, there isn't much. In fact, I don't think there's any at all. All we really hear about him is that he was new in town and that he was meant to work the mill in Falkreath. That's about it. It's tough to lean one way or the other on how long he's been a lycanthrope for. Through context clues, my initial guess was that he's been afflicted with this curse for some time. He seems to have decent self-control while in beast form, barring the murder of Lavinia of course, but that was part and due to the cursed ring. He's able to fully communicate with the Dragonborn while in beast form, and he even reasons with you. The newest werewolf I've seen in Skyrim is the player while you're working with the companions. Our characters didn't demonstrate that much intelligence while out on the prowl. That's what leads me to believe that Sinding has had some experience with the transformations prior to this quest. Plus, to have knowledge on the Ring of Hircine and to take it for yourself, your newly turned pup probably wouldn't go for that one as easily, but in the end, who really knows? However, where I sort of lean away from him being a seasoned lycanthrope is the setup for this mission. A mysterious man comes into town looking for work. He thinks he can handle it when all of a sudden, he hulks out and slaughters a little girl. Fast forward to his dialogue in Broken Man's Grotto. Sinding says something along the lines of, "I know now that I can't live with other people." Paraphrasing again, he also says, "If you spare me, I'll live a life of isolation." So, what was Sinding doing before this then? How was he living? If he had these newfound revelations on his beast form, to me this could mean one of two things. Either he was already living in isolation, perhaps a cabin, cave, fort, or grotto. After a while of being on his own, he wanted to see if he was ready for a communal lifestyle again. And of course, the rest is history. This obviously leans more into him being a werewolf for a little bit now. Or, the other side of the coin is that Sinding was freshly turned. He was still learning how to handle his beast form and his savage urges. Thinking he had them mastered, he returned to the civilized world and got a horrible wake-up call that, yeah, his life is forever changed. It's honestly a tough story to piece together, especially without any information to go off of. I suppose for now, all we can really do is speculate and create our own headcanons. Now, the final topic for this video is unfortunately all too common with these Daedric quests in Skyrim: cut content. It seems like Bethesda was fairly ambitious with a lot of these missions, and unfortunately, for one reason or another, a lot of them got dumbed down. This is technically unrelated, but I just wanted to share this as I found it to be pretty neat. According to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, Runel, the priest of Arkay from the beginning of the quest, allegedly had his own quest about him that would have explored his past connections with the Thalmor. I learned this as I was researching Matthias, as he has some dialogue left in the game regarding that news. If you've watched some of my other videos, then you'll know how much I yearn for more Thalmor related content. It's a shame that this one got cut out, as I would have really enjoyed playing through it and dissecting it for this channel. Anyways, that's not important to this video. What is important though is what's missing from Ill Met by Moonlight. There are already a bunch of parallels between this quest and Morrowind's Blood Moon DLC. So, is it any surprise that there were in fact supposed to be more? The Witches of Glenmoral are a reoccurring witch coven in the Elder Scrolls. They helped to cure the Nerevarine of lycanthropy and the Hero of Kvatch of vampirism. They also played a role in ridding the Dragonborn and Kodlak Whitemane of their lycanthropy in Skyrim. Well, according to the UESP, there are unused dialogue topics and game files that suggest they also had a role to play in this quest. It's possible that the Glenmoral witches were meant to transform Sinding's skin into the Savior's hide. This sounds like it was replaced in favor of Hircine doing it, possibly for convenience's sake or for a more consolidated story. Furthermore, you are also supposed to ask Sinding about them. All the topic says is DA05, Sinding explained witch's topic. This to me is fairly interesting, considering he has the most to lose with their involvement. If I had to piece it together, this is just my 2 cents, I would guess that Hircine was really only meant to play a role during the White Stag hunt and if the player chose to kill all of the other hunters. While speaking with his aspect after hunting the White Stag, maybe Hircine's directions were different. Kill Sinding, take his skin, and then deliver it to the witches. From there, you visit the witches and possibly meet with Lucerne, an unused named Hagraven that's still in the game's files. All things considered, I don't think it's the biggest change to a quest that we've seen. If it really was as simple as delivering the skin to the witches, then it sounds like just the ending portion of the quest was altered. Well, of course, a little simpler, it could be as though the action and content of the mission were kept the same. However, maybe it wasn't. Maybe there was a lot more to it than what we got. Perhaps the witches played a grander role in the middle section of the quest. Maybe they had a larger involvement than what the game's files tells us. Perhaps Bloated Man's Grotto was a last-minute addition too. Maybe with all of the changes that were made, Bethesda had to think on the fly and move the hunt to a brand new area. Really, without any concrete evidence, it's difficult to determine what the original vision for this quest was. It's probably an answer we'll never get either. However, I do have a theory as to why the Glenmoral witches were removed from this quest. During the companion's questline, specifically the quest, Blood's Honor, the Dragonborn is sent to the cave, Glenmoral Coven, in search of the witches' heads. Here, you have the option of killing every single Hagraven. There's no dialogue, no options for peace, just violence. Maybe it's because of the plot point for this quest that the plot point for Ill Met by Moonlight had to be altered. The Dragonborn's disposition and relationship with the witches would have been muddy and confusing. The kickers, though, are where the Coven is located and what's inside of their lair. Their cave is northwest of Falkreath, just west of Half Moon Mill. That takes place around the same questing area as the rest of Ill Met by Moonlight. As for the Coven's contents, there's a bloodied altar in there that's believed to be dedicated to Hircine. If that's the case, maybe you were meant to bring the skin and or the ring to this shrine. After all, a lot of the Daedric quests in this game, not all but quite a few, have some connection to a shrine, whereas this one seems to be void of that. Perhaps that was part of the cut content. Plus, this mysterious unused Hagraven, Lucerne, maybe she was meant to spawn in at a certain stage for this quest, and from there, she becomes the link between the Dragonborn and the Savior's Hide. This certainly feels like the perfect storm for what could have been, but unfortunately, again, we'll never quite know. I did enjoy Ill Met by Moonlight. I thought it was an excellent demonstration of Hircine's personality and showmanship. However, it was just a little too simple. Nothing stood out that much for me, and what little that did, there weren't any ways to follow up with it. I'd love to hear your thoughts and opinions on this quest down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring. Over the course of human history, people have gone from living in small and secluded groups to populous and abundant communities. Today, a lot of us are lucky enough to have ease of access to shelter, food, and medicine. If, for example, you got sick, you could see a doctor or go to the hospital. It doesn't really matter how far you are either from these facilities, as with modern transportation, a lot of us are able to get to these places. However, 100 years ago, that might not have been as easy for some people to do. Now think about 300 years ago, 500, 1000, 3000. The common flu, a small nick, or a broken bone could have meant the end for a lot of people. Well, relating that to a fantasy universe, like say the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, sometimes those same rules apply. Sure, there are healers, alchemists, and the Nine Divines, but sometimes traditional and common medicines can't undo the work of a Daedric prince, especially if you're living in a closed-off and secluded part of the province. In today's video, I wanted to go through Malacath's Daedric quest, the Cursed Tribe, featured in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. I'm going to play through the story, listen to the dialogue, and detail some experiences. Then, at the end, I'll discuss any lore, theories, themes, and messages that may be present within this quest. In order to begin, the Dragonborn will have to find themselves wandering off the beaten path. One of Skyrim's many features is that it's home to a diverse crowd of races. Obviously, with the 10 playable races found all over the province, it isn't shocking to find a dungeon, settlement, or stronghold that consists of a bunch of like-minded individuals. With that being said, it also probably does not come as a surprise that the Orsimer, or Orcs, one of the most looked down upon and discriminated against of the races, would choose to live in isolation. Not all, but some of the Orsimer have set up Orc-only strongholds around Skyrim. There are 4 of them to be exact. Here, the Orcs are as self-sufficient as can be. They live, hunt, work, and socialize within a certain vicinity of their camp. They look down on outsiders, and while they aren't hostile right off the bat, it certainly wouldn't take much to get them riled up. In any case, starting out at Riften and heading in the general southwest direction, you'll come across the stronghold of Largashbur. It's a humble place with a wooden fence, a couple of huts, some platforms for defense, and a mountain at its back. Right off the bat, you'll see that there's some commotion going on. A couple of the stronghold's orcs are fighting against a giant. The giant will have likely clobbered a couple of the Orsimer by the time the Dragonborn has intervened. Magic, archery, weapons of steel, take your pick. Odds are, the attention will be on the NPCs, leaving you relatively safe. Even though you'll have helped to fend off their assailant, you won't be welcomed warmly or with much regard. 2 of the orcs here, Atub and Ugor, will start bickering with one another. Atub vouches for you and believes that you can help them with an undisclosed problem. Meanwhile, Ugor thinks that you're an enemy to the tribe, will only bring misfortune, and that it's better they deal with the problem on their own.
We need nothing from outsiders. Yamars will provide for us. We cannot carry on this way. You know we are doomed if we do not do something. Yamars charged me with keeping outsiders away from Largashburg. Would you have me disobey him? You were charged with keeping us inside the walls. Have faith, Ugur. I only wish the best for our tribe. Fine. It's your neck.
The Orsimer kept mentioning the name Yamars, as well as how everyone at the stronghold was on lockdown. No one goes in and no one gets out. However, given the dead Orsimer at their doors, I don't think they're in a position to wait any longer.
Forgive Ugor's harsh words. She's merely doing as she's been told. Please, our tribe suffers, and we need help. Our chief Yamars was once a strong and proud warrior. Now he is stricken, cursed. He is weak, and so our tribe is weak. The giants sense this and intrude on our territory. Now they assault our very home. Yamars refuses help, but I sense that you may be just what we need. Yamars has demanded we stay inside the walls. We cannot leave. I must petition Malacath for relief. This curse must be lifted. But I cannot travel to Malacath's shrine. The ritual must be done here, and I do not have the materials I need. I beg of you, can you bring me troll fat and a Daedra heart? I have no wish to depend on a stranger, but I have no choice.
Before leaving, you're able to ask a few follow-up questions.
You do not know of Malacath? He is the keeper of oaths, the master of curses. He is quick to anger and slow to forgive. One who wrongs Malacath is one who will endure great torment in return. He demands loyalty and strength from his orcs. We have tried to please him, but he is now angry with us, and so we suffer. And a Daedra, of course.
Before venturing off for the ingredients, the Dragonborn can take a brief tour of Largashbur. Here, there are a few more named orcs, although none of them really offer thought-provoking dialogue. Lining the stronghold's boundaries are a few huts. One's for smithing, one's for skinning, and another's for alchemy. By the fence line, there are a few raised platforms that the orcs can use for defensive purposes. There's also a small area where they keep their livestock, such as a goat and a horse. Perhaps the most eye-catching feature of Largashbur, though, is the longhouse. Its design and aesthetic are certainly unique. Inside is where you'll find the chief of the tribe, Yamars.
Curses aren't enough. Now must I suffer you too? What is it? Weeks? Longer? Feels like an age has gone by. I haven't slept in so long. Oh, of course. Because Malacath would take pity on us if only a useless outsider would lend us a hand.
Clearly Yamars is not your biggest fan. Again, the orcs are a proud and distrusting people. The chief does come around eventually though. Within the longhouse, there isn't too much to see, at least there isn't anything that's unique. Probably the most interesting thing in here is the grand boss-like chest in the northern wing. Either way, when the tour's done, the Dragonborn can go looking for the Daedra heart and troll fat. There are more than a few places to find each ingredient. For the heart, the surefire way of getting one is by completing Mehrunes Dagon's quest and entering his shrine. There, you'll be able to face off against two Mora and secure some hearts. Otherwise, check the local alchemy shops, as they're sure to have some in stock. Be sure to bring some gold though, as they can get pretty expensive. As for the troll fat, the same thing could be said about the shops, only it'll be more affordable. Furthermore, trolls can be common enemy types found around Skyrim. Frost trolls are in snowy environments, and regular trolls are in the swampy marshes. An enemy I like to call the New Player's Bane can be found near High Hrothgar on the 7,000 steps. There's a frost troll there that will always give new and lower leveled players a humbling experience. However, with all of that being said, there is an even easier way to procure those ingredients. According to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, the Jorrvaskr living quarters has both of these items. What's more, they're right beside one another, making the search process incredibly simple. With the heart and fat in your inventory, you can return to Atub and move on to the next step of the process.
I will stay right here and wait for you to bring me what I need. Excellent. Now, you must come with me. You'll become a part of this. You must be present for the ritual.
From here, Atub wanders into the longhouse and retrieves Yamars.
It is time, Yamars.
You bring an outsider here, and now insist I call on Malacath for help, when he has clearly forsaken me. You try my patience, Atub.
Doing nothing will not grant our tribe relief from this curse. We must try.
Fine. Let's get this over with.
Together, the three of you move back outside and towards the center of camp. Here, there's a small shrine that consists of various items. all of them meant to be offerings for Malacath.
Now we begin the ritual. Great Malacath, we beseech you, aid us in our time of need.
Why are we bothering with this?
You pathetic weakling!
What's that?
Malacath has heard my pleas. He speaks to us.
You dare summon me, Yamars?
What? What is this?
You don't deserve to call yourself an orc. You're weak, you're small, and you're an embarrassment. You let giants, overrun my shrine. Bring me their leader's club as an offering, and I might release you from this curse.
So it will be. Malacath has spoken, Yamars. Your path is clear.
Very well. You, outsider, come here. I want a word.
Please.
This is all
help
your
Yamars.
fault, you
Do
know.
whatever you can.
I'm stuck fighting a giant now, thanks to you. So you're going to help me. You're going with me, and you're going to make sure I don't have any trouble reaching that giant. Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. This giant, it's not the only thing in the Fallowstone Cave. Getting to it isn't going to be easy. You're going to clear a path to the giant so I can conserve my strength. I'll make sure you're paid for it. So you meet me at Fallowstone Cave, and I'll get this over with. I can have my tribe back, and you can leave us alone.
Well, that might not have been what anyone was expecting. Instead of offering support for Yamars, Malacath ended up tearing him a new one. Why did the Daedric prince call the chief a weakling? He seemed surprised that Yamars even contacted him, let alone asked for help. Well, let's just say that in due time, the plot only thickens. From here, Yamars legs it across the county. If you're like me and don't know where Fallowstone Cave is, you'll have to either follow close by or wait until he reaches the entrance. The trek there is almost comical. For a weak and sick man, Yamars is able to hold this sprint for quite some time. The chief will stop for every enemy under the sun, and he even takes a detour through Riften, which I have to imagine is quite jarring for its citizens. Eventually, after slaying his fair share of spiders and completing his marathon, Yamars stops right outside the questing area. Here, there are clear signs of giant activity, alluding to the fact that you might have your work cut out for you.
If there's a chance this'll save me, then I'm taking it. I'll lead the way, but you'd better back me up. Let's get this over with.
From here, the objective is simple: protect Yamars. Although, he doesn't appear to need much help from the Dragonborn. The chief is certainly capable of making it through the dungeon on his own. Fallowstone Cave is home to a few giants, as called out by Malacath. Normally, this dungeon is home to aggressive animals. However, with this quest active, the giants overhaul it and take over. Yamars ends up having the same mindset that he had while venturing over here. Eyes on the prize. If the giant isn't directly in his pathway, Yamars will more than likely pass right by it. If, however, the orc does cross paths with one of these invaders, the two will end up duking it out. While Yamars isn't a powerhouse in terms of combat damage, his defensive capabilities are impressive. Due to his blocking skill, his armor, and overall health, his HP bar barely budges with each hit. Sure, these fights would probably take a while, but I have no doubt that Yamars would end up coming out on top. Plus, he's marked as essential, so nothing can really happen to him. Throughout Fallowstone Cave, the Dragonborn and the chief will come across the bodies of dead orcs. Best guesses here are that these are either pilgrims or other warriors who are answering the call of Malacath. Not too long into the cave, Yamars leads the Dragonborn to an opening. This is the entrance area for Giant's Grove, the final stop for this harrowing mission. For the most part, it's relatively barren, at least for the first portion. Before rounding the corner to the true test, Yamars stops and speaks with the player.
All right, I'll go kill this giant. Unless, of course, you'd like to make some extra gold. I'm tired. I haven't slept well in weeks. You kill the giant. Bring me the hammer. We go back to Lagershbur. I tell everyone I did it. You keep your mouth shut, and I pay you. Handsomely.
An interesting proposition by the chief. It creates a fork in the road for this quest, but one that ultimately leads to the same outcome. For now, I'll begin by showing what happens if you decline his offering.
Fine. Then wait here. This should only take a second.
From here, Ymars runs on ahead and ventures to the center of the grove. The Dragonborn follows close by, and as they turn the corner, the true challenge of Giant's Grove gets revealed. There's one final giant that's desecrating and occupying Malacath's shrine. As Ymars confronts it and takes it on in battle, his fate is quickly decided. The giant clobbers Ymars and kills him in moments. The chief's journey through Nirn comes to an end, and now it's the Dragonborn's turn to try their hand at the fight. Really, this giant is the exact same as all of the other ones. It shares the same stats and movesets. The obvious things to look out for are the game-ending glitches, as well as the incredibly powerful club strikes. Interestingly, I managed to cheese the fight by firing off arrows from behind one of the nearby trees. The giant would run up to me and get close to swinging, but for whatever reason, possibly due to line of sight, he'd quickly turn around and run off. After littering this beast with arrows, the battle was decided.
Ymars was a fool, always trying to scheme his way out of responsibility. But you took care of him and the giants. 2 problems solved at once. Now, take Shagrel's hammer back to Largishburg, and we'll see about whipping the rest of them into shape.
Shagrel's Warhammer, a basic 2-handed weapon, is located within the giant's inventory. Before leaving, the player can have a look around the grove, as odds are you won't be coming back here. There are more dead orcs scattered around the site. Some are dressed as commoners, and others are decked out in weapons and armor. This gives further merit that pilgrims and warriors alike were here for different reasons, some to worship and others to protect. Near the statue of Malacath, there's a boss-level chest which of course contains leveled items. Beyond the pyre, the monuments, the corpses, and the miscellaneous goods, there's not much else here. Like I said, it's sort of a one-off area for the Dragonborn. When ready, you can backtrack through Fallowstone Cave and exit into the wilderness. From there, a simple fast travel back to Largashbur and an interaction with Atub seals the deal.
Malacath blesses this land for the orcs, and the orcs alone. But what of Ymars? I see. He did not survive. He died well? Ah, that is good to hear then.
Ymars was a coward and a weakling. His deceitful ways have cost you all greatly.
So he has been punished. And what of us? What fate shall we suffer?
You'll have to prove yourselves, but I'm willing to give you a chance. Gullerzov's in charge now. Let's hope he's a better chief. You place that hammer on the shrine. You're the only one who's proven worthy in all of this.
Obeying the Daedric prince, the Dragonborn steps up to the makeshift shrine and places Shagrel's Warhammer on the antlers. Within moments, the Warhammer transforms into the legendary weapon, Volendrung. Volendrung has made an appearance in most mainstream Elder Scrolls games. In Skyrim, it comes in the form of a unique 2-handed Warhammer. If you're playing as a warrior-like character who's proficient in 2-handed weapons, Volendrung is the piece for you. It has strong base stats, but its most effective ability is its enchantment. It absorbs 50 points of damage per hit. Essentially, that means never-ending heavy attacks. Speaking from experience, for my heavy hitter build, my biggest weakness is the loss of stamina. It can quickly turn the fight away from my favor. However, a weapon that keeps my energy and power well supplied while dealing incredible amounts of damage, I can't think of anything better. Now, reverting back to the Grove, this time, let's explore what happens if you decide to accept Ymars' proposal.
Good. I'll be waiting right here.
From here, the same sequence of events occurs. Rounding the corner of the grove and getting close to the pyre, the giant notices the Dragonborn and a fight breaks out. Now, depending on where you stand, if you're close to Ymars, he might snap out of his laziness and join the battle. This happened for me, but it also devolved into something much worse. While firing some arrows, the chief crossed through my line of fire and took a shot to the head. This was enough to fast-track his coding to phase 2 of this fight. Normally, when friendly fire occurs in Skyrim, your ally will give you a warning. However, with Yamar's, he went straight for the revenge kill. It all makes more sense though when the giant is dealt with.
Excellent work. You have a true fighting spirit. Did that better than I could have. Of course, I can't let you leave here alive. Wouldn't want anyone finding out.
Well, there you have it. It turns out that Yamar's was exactly the type of orc that Malacath said he was. Lazy, weak, and conniving. Who knows what other kinds of schemes and treachery he's performed in the past, especially against the members of his tribe. If you didn't accidentally attack Yamar's during the giant fight, now is when he'd actually turn hostile. As mentioned before, the chief's stats are quite interesting. Maybe it's due to him being weakened from his curse, maybe he's just a poor fighter in general, or maybe it's a little bit of both. But while the chief barely deals any damage, he can put up one heck of a defense. He's placed at the same level as the player, but according to the UESP, the formula for his health is 1050 plus the player's level minus 1 times 11.7. Combine that with his orcish armor and his block skills, Yamar's is built like a tank. Really though, all that matters from the Dragonborn's perspective is that you can maintain your health. By staying in the fight and simply whittling his health down, you're sure to come out on top. After his death, Malacath speaks to the player again and the order of operations resumes. You bring the hammer back to the stronghold and it gets transformed into Volendrung. Really, the only difference is a new piece of dialogue while interacting with Atub.
What? Why would he do such a thing?
Yamar's was a coward and a weakling.
And that's about it. Really, this ending, or rather the lead up to this ending, sheds the most light on the overarching story, but it's still a little confusing. Malacath had cursed Yamar's because of his tendencies to lie, deceit, and betray. The traditional honorable orc leads their tribe through strength, violence, and bravery. Yamar's had none of those qualities, yet somehow he ended up as chieftain. Because of that, the Daedric prince ended up invoking his wrath. This would have a bleeding effect for the rest of the tribe. Everyone else was forced to stay at Largashbur, and slowly, the stronghold fell apart. Ideally now, with Gullerzob in charge, the community will regain its strength. They'll be able to go back and do whatever it is that they did before. Eat, sleep, fight, hunt. As for the Dragonborn, you've proven yourself to be a friend of the orcs. They now consider you bloodkin. This allows you to trade with their merchants, interact with their tradesmen, and you can come and go as you please. The Cursed Tribe allows the player to peel back the curtain on the orc tribes and their strongholds. They are an incredibly proud and hardy people. This, of course, is to a fault, as when their community was falling down around them, they would have rather watched it burn than get help from an outsider. It's only due to Atub, the sorceress of the group, that they were able to mend their problems. While I'm sure the other Orsimer had reverence for Malacath, really it was Atub who sought his guidance and knew how to actually communicate with him. Everyone else seemed rather standoffish and put off the idea that they'd have to go that far. I think in the end, that's one of the reasons, albeit a minor one, as to why Malacath said the tribe would have to prove themselves. They didn't demonstrate nearly as much faith and dedication to the Daedric prince as they should have, and because of that, he's putting them to the test. However, I'd say the major reason for Malacath's examination is that he wants to ensure that no one else in the tribe ends up like Yamar's. There are obvious reasons for this, but some of the most compelling ones are actually hidden. Did this quest feel off to you? Did it feel spliced together, out of order, or shortened? Because it did for me, and I just discovered why. Interestingly, according to the UESP, there was a scrapped version for this quest, a slightly different variation from the one that we got. According to unused dialogue and data fragment DA06 Shrine, the lead up for the Cursed Tribe would have went as such. After your conversation with Atub, she would have sent you straight to Yamar's. You'll note that in the version of the quest we got, it wasn't necessary to speak with Yamar's until after Atub communicates with Malacath. Yamar's would have then said some dialogue to the player, and from there, you would have been sent off to Malacath's shrine. Only, this would have been a different shrine area. It sounds as though the Daedric Prince's statue in Giant's Grove was a later addition to the game. Where you were supposed to get sent to and what would have happened are also unknown. From there, it's believed that Atub would have then done a ritual back at Largashbur, and a final altar task from Yamar's would have ensued. As it would turn out, we have record of the unused dialogue. It points out to some possibilities for what the original quest could have entailed. The first meeting with Yamar's has the player saying, "I understand you need help." To this, Yamar's would have responded with, "Atub, meddlesome woman, You would help us? Help me? Tell me, outsider, can you banish spirits? For that is what I need. The player then asks for clarification, and Yamar's elaborates. Spirits, ghosts, I am cursed, haunted, and I can do nothing. Can you fix that? Of course you cannot. No one can. It is my lot as chief of this tribe, and I so suffer quietly. What kind of spirits? The Dragonborn asks. The kind that curse you, haunt you in the dead of night. There is nothing you can do, nothing anyone can do. Shagrol, once the leader of this tribe, unhappy with his demise, has dealt with Malacath himself to curse me, curse us all. This is actually a very important detail. At no point did we receive any information on Shagrol's warhammer. It was just a weapon that Malacath had asked the player to retrieve. However, now we're hearing that he was the previous chief of this tribe. Unhappy with his demise can mean a lot of things. While I'm sure Yamar's tried to have it come off that Shagrol died dishonorably in battle, I'd be willing to bet my top septum that Yamar's betrayed him in some way. This is reflected in Yamar's betrayal toward the player, as well as Malacath calling him conniving, a coward, and full of schemes. The rest of the conversation goes as follows. The player will respond to that with, there must be something I can do. You, an outsider, says Yamar's, I'd sooner slit my own throat than accept help from you. To even consider it would be such a sign of weakness that I might as well abandon my tribe now. The player then asks if he has to do this alone, and Yamar says, I am the one cursed by Malacath. It is my burden. I bear it and continue to lead, and the others see how strong I am. That is how I rule. Thinking outside the box, the Dragonborn responds, a truly strong chief would break the curse, not suffer from it. This would have gotten Yamar's thinking, breaking a curse is not a simple thing. It is dangerous, but to have won against Malacath himself, that would be seen as real power. Winding down the conversation, the player says, so, use me to help you break this curse. Yamar's responds, you persist. Fine. You go tell Malacath to lift this curse from me. See how well he listens to you. Offer yourself up as a sacrifice while you're there. So, knowing what we know now, the context clues from the original quest and the facts from the revised ones, it seems like Yamar's was obsessed with gaining a leg up on his rivals. His rivals were those who had equal to or more power than him. Yamar's likely killed Shagrol, or had a hand in his death. However it was done, it was seen as dishonorable. It surely wasn't a duel or a challenge of some kind. It was probably through backstabbing or blatant betrayal. Next on his hit list would have been Malacath. He would have considered himself to be a god if he could have tricked the Daedric prince. However, more than likely, this is where Malacath would have revealed Yamar's true nature to the player, and what happened after that is anyone's guess. Given that Shagrol's warhammer is in the revised version of the quest, I'd assume that it played a role in the original version too, perhaps more than we know. If anything, its context probably made a lot more sense. My theory is that the final stages for this quest still would have involved retrieving the weapon. Then, maybe while on the way back, Yamar's ambushes and confronts the player, ensuring that no one learns of the truth. Either way, we'll never actually know what the intended plot was, what the later additions were, or if there were any further cuts to the story. To be honest, while playing through this quest, it felt like there were missing pieces and altered plot points. I already mentioned Shagrol's role in this whole thing, but it also seemed apparent while Malacath was speaking to the player. It seemed like Malacath had revealed the twist before we were even supposed to catch wind of it. Even Yamar's was confused at Malacath's dialogue during the ritual. Well, I suppose you could chalk it up to the Daedric prince knowing something that the player didn't, and then that piece of information coming to light later, I still feel as though a few things were quickly spliced together for this quest. It feels like important details were taken out and what we got was a bit of a jigsaw. I also felt similarly while collecting the offerings for the shrine. Trollfat and a Daedra's heart aren't very complicated or intriguing items. They felt a little too random, almost as if it was an afterthought, made to fluff up the quest a little more. While other missions in Skyrim have similar stages and steps to them, the Daedric quests are typically a little more fleshed out than that. So right off the bat, when I was told to go and collect 2 obscure ingredients without any direction or quest markers attached, question marks went off in my head. Furthermore, this wouldn't be the first instance where Daedric quest was dramatically altered. Mephala's quest, the Whispering Door, is a shell of its former self. It was intended to be so much more than what we got, and I think the same thing could be said for the Cursed Tribe. In any case, I'd love to hear your thoughts on Malacath's Daedric quest down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring. You know, there's a little known fact about The Lord of the Rings that I've always been fascinated by. Yes, this is an Elder Scrolls video, and I promise it's going to tie back into Bethesda's universe. The author, J.R.R. Tolkien, had actually started a sequel to the Lord of the Rings trilogy. It was titled The New Shadow. Ultimately, it was scrapped in favor of simply closing out the story, and most of the specifics that come from those drafts are irrelevant to my point. But an important takeaway is that this story took place over 200 years after the return of the king. At this point, the atrocities of Sauron and his evil forces were well in the past. However, in the Fourth Age, in the city of Gondor, it was almost like everyone forgot how horrible things were during the War of the Ring. Children would run around and pretend to be orcs. Sympathizer groups to the Dark Lord were on the rise in Middle-earth. Cults met in secret and gave praise to Sauron. Tolkien made it a point to emphasize that as time goes on, people are quick to forget, or rather, they have selective memory. The current citizens of Gondor weren't around to experience the horrors of the Dark Lord's army, so they're quick to joke about it, make fun of it, and even yearn for the change that the Dark Lord vowed to bring on. This setup hits pretty close to a quest in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, and of course, that quest is the topic for today's discussion. Pieces of the Past is Mehrunes Dagon's Daedric quest. It's full of adventure, curiosity, and of course, Tamriel's dark history. So, I'll begin by playing through the quest, listening to the dialogue, and detailing some of my experiences. Then, at the end, I'll discuss any lore, theories, messages, and themes. The quest, Pieces of the Past, becomes accessible to the player as soon as their character hits level 20. While wandering around Skyrim, a courier will approach the Dragonborn and hand them a note. They'll mention that it's regarding some new museum in Dawnstar. Opening up the museum pamphlet, it reads, Silas Vesuvius presents the Museum of the Mythic Dawn, a history of the cult that toppled the Septim dynasty, inside of his very own home in the great capital of the Pale, Dawnstar, free and open to all citizens of Skyrim. While several of the in-game NPCs will give a history lesson on the Mythic Dawn, players who are familiar with the Elder Scrolls for Oblivion should know this cult well. They were once feared and hated by pretty much all of Tamriel, and now they get a museum opened in their honor. Traveling to Dawnstar and venturing to the northern shores, the player will get a proper view of Silas's home, aka the museum. Its tattered banners that once belonged to the Mythic Dawn could be seen flapping in the wind. Standing atop the stairs, a man clad in ominous red robes can be seen bickering with Dawnstar's court sorceress, Medina.
Your ancestors wouldn't want this, Silas.
Why should I hide from it? This is my family's legacy.
It's the past. Dead oaths on dead lips. Let it stay there.
The museum is opening, Medina.
Curious, you approach the sorceress and get the scoop.
I beg you, don't go into Silas's museum. Silas comes from one of the oldest families in Dawnstar. They have a complicated history. Several of his ancestors belonged to the Mythic Dawn, the cult that almost destroyed Tamriel. His family's involvement was only found out well after the crisis had died down, but it still ruined their reputation. They were outcasts. And now Silas is back, and this museum to the Mythic Dawn is his way of trying to rebuild his family's pride. It's misguided. Not a student of history, I see. It's for the best. They're a group that should be forgotten. The only thing you need to know is that they almost destroyed the world, and they were stopped a long time ago.
Through that, you learn that the man in red, Silas, has a chip on his shoulder, a shunned family that's seeking redemption, only they're going about it in a very strange way. Instead of forsaking his family's past, Silas chooses to embrace it. He's attempting to make the Mythic Dawn relevant again, and clearly, by the looks of his museum, he wants everyone in Dawnstar to know that he's not ashamed of it.
And here comes my first visitor. The Museum of the Mythic Dawn is open, friend. And here you are. Good. Come in, browse the display and let's talk. I have a job you look perfect for. Let's talk inside.
Right off the bat, the Imperial sizes up the Dragonborn and sees that they can be of use. This conversation is actually what spurs on Pieces of the Past, as before, it was simply a miscellaneous quest to visit the museum.
Feel free to look around. Come talk to me when you're ready to discuss that job I mentioned.
Entering Silas's home, his quote, museum only has a few exhibits to it. However, they do all play important roles in Cyrodiil's history. Approaching each case, Silas gives you the guided tour.
The tapestries hung here and outside were found in hideouts, where members of the Mythic Dawn would meet and plot. The cult's greatest accomplishment was the assassination of the Septim Dynasty and the opening of the Oblivion Gates. Those robes were worn during the Mythic Dawn's secret meetings, where they plotted to bring the Daedra Mehrunes Dagon into Tamriel. Each bolt of yarn used to make the robe was colored with a dye, made from sacrificial blood. That burned paper is all that remains of the fabled Mysterium Xarxes, the blasphemous book written by Mehrunes Dagon himself. It's said that Mankar Cameron used the book to open a portal to a paradise, where all his followers would live forever. The commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes were written by the Mythic Dawn cult leader, Mankar Cameron. He promised a paradise awaited his followers when they died, that they would be reborn by Mehrunes Dagon's side. Ah, yes, that scabbard. Notice the insignia? An Oblivion Gate, a key symbol of Mehrunes Dagon, the patron Daedra of the Mythic Dawn.
Each of these relics had a huge part to play in Tamriel's destiny. For those who are iffy on the details, I'll go over each artifact after the quest is over. In the meantime, after the Dragonborn has finished having a look around and admiring or loathing each historical piece, they can turn back to Silas and ask further questions.
Did you have any questions about the museum, or would you rather talk business? They were worshippers of Mehrunes Dagon, the Daedric Lord of Destruction and Change. The Mythic Dawn killed Uriel Septim VII and his heirs, triggering the events that led to the Oblivion Crisis when the Daedra invaded Tamriel. All that remains of the infamous cult I've gathered in my museum. Ah, an excellent question. Mehrunes Dagon is the Daedric Lord of Change, Destruction, and Ambition. Dagon's Mythic Dawn cult killed the Septim Dynasty and opened the Oblivion Gates into Tamriel. They called it the Oblivion Crisis. It's no secret that my family were once members of the Mythic Dawn. One of my forefathers was even chosen to assassinate Uriel Septim himself. We hid from our past for years, became tradesmen, people of coin and influence. But I realized that the Mythic Dawn's importance, our importance, to history cannot be denied. I'll see everyone in Tamriel remember that for a moment, we held the fate of the world in our hands, for good or ill.
While it doesn't seem that Silas fully believes his family and the cult were in the right, he does make it seem as though his stance is neutral. He seems to celebrate and relish in the power and influence they once had, and given what their crimes were, I'd say that he's in the wrong here. Whether for the better or worse, his aim is to bring admiration and recognition back to this long-lost cult. Curious as to where this goes from here, the player can then get into the aforementioned job.
A little history first. After the Oblivion Crisis, a number of groups cropped up dedicated to wiping out the remnants of the Mythic Dawn. One of these groups found Mehrunes' razor, the artifact of Dagon. They split it into 3 fragments and pledged to keep them apart forever. That was almost 150 years ago, and the pieces are still being kept by the descendants of that group, and they're right here, in Skyrim. At least 2 of the owners, Gunzel and Draskua, are dangerous marauders, and the 3rd owner, Jorgen, I only know he lives in Morthal. Here are my notes about them. I'll gladly pay you for getting the pieces any way you can. No questions asked.
There are obviously some missing pieces of information here. How did the razor end up in the hands of an unknown group who are now in Skyrim? How did it leave the hero of Kvatch's possession? Those questions actually have some answers to them in the book that Silas had just given you, The Keepers of the Razor. However, for lore's sake, I'll do a read over it after all is said and done.
The razor is Mehrunes Dagon's personal artifact. It has always heralded bloody change and carnage. It's held many names. Dagger of the Final Wounds, Bane of the Righteous, the Kingslayer. The Mythic Dawn worship Dagon as a god. Having his razor would be invaluable to my collection.
From here, the Dragonborn has their work cut out for them. Leaving Silas's museum and opening the world map, you'll see that 3 different locations have been marked. These are where the 3 fragments are being held, each by a different owner. The order of which you obtain them doesn't really matter. 2 of them involve crawls through dungeons, while the third is based more around skill. So, starting with the third one first, the hilt of Mehrunes' razor is currently in the possession of Jorgen in the city of Morthal. Or rather, the lumberjack has the hilt in a chest in his cabin. Many moons ago, while embarking on other adventures through this town, Jorgen was actually slain in my playthrough. A dragon had bested him, and I remember thinking, hopefully he doesn't play a role in any of the quests. Well, here you go. If for whatever reason Jorgen is absent in your playthrough, that makes taking the hilt more straightforward. Lami, Jorgen's wife, might still be around, but she's usually away from her house during the day. Picking their cabin's novice lock, the fragment is in Jorgen's adept chest. Securing the hilt, you can either travel back to Dawnstar and hand it to Silas right away, or you could continue with collecting the rest of the pieces.
What is it? Do you have one of the razor fragments? Did you try the grip? Isn't it eerie how it seems to mold itself into your hand? Here's your gold. We just need the pommel and the shards of the blade now.
Now, let's say that Jorgen is still alive in your game. You can still go ahead with the heist, or for more added lore, you can speak with the lumberjack and get his perspective on the hilt.
Don't know what you're talking about, stranger. I've heard of him. My father had suspicions about his connection to the Mythic Dawn. Guess they were true. I don't need this. My family wasted 8 generations keeping that razor safe from a dead cult. As far as I care, it can stay locked in my house. I don't care, but my ancestors do. You can't have it. You want to fight? You got it.
If all else fails, like it did for me, a good old-fashioned fistfight tends to resolve the world's problems. Clobbering Jorgen, he willingly surrenders everything that generations of his family have worked for to keep hidden.
Damn it, why'd you have to walk into Morthal? Fine. The hilt is in the chest inside my house. Here are the keys. Take that damn thing and go.
Again, through his dialogue, you can see that Jorgen doesn't even really know what it is that he's protecting. All he knows is that this hilt has been passed down from parent to child, and that his ancestors worked hard to ensure that its presence remained a secret. Does he know that this is a fragment of Mehrunes' razor, and that the Mythic Dawn have been searching for it? Well, it sounds like he does, yeah. Although, has the overall seriousness of his duty faded, and has he started to have doubts about keeping this heirloom in the family? I'd also argue, yes. Either way, flipping a coin for the next location, the quest brings the player to a fort called Cragtusk Keep. This dungeon is just west of Falkreath and right down the road from the old Dark Brotherhood sanctuary. For the most part, its occupants are orc hunters and bandits. The guards and warriors around the exterior are nothing to worry about. Anyone who's over level 20 should have no issues with clearing the outside. Now, inside Cragtusk Keep is where the battle can get tricky. There are only 3 NPCs you'll have to deal with. 2 of them happen to be more bandits and hunters, so no need to worry there. However, the third is this aforementioned Gunzel. Gunzel is the protector of Mehrunes' razor's blade. He too is an orc bandit, only he's clad in Nordic carved armor, wields a 2-handed enchanted battle axe, and knows how to hit really hard. If you're lucky, he may say, looking for the blade, you aren't the first. Otherwise, he gets straight into swinging, and it's up to the Dragonborn to respond. As soon as the leader has been defeated, the rest of the search is fairly straightforward. On his person, Gunzel has a key to the Cragtusk Vault. Taking it, the player can head back down the main chamber of the keep, and this time, travel through the doorway on the western wall. This leads you through more corridors until finally, you hit a roadblock. Accessing the cage beside it, you can easily open it up via Gunzel's key. Activating the button, the metal bars retract into the ground, and the Dragonborn can make their descension to the vault. Down here, the orcs kept some basic supplies along with stashes of gold and weaponry. At the back of the hall, there are more bars that are meant to keep you out. However, simply pulling the 2 nearby levers lowers them, and it's onto the final chamber of Cragtusk. The back of the room holds the second fragment of Mehrunes' razor. Leading up to it, though, are various traps, albeit they are pretty obvious and easy to trigger. Successfully getting past them, the player can secure the blade and return to Silas for your reward.
It's strange holding a hilt that isn't connected to a dagger. Oh well. Look at them. The legendary sharpness of a Daedric weapon. Marvelous. And here's your payment for the shards. There's only the pommel left to collect. Exciting, isn't it?
I didn't call it out before, but with each successful find, the player is rewarded with a leveled amount of gold. While handy, it's nothing compared to the end result of this quest. The final location for the final fragment of Mehrunes' Razor is Dead Crone Rock. This dungeon is in the far west reaches of Skyrim. It's southwest of Markarth and deep into Forsworn territory. Now, doing this quest, I sort of got this funny feeling. Obviously, very few Daedric quests are seen as good and beneficial for the masses. They typically involve some dark, twist, or wicked detail that can turn one's stomach. While this mission is far from over, it certainly feels like, so far, I'm doing the wrong thing. Sure, you could argue that Silas wants these pieces collected for the sake of history, and that apart from Jorgen, each owner is hostile and therefore bad in their own right. However, for 150 years, this group that's dedicated themselves to erasing the Mythic Dawn from history have been doing their due diligence and have kept the pieces of the blade separate. Collecting all the fragments and reuniting them again just feels wrong, like it's a step forward for the Mythic Dawn and Mehrunes Dagon. I can't help but wonder how NPCs like Joffrey, Boris, Martin, Uriel Septim, Mankar Cameron, and even the Hero of Kvatch would feel about my mission. I'm essentially bringing up a legacy that they, and many others after them, worked hard at tearing down. This also includes this militia that's been upholding their duties for 150 years, as well as 8 generations of their family tree. Either way, conscience to the side for now, Dead Crone Rock is a Forsworn encampment. For some reason, the quest marker will guide you into one of the area's keeps, Hag Rock Redoubt Ruin. Running through this ruin is not necessary. In fact, it's considered to be the long way around. The dungeon holds various Forsworn NPCs like foragers and looters. In fact, in its upper section, it even has a Briarheart for the player to face off against. These are of course the most challenging variants of the Forsworn, sitting right below the Hagravens. Once the Briarheart has been dealt with, the ruin spits the Dragonborn back out into Skyrim. This is essentially where you could have ended up if you had just continued to follow the path outside. However, there were and still are more Forsworn for you to deal with. This includes another Briarheart and an unaffiliated troll, certainly a random creature to find at their camp, but there have been stranger ones before. The exterior of the ruin continues to lead the Dragonborn up the mountainside, until finally they land at the mandatory keep, Dead Crone Rock. Inside, it's a brief crawl through more narrow hallways and small chambers. There are a handful more of the Forsworn in here, but no Briarhearts or anything of that concern. Opening up one of the side passageways, the player now has free access back out into Skyrim and up into the top of Dead Crone Rock. As it would turn out, the third owner of a Mehrunes Razor fragment is a Hagraven. This is Draskua. She's placed at level 20 and has fairly common stats for a Hagraven. Her spells and casts can prove deadly, so it's often best to close out the fight as quickly as possible. Again, similar to Gunzel, if you're lucky, Draskua will share her one and only dialogue bit. "You won't take my eye, man-thing." Given that she's the keeper of the pommel, a small black orb, I think it's safe to presume that that's what she's referring to here. With Draskua dead, the Dragonborn can claim the final fragment of the Razor and return to Silas. However, before doing so, there are a few points of interest here. There are soul gems, a boss-level chest, and of course, a word wall. This wall reveals one of the words of power for the Dismay Shout.
Our master craftsmen are nothing compared to the perfection of the Daedra. Look how it shines. Here's your gold, as promised. Finally, all the pieces of Mehrunes' Razor are in my hands. It's time I let you in on something. There's a fourth piece, that scabbard in the display case, built to house the Razor, and there's more. I know how to put all the pieces together. We just need to take them to Dagon's shrine and contact the Lord of Change directly. Ever since I was a boy, I felt this strange sense of destiny surrounding the Mythic Dawn cult, and now I know what it is. Don't you see? Fate has led you to me and to the pieces. Dagon has to answer our call. We're so close. I'll meet you at the shrine.
It's funny how this was meant to be a surprise for the player. You mean to tell me that Silas wants to reforge this blade, the one he spent years looking for and serves as a great importance to his sadistic cult? Color me surprised. The Daedric Prince's shrine is located southwest of the Lordstone, well into the mountains east of Morthal. Listen, if I've learned anything from the Daedric Princes, It's that there are no free handouts. Sure, you'd be returning Mehrunes Dagon's artifact to him, but it doesn't mean he owes you anything. In fact, to ask the Prince of Destruction for a favor, I'm more than certain that won't end well for the parties involved.
Good, you're here. I'll place the pieces on the altar, and Dagon should speak to us. Mehrunes Dagon, the Lord of Change. We have brought your razor to you. We beg you, please, bring the blade's full glory to Tamriel again. It's not working. Why don't you give it a try? Just put your hands on the altar.
Again, I don't think what happens next will come as a surprise to anyone.
You, mortal, you are worthy of speaking to. You have claimed the pieces of my razor. It has been an amusing game to witness. But Dagon does not declare a winner while there is a pawn on the board. Kill Silas. He and his family have served their purpose. Kill him. Take your rightful place as my champion, or I will crush you.
Wait, don't kill me. There's another way. I can take the pieces back to my museum, seal them in a display case. You get a generous amount of gold, I get to complete my collection, and nobody has to die.
Not all, but some of the Daedric quests offer the player a choice. In the end, when you're asked to perform a vile and heinous act, you can decide whether or not you'd like to go through with it. This is one of those moments. I'll of course be exploring both outcomes. So, first up is sparing Silas.
Thank you. Here's your gold. I'll make a run for it back to Dawnstar.
You think to betray Mehrunes Dagon. Suffer.
Even though the player chooses to stay their hand, that doesn't mean that Mehrunes Dagon needs to as well. As a demonstration of his lordship, the Prince of Change summons 2 Dremora Kinreaves. While pettiness can be the in-game reason for his actions, further rewarding the player is Bethesda's. Your character's level is what dictates the type of Dremora that gets spawned in. For this quest, Kinvolls would be the weakest variants as they start to appear at level 19. Either way, Dremora are skilled fighters and in pairs can prove to be deadly foes. Once they've been slain, however, you'll find a key to Dagon's shrine in their inventory. This leads you through the mysterious doorway that's just below the monument to Dagon. I'll be wandering through there in the next ending, but for now, it's best to return to Dawnstar to check on Silas. The Imperial is certainly a lot less bold now that his life was seen as forfeit by Mehrunes. He recycles the same sentences, saying that he's lucky to be alive, he owes you his life, and that the razor is your shared secret. His museum is still open, and all of the exhibits are still there, including the 4 components of the dagger. However, with the artifact in pieces and locked away, this officially forfeits the player's right to ownership. You'll never know what it was like to wield that kind of power. With this ending, the player is a couple hundred septims richer, Mehrunes' razor is dormant, and the Mythic Dawn's name has come back to the surface. Now, reverting back, the Dragonborn can see what the other side of the story's like. Let's just say that Silas was right on one thing. Fate did play a hand in introducing him to the Dragonborn.
Fine. I'm not dying without a fight.
According to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, Vesuvius' level will be 3/4 of the player's overall level. His minimum level though would be 20 and the maximum would be 30. Silas is a destruction mage, meaning that it's best you deal with him swiftly, especially if you're a melee fighter. Once the alleged last member of the Mythic Dawn has been executed, the player can speak once more with Mehrunes Dagon for their true reward.
I am pleased, mortal. I will give you my razor. Use it to wreak havoc on Tamriel. You have been a worthy tool. Fill the world with destruction in my name. Place your hands on my altar one last time, and you will witness the power of Mehrunes Dagon for yourself.
Activating the altar, the 4 pieces of the razor come together. In moments, the blade gets reforged, practically as if it's brand new.
Before you go, mortal, one final challenge.
The Dremora get spawned in regardless. One outcome sees them as Dagon's spitefulness, and the other as his deceiving nature. Either way, they're really there to ensure that you receive a key to his inner shrine. Now, as for Mehrunes' razor itself, it's of course a dagger, limiting its reach and base damage. However, that not only gets made up for with its attack speed and unique appearance, but also its one-of-a-kind enchantment. The description is simple. Hits have a small chance to instantly kill. Really, that's about it. In Oblivion, on top of Daedric banishment, the razor also had a disintegrate armor effect. Unfortunately, it appears as though the dagger has been nerfed in Skyrim. Well then, you might be asking, what are the odds of it insta-killing? According to the wiki, there's a 1.98% chance that your target will die right away. About the same as a vanilla character in Oblivion wielding the blade, only there's no luck multiplier to help boost those odds. Even though it is a really neat dagger and could prove useful to those who are feeling lucky, I wouldn't personally wield it as my go-to weapon. In any case, part 2 of the reward comes from within the shrine. Going through the ancient doors, it leads the player to an icy corridor. This pathway winds and twists until it lands at a small chamber. This area serves as a treasury, or a long-lost offering area from the Mythic Dawn. There are 2 more Dremora in here that you'll have to face, but they tend to be lower-leveled ones. These are respawning Daedra and can be used to farm otherwise expensive Daedra hearts. As for the room, it contains gold ingots, ebony ingots, soul gems, potions, enchanted weapons and armor, and a few containers, including a boss-level chest. This is an excellent area to procure the materials needed for Daedric and ebony smithing. With that, this version of Pieces of the Past comes to an end. Silas Vesuvius is dead, meaning that he can no longer spread the word of the Mythic Dawn's deeds. His museum will lay dormant until the people of Dawnstar reclaim his home and likely tear it down. In the end, the player gets to keep Mehrunes' razor and can wield an all-new type of power. Alright, now that the quest is over, there's a good bit of housekeeping to do. For starters, let's take a closer look at each of the 4 exhibits in Silas's museum. Obviously, with the razor in the player's inventory, the display case on the eastern wall is empty. In fact, it can't even be interacted with, so it might as well be as good as a rock. However, turning our attention to the western display case, this one holds all of the Mythic Dawn garb. 2 robes, 1 pair of gloves, and 1 pair of boots. All 3 robes, counting Silas's, have the same enchantment. Magicka regenerates 75% faster. Technically, this is an upgrade from Oblivion's version, which had no natural enchantments, so that's an upside. The boots and gloves, on the other hand, are blank slates. While appearing lackluster at first, this does allow for the player to apply their own enchantments. In my opinion, more customization is never a bad thing. Moving along to the final 2 display cases on the northern wall, there's the singular, torn-out page of the Mysterium Xarxes. Unfortunately, nothing can be done with this dangerous and mysterious artifact. Honestly, it was one of the only ones in here that really caught my eye. This little page was what the heroes of the late Third Era fought and died for. It played an incredible role in Mankar Cameron's plan for world domination. It also played a major role in thwarting said plan, so it has its complicated history. Unfortunately, nothing can be done with this dangerous and mysterious artifact. There's no way to interact with it. However, what's interesting is that this is one of the 2 pages we actually get to see in the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. Maybe it's even the one that tells the reader how to open portals to pocket realms of Oblivion, although I doubt it. To be honest, I think this relic, along with practically all of the other ones in this room, were more so meant to be fanfare, a nice, fun little callback to the previous game in the series. Then, the final exhibit is the 4 volumes of commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. These are more or less the ramblings of a madman. It's Mankar Cameron's interpretation of Dagon's scripture, but honestly, it's no more legible than the Trader's Diary. Their main purpose was to guide the hero of Kvatch to his secret waypoint. Using the first letter of each paragraph, it spelt out, Green Emperor Way where tower touches midday sun. I was glad to see that they still emphasize that secret passage here in Skyrim. Unfortunately, beyond that, there isn't much more to say on these exhibits and collections. These items were once powerful and spread fear throughout the continent. Each played a role in toppling the Septon Dynasty and near-world destruction. Now, they're nothing more than display pieces at an obscure museum in the far reaches of Skyrim. Alright, now let's move on to the Keepers of the Razor. This was the book that Silas handed to the Dragonborn at the beginning of the quest. It helps to shed light on some of those aforementioned questions. Which anti-Mythic Dawn group got a hold of the razor? How did it end up in Skyrim, and who exactly were its former protectors? Well, the book starts off by listing the current owners of the fragments, Jorgen, Gunzel, and Draskua. It then goes through their family history, checking off every previous owner of the respective piece. Each family tree goes back 8 generations. Likely, these were the first members of said Mythic Dawn hate group that took the Razor and broke it into pieces. For example, on Jorgen's side, there's Jorgen, Halnir, Hroi, Koli, Malti, Ligerlead, Nedrir, and Len. The book, Keepers of the Razor, is split into 4 sections. The first is the family lineages, or as the header puts it, current descendants of the Inner Circle. Now, the following 3 sections fall under historical background. The group who successfully took possession of Mehrunes' Razor have dubbed themselves Keepers of the Razor. However, the book says that their original name was much different and unfortunately lost to time. The Keepers were a militia group dedicated to wiping out the remnants of the Mythic Dawn. While the group had undergone changes to their identity and purpose 150 years ago, I think it's safe to assume that the Keepers were around since the dawn of the 4th era. After all, that would have been the height of the Mythic Dawn manhunts. Either way, Silas goes on to explain that he's unsure how the group managed to find and secure Mehrunes' Razor. There are no records of them until year 50 of the 4th era. Furthermore, Silas explicitly calls out Frothendrothin's failed expedition to Sundercliff Watch and Varsabalum, the very same one that was tied to the Mehrunes' Razor plugin for Oblivion. Connecting the lines here, the Hero of Kvatch was the one to retrieve the artifact from the dungeon. They took possession of the dagger and likely held onto it for quite some time. While I don't think Bethesda can make every event in the Elder Scrolls 4 canon, they do appear to be hinting at something here. This is just my thinking, but to me, it sounds like they're saying that the previous protagonist either willingly surrendered this blade to the militia, or that it was scavenged from their belongings. Obviously, at some point, the Hero of Kvatch would have had to die. Pass on, ascend, descend, whatever your headcanon is. Assuming it was death though, their possessions, items, and property would have been forfeit. Maybe the militia were able to piece things together, track down the hero's corpse, and take the dagger. Or, knowing that they were doing the right thing, the hero willingly handed the blade over to an anti-Mythic Dawn group, knowing it'd be safest there. Of course, worth mentioning is the story that the Hero of Kvatch continued to mantle the Mad God, Sheogorath. From there, maybe a similar story can be told. In some twisted or peaceful way, the blade was gifted to the militia by Uncle Sheo, Haskell, or his many servants. Either way, I'd like to think that Bethesda was alluding to the Hero of Kvatch during that gap in the group's history. Moving along, the 3rd paragraph of the book talks about how the Razor was divided among the 3 highest ranking members, or the Inner Circle. Then, the blade was to be passed down to their eldest child, who then would have given it to their eldest child, so on and so forth. Apparently, their pact was that this was to be done until, quote, the twin moons disappear. Interestingly, Silas calls out a couple of celestial phenomena in the past century where this actually happened. The moons were gone. However, he believes that the wording is not to be taken literally and now assumes that it just means until the end of time. See, obviously the Razor can be seen as a token artifact for the Mythic Dawn, and keeping it out of the public eye is probably for the best. Plus, it's a weapon that belongs to a malevolent deity and has a truly sinister enchantment. In the wrong hands, this dagger can be very destructive. However, I'd argue that in Oblivion's plot, it doesn't even play that big of a role, if any, at all. The Mythic Dawn didn't seem to care about its whereabouts. They weren't even looking for it at Varsabalum, nor did they ever mention it during the main quest. I almost think it'd be more worth it for the Keepers to focus their efforts on reclaiming the page of the Mysterium Xarxes, the Mythic Dawn's Bible. This to me feels like it holds a lot more power and influence over the cult. The dagger is a nice display piece and it's certainly powerful, but in the wrong hands, the Mysterium Xarxes can bring about world domination. The 4th and final paragraph for the text talks about the current owners of the Razor. They proved difficult for Silas to track down. One can only imagine how tricky it is to locate the top members of a secretive, undocumented organization. It's said that Len, Jorgen's forefather, was the true leader of the Keepers. However, given that he was a part of Clan Axebearer, a tribe that dates as far back as the early 2nd century, it wasn't too difficult to trace their family tree to Hanlir's eldest son, Jorgen. As for the other 2 members, Gunzel and Draskua, they were apparently even less documented. However, Silas clearly had success when it came to locating them. Uthmash Grogullers, Gunzel's forefather, the original member of the Inner Circle, along with his sons, had served as legionnaires for the Empire. While it isn't stated how or why Gunzel broke away from military service and took up arms with bandits, he at least still kept up with his family oath. As for Draskua, I find her story the most fascinating. She was born to daughters of the Reach. Sorcha's lineage, her foremother and original member of the Inner Circle, could only be traced through Markarth's tax records. According to Silas's final note, Drasqua was forced to flee after the Markarth incident, and is considered by the Jarl to be an extremely dangerous threat. Obviously, Drasqua is a bit of an outlier compared to Jorgen and Gunzel. She's a hagraven, a sick and vile monster. However, this stirs up a few questions regarding her oath to the Keepers and her personal timeline. Given the date of the Markarth incident and the current year of the Elder Scrolls, here's my theory on Drasqua. At first, I assumed that she had performed the ritual and transformed into a hagraven sometime after she had landed at Dead Crone Rock. However, now I'm not so sure. Given Silas's wording in his notes, it sounded like at some point, Drasqua lived in Markarth. I thought, why would they let a hagraven stay within the city's limits? And then, I remembered what the Markarth incident entailed. For 2 or so years, the Forsworn had occupied the capital of the Reach. This would have included all of its members, the Briarhearts and the Hagravens. Therefore, Drasqua would have been allowed to occupy land within Markarth. Once the western city was taken back by Ulfric, she then would have been forced to flee. However, at some point in her life, she would have been handed the pommel of the Razor. I think this would have occurred pre-transformation, and even after becoming a monster, she still upheld her family's oath. How and who Drasqua would have handed the pommel down to is anyone's guess. Maybe there's a daughter or son who we don't know about, or perhaps it was going to be buried with her when the time came. That part of the story will never get to be told. And that's about it for the Keepers of the Razor text. Honestly, I find this book to be extremely fascinating. It's one of the few texts that links the Dragonborn to the Oblivion Crisis. It's a piece of lore that connects Oblivion to Skyrim. We get to see the Mythic Dawn again, and we hear about the aftermath of the conclusion for the 4th installment. Rarely do we get much information on the what happened next factor. In saying that, I'm referring to the events that took place right after the main story of an Elder Scrolls game. It's a small peek behind the curtain that I think many fans wanted to experience. In the beginning of this video, my whole introduction was geared around some of Tolkien's thoughts and ideas. Given enough time, people will always forget and make light of terrible events. The new Shadow demonstrates that perfectly. The people of Gondor hardly remember the terrors of Sauron and his evil army. Because of that, the children roleplay as orcs, and some of the adults yearn for the return of the Dark Lord. A different age, a different ruling regime. While I won't call them out, we often see the same thing happen with our own world's history. New generations come, their understanding and experiences with these atrocities are minimal, and they then turn them into a lighthearted subject. To wrap everything up, this is exactly what happened with Silas Vesuvius and the Mythic Dawn. After the Oblivion Crisis, the cult was hated. They were hunted down across the continent. Only select members survived, and they lived in fear and or had shunned their ancestors. Now, here we are, 200 years later. In order to prop his family's legacy back up, Silas opens a museum dedicated to the Mythic Dawn's deeds. He dons their robes and professes his appreciation to their cause. Everyone around him is saying that this is a bad idea, but of course he doesn't listen. He's so caught up with legacy, meaning, and purpose that he has no clue how in over his head he is. That's one of the reasons why I find this quest so interesting and entertaining. That, and of course the fact that it features the antagonistic cult from my favorite Elder Scrolls game. Plus, it was the first Daedric quest I ever did in Skyrim, so I've got my nostalgia goggles on. I'd love to know everyone's thoughts down below on the quests, pieces of the past, and until next time, keep on adventuring. Skyrim's children are some of the most wholesome and harmless NPCs in the game. They can often be found running around in the cities, playing with the other kids. At their worst, they'll pick on one another, call the player names, and make rude remarks. However, it's nothing more than water off a duck's back, most of the time. As it would turn out, there are some children in the game that are more sinister. Aventus Aretino performed the Black Sacrament in an attempt to have someone assassinated. There is a silver lining in his actions, but the same can't always be said for Babette, the vampire child of the Dark Brotherhood. She talks about some of her victims, and a select few had it coming, but the rest of her marks, those who were involved in mere petty squabbles with their neighbors, get ripped apart. Then you have the young boy Nelkir, Jarl Bolgruf the Greater's son, and the subject for today's discussion. In the version of Skyrim that we got, he's a trouble-minded boy with dark thoughts. However, in the cut version, he's a liar and a murderer. In today's video, I wanted to go through the quest, the Whispering Door, listen to all of the dialogue, talk about the Ebony Blade, And then go over the original version of the quest, which was much darker. The quest begins with the player in the city of Whiterun. You must be at least level 20 and have completed the quest Dragon Rising. Entering the Bannered Mare Inn and asking for rumors, you might hear this one.
Been hearing some strange tales of the Jarl's children. Say the one's turning wicked, and the others have an ill-favored look to them. Best to keep clear.
This initiates a miscellaneous quest that has the player speaking with Jarl Balgruuf regarding his children.
Yes, my youngest son. He's a dark child. I don't know what to do with him. He was always a quiet lad, but lately, something has changed. He's become brooding, violent. He won't say a word to me, but I don't know how I upset him. If you could speak to him, draw out the truth, I would be immensely grateful.
This is what officially starts the quest, The Whispering Door. Nelkir, the troubled child in question, can be found wandering the castle.
So, the disgusting pig sent you to bother me. One day, I'll tear his face apart so he can leave me alone. My father doesn't know anything about me, but I know about him and about the war, more than he might think. I know that he still worships Talos, that he hates the Thalmor almost as much as the Stormcloaks do, that he worries about being chased from Whiterun, that I don't have the same mother as my brother and sister. This castle is old. Lots of places nobody's been in a long while. Places where you can overhear things, see things. And the Whispering Lady. She won't tell me her name. I've gotten good at listening to keyholes. At the door in the basement, I hear her talking to me. I thought I was caught, but she started telling me even more secrets. But I can't open the door. In the basement. Trust me, you'll see it. I bet she'll talk to you too. Bye.
Certainly an odd occurrence. Descending to the lower levels of Dragon's Reach, it's obvious that someone tried to conceal one of the storage room doors. On the other side, you'll see a bunch of old furniture, containers, and sacks. Tucked away further in the corner is this mysterious door.
At last. I've been waiting for someone more fit to carry out my will. The child is spirited but lacks agency. Regrettably, I cannot reach your plane so directly. But I forgive you for not knowing who I am. Few hear my whispers anymore. I am Mephala, the Lady of Whisper. I tug at the web of connections between mortals. Love, hatred, loyalty, betrayal. The boy was good at sussing out secrets. You, I expect to take a more active role. First, you must open this door. A piece of my power has been locked away behind it, and even my eyes cannot see past the seals. I'd much rather it be in the hands of an ambitious and talented person, such as yourself. The whole of Whiterun is ripe with paranoia and tensions. The Jarl's court is right to fear the power I hold behind this door. The Jarl trusts few, and they will be his undoing. The dark child knows of what I speak. Let him guide your path.
With the reveal that the Daedric prince, Mephala, is the one on the other side, things are starting to make more sense. the poison running through Nelkir's mind, and the knowledge that no one else possesses. Seeking out the boy once more, the player can ask him for more information on the door.
You know the Whispering Lady, don't you? I can tell. I told you, I know everything about this castle. For some reason, that door is special. Only 2 people can open it. Balgruf and Farengar, the court wizard. How you get it from them is up to you. Nobody would notice if Farengar went missing, I promise you. Bye.
Speaking with both men, the door never comes up as a conversation topic, so the only means of acquiring the key are through either theft or murder. Balgruf is considered essential, so pickpocketing is the only way to go for him. However, with the court wizard, Farengar, you can pick your approach. If you're not looking to get a bounty, it's best to make your advancements during the nighttime while he's asleep. Opening the mysterious door, you'll enter a small barren room that has a table in the back. On said table is a unique looking blade, as well as a book. The text is called The Admonition Against Ebony, and it reads, "To anyone reading this, beware this blade. It is hoped that the only people having access to this room should be the Jarl of Whiterun and his trusted wizard. If anyone else is reading this, please understand the magnitude of your folly. Turn around and never even speak of this room or this blade to anyone. It has corrupted and perverted the desires of great men and women. Yet, its power is without equal, to kill while your victim smiles at you. Only a Daedra most foul could have concocted such a malevolent and twisted weapon, but it appears that all who wield it end up with the crazed eyes of those wild men who roam the hills chattering with rabbits. It is not to be trifled with. Not even the hottest fires of the Skyforge could melt it. Indeed, the coals themselves seem to cool when it was placed within. We cannot destroy it, and we would not have it fall into the hands of our enemies. So, we keep it hidden, dark, and deep within Dragon's Reach, never to be used. Woe to be any who choose to take it. The weapon itself is labeled as Ebony Blade, and the final part of the quest is to take it into your possession."
Excellent work. Now, I trust you're sharp enough to see that the sword doesn't match the description of the Ebony Blade you may know. It has languished too long outside the winds of alliance and betrayal. To return to its past glory, it must first drink the blood of deceit. Your world is admirably steeped in lies and inclinations. My blade is a darling leech that feeds on deceptions and nourishes its master. Seek out those closest to you. The final pluck of their misguided heartstrings will accompany my blade in a song of your grandeur.
That officially concludes the quest, The Whispering Door, but now it's time to restore the Ebony Blade. The two-handed katana has an enchantment with the description, absorbs the life essence of your foes, strengthened by the blood of deceit. It can be a little tricky to decipher its meaning, and the actual process itself is a little trickier. The player essentially has to strike down 10 friendly NPCs in order for the sword to reach its full potential. These are characters in Skyrim whom you've gained the trust and friendship of. There are several online resources which can help you determine who exactly falls into these categories. For every 2 trusted NPCs struck down, the blade gains 4 more points to its Absorb Health enchantment.
Excellent work, child.
It starts out at 10 and caps out at 30. It never needs to be recharged, yet it cannot be improved. The most straightforward way to go about getting those enchantments is by targeting NPCs whom you've done favors for, i.e. miscellaneous quests. So people like Sven and Feindal, Lucan and Camilla Valerius, Carlotta Valentia, etc.
The blood of deceit is a nourishing flow.
If, however, you want to keep as many useful people alive, followers, and vendors, there are some easy workarounds. Several of the Dark Brotherhood's contracts count towards slaying a friend. Hearn, Narfi, Batild, and Helvard, provided you've done them all a service. Player-owned horses can also do the trick. Hired mercenaries become your companions, so the betraying and killing of them counts as well. Beggars can also be targeted after you've given them a spare coin. Essentially, anyone who comments good things in your presence can qualify as a candidate.
At last, my blade is returned to its full glory. Now go forth, child. Continue your tiny subversions against the orders of trust and intimacy.
From there, the blade is now a weapon of mass destruction. So long as you keep swinging it and absorbing your target's health, you can be an unstoppable force. You can take on multiple mediocre enemies at once and never go below a third of your health bar. With all of the finer details now taken care of, let's talk about the cut version of this quest. Originally, the Whispering Door was meant to be a lot darker. According to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, there are a couple of resources left in the game that indicate a more sinister end for Balgruuf's family. All 3 of the Jarl's children were going to fall under Mephala's control. Then they were sent to kill Corinda, Dagny's horse. Finally, it would have ended with the children murdering their own father, Jarl Balgruuf the Greater. It's undetermined what would have become of the kids afterwards, but the fallout has Hrongar, Balgruuf's brother, taking up the mantle of Jarl. The USP says that several citizens of Whiterun still have dialogue which references Hrongar as the ruler, namely Ulfberth Warbear. He would have said, Hrongar became the Jarl when his brother, Balgruuf, who had the job before him, was murdered. Balgruuf was an even-tempered man, but his brother's a hot-blooded warmonger who wants to settle everything with a blade. If you've got some business with Hrongar, mind you, stay on his good side. The palace dungeon's filled with folk who roused his temper. To me, this doesn't necessarily solidify Nelkir, Dagny, and Frother's involvement in the killing. However, in the Polish version of the game, all of the dialogue pertaining to Balgruuf's death and its lead-up is still present. One user on Reddit managed to pull the files and run a direct translation over to English. There's actually quite a bit of dialogue, and I'll read off the translations for the ones that shed the most light. While I can't 100% confirm these to be true and accurate, the commenter did cover their bases pretty well, and regardless, the dialogue is pretty interesting. The first section comes from the girl voice actor, likely Dagny, and she would have said things like, Frothar, I don't believe, when Nelkir told me what you were doing, Nelkir was right. Father wants to destroy my life, and he did it with your help, Frothar. This had to happen, believe me. Father will suffer for that. I will rip out his bowels. Next are all the lines that come from the boy voice actor. Unfortunately, it's not distinguished whether they belong to Nelkir or Frothar. The boys would have said things like, Who's this? Sounds like, how does she know so much about me? Who told her? Yes, I feel it. She loves me. She wants me to be safe. You see, sister? It's what Father had wanted, Dagny. Corinda, yes, I know. She may be a threat to the whole town. Yes, keep your eyes open. I'll take care of the horse. Father will get what he deserved. We'll punish him together. We'll need the help of my brother and sister. We'll have to convince them somehow. My sister loves Corinda, Balgruuf's best horse. If she'll believe he ordered to slay that animal, she'll be angry at him. Here, take this blade and give it to Frothar. Whispering Lady will convince him to act. I'll take care of Dagny. The last bit of dialogue actually belongs to an adult male. Due to voice packages, it's highly suspected that the lines were going to be delivered by Proventus Abenici, the Jarl's steward. What happened here? You'll learn to respect honest work. Your father and I had our arguments, obviously, but I would never... young Lord Frothar, how could you? This is probably over half of the unused dialogue. Like mentioned before, I cherry-picked some that I felt would best detail the story. If you're interested in reading the rest and possibly piecing together the story from your own perspective, I highly suggest checking out the post, which is linked down below. In any case, I think I have a possible idea on how the quest was supposed to play out. Originally, I assumed that the player was working alongside the Jarl or some other NPC in hopes of bettering the children. Through your investigations, you'd discover a slaughtered horse, and then, in an attempt to inform Balgruuf, you'd find the children standing over his dead body. What happens after, though, with the children is something I really couldn't picture. Of course, this timeline doesn't explain how you'd end up aiding Mephala and come into possession of the Ebony Blade. However, thanks to the translated dialogue, I have my newfound perspective. It seems as though Nelkir is still the first child to be corrupted. Likely through the Daedric prince, the player gets enticed to have the children murder their own father. Nelkir is already in on it, and together, you come up with a plan to corrupt the other children. The player hands Frothar a blade and sends him to the Whispering Door. Here, Mephala likely works her magic and influences the boy, much like what originally happened with Nelkir. After that, in order to win over Dagny, the player and Frothar go to the stables where the young boy kills Corinda. Through a web of lies and deceit, the boys convince their sister that the killing was ordered by Balgruuf. This enrages Dagny, and from there, the children band together and murder their dad. Now, this is where things get interesting. It sounds like the original conclusion of the quest was to have Proventus Avenici blamed for the act. Whether the evidence was planted on him or the children simply threw out accusations is unknown. However, it seems like Avenici finds out what actually happened. In response, he gives out threats to the children by saying things like, "We'll send you to Bruma. The problem is we were too lenient about you. You'll learn to respect honest work." In the end though, it sounds like Proventus ultimately does take the downfall, as his lines like, "Your father and I had our arguments, but I would never," and "This is, but I," make it appear as though he gets accused of the murder and is hauled off to jail. It could also be why Ulfberth Warbear is vague on the details regarding Hrongar's succession and Balgruuf's murder. The trial for Avenici is ongoing, it's probably a never-ending endeavor, and the citizens refrain from calling out anyone as the real murderer until a final verdict has been called, especially considering Ulfberth is the husband of Proventus's daughter. That's how my version of the Whispering Door looks, and I'd love to hear what you think was supposed to happen. As I said earlier, the original concept is much darker. Corrupting children to commit patricide isn't a line we've seen get crossed in the Elder Scrolls series. That's probably exactly why it was removed though. Not only for the disturbing content, but also because the kid NPCs in Skyrim don't partake in any sort of violence. They can't be harmed, nor can they do harm. To have these children go a step further and murder their father, let alone a horse, is too out of character. Even Babette from the Dark Brotherhood, arguably the most vile child in Skyrim, only talks about her kills, but we never see her actually commit any. Maybe the murders were supposed to happen off camera, while the Dragonborn was out of the picture, but with the phrasing of the dialogue, it doesn't seem likely. Another possible reason this quest was altered is because Balgruuf is just too important of a character. He plays too big of a role in the main storyline and during the Civil War questline. Hrongar's personality is wildly different from his brothers. His actions and behavior during the dragon invasion likely would have differed from Balgruuf's, and if anything, with his personality, it would have made more sense for him to align Whiterun with the Stormcloaks. Now, I think there's a world where these changes could have been implemented into the final game, which then would have altered all of those storylines. If anything, the option to have Hrongar fight off the Imperials and to have handled Alduin's return differently would have been neat outcomes worth exploring. Like most reasons for cut content though, Bethesda likely had too much on their plate at the time of development. There were other plots and events in Skyrim that needed to be fleshed out, and that unfortunately causes other quests to suffer and dull down. That's just how it goes sometimes, and while it's always amazing to have the original idea put back into the game, there are mods out there that fill the void perfectly. I'd love to know your thoughts on this quest and how you think the original idea was supposed to unfold, and until next time, keep on adventuring. The Elder Scrolls' Daedric Pantheon is quite the complex lineup. At first glance, you'd probably assume that all of the princes are evil, or at the very least, corrupt. You have the Lord of Nightmares, the Prince of Destruction, the God of Schemes, the Mistress of Decay, etc. Their nicknames are just the tip of the iceberg too, as if you read a list of their deeds and quote, accomplishments, that'd probably be the final nail in the coffin for most people. Well, I think it's fair to say that a lot of these gods can be viewed as strict and merciless. Not all of them are evil, chaotic, or corrupt. At the very least, the line is blurred for a few of them. Take princes like Azura, Malacath, Jigalag, and Sheogorath. If you were to look deep enough into any one of them, you'd find a few redeeming qualities. Princes that, at the very least, seem to somewhat care for their worshippers and realms. Gods that don't want to use and abuse the souls of mortal kind. Death and destruction aren't the first things on their minds. Another prince who deserves to be up there and could possibly be the Pantheon's shining light is Meridia. Meridia is the Prince of Life and the Lady of Light. She detests the undead and aims to purge the world of, quote, impure beings. While she's by no means perfect and her morals can sometimes be questionable, she is often the light in the darkness. Her beacons, purity, Dawnbreaker, and war on necromancy are the topics for today's discussion. In today's video, I wanted to discuss Meridia's Daedric quest, The Break of Dawn, featured in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. I'm going to play through the mission, listen to the dialogue, and detail my experiences. Then, after the quest is over, I'll talk about any lore, theories, themes, or messages that were present within the story. As per usual, the facts and information provided are brought to you by the quest itself and the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. In order to begin the Break of Dawn, the Dragonborn must be at least level 12. Once that marker's been hit, there are two ways that this quest can actually be initiated. The first is by simply stumbling across Meridia's shrine. Of the Daedric shrines, hers is fairly easy to happen by. It's pretty close to Solitude, and in fact, right off the fork in the road that ends up hitting Dragonbridge. As for the other way this mission can be started, well, this one is fairly infamous. Adventuring around Skyrim and delving into select dungeons, you have a chance of coming across Meridia's beacon. According to the UESP, the beacon can randomly spawn in one of 150 plus boss chests, including those added by the game's DLCs. With those odds, it's probably better to just head straight for the shrine. However, doing so, you'd miss out on one of Skyrim's most iconic memes.
A new hand touches the beacon. Listen, hear me and obey. A foul darkness has seeped into my temple. A darkness that you will destroy. Return my beacon to Mount Kilcreath, and I will make you the instrument of my cleansing light.
For those who are newer to Skyrim, if such a thing even exists in this day and age, that monologue from Meridia is an Elder Scrolls classic. Imagine back in the day picking up this random item and then all of a sudden a disembodied voice starts yelling at you. The fear and confusion that Meridia brought on was unmatched. Now, really quick, the reason this is the last Daedric quest on my to-do list is because I've been waiting to find her beacon. I knew from the get-go that I wanted to start this quest via the item drop. However, I had no idea just how tight the odds were of actually finding it. I'm lucky that I came across it while out questing with my secondary character, as otherwise I'd still be knee-deep in boss chests. Again, that just goes to show that if you really want to start this quest, it's probably better to head straight for the shrine. Speaking of which, with the beacon now in the Dragonborn's inventory, the quest marker will lead you directly to Meridia's statue. Again, it's located just west of Solitude and directly south of Wolfskull Cave. Approaching it, you'll notice a peculiar ray of light shining down on the statue. It looks rather ominous, but again, if you know Meridia, you'll remember that her whole shtick is a light in the darkness.
Look at my temple lying in ruins. So much for the constancy of mortals, their crafts and their hearts. If they love me not, how can my love reach them?
Before getting in close to the statue, the player can indulge in a free word of power. There's a word wall right by the shrine that holds a piece to Elemental Fury, the shout that allows for faster weapon strikes. With what's coming up, it might not be such a bad idea to utilize it.
Restore to me my beacon, that I might guide you toward your destiny.
Following Meridia's instructions, the player can place the beacon into the gem pedestal. This activates the Daedric Prince's light and sets the rest of this quest in motion. Within moments, the player will find themselves hovering hundreds of feet in the air, face to face with an aspect of Meridia.
It is time for my splendor to return to Skyrim. But the token of my truth lies buried in the ruins of my once great temple, now tainted by a profane darkness skittering within. The necromancer Malkaran defiles my shrine with vile corruptions, trapping lost souls left in the wake of this war to do his bidding. Worse still, he uses the power stored within my own token to fuel his foul deeds. I have brought you here, mortal, to be my champion. You will enter my temple, retrieve my artifact, and destroy the Defiler. Mortals call it Dawnbreaker, For it was forged in a holy light that breaks upon my foes, burning away corruption and false life. You will enter my shrine, destroy Malcarin, and retrieve this mighty blade. Of course you will. I have commanded it. Go now. The artifact must be reclaimed, and Malcarin destroyed. Malcarin has forced the door shut, but this is my temple, and it responds to my decree. I will send down a ray of light. Guide this light through my temple, and its doors will open.
And just like that, Meridia drops the Dragonborn back down to Skyrim, cushioning your fall before you can become a flattened sweet roll. Looking east, you'll spot the exterior of some ancient ruins. Atop the stone fixtures are orbs that look identical to the beacon. These are going to play a vital role in the dungeon's puzzle. Now really quick, the lead up to this quest is a little different if you had gone straight for the shrine instead of finding the beacon. Upon first contact, Meridia would have told you about the foul darkness in her temple as well as the beacon itself. The next steps would have been to recover the beacon anyway, only this time with a quest marker attached to it. Wherein the problem lies though is that, according to the UESP, the orb could have been stored somewhere on Solstheim, the home of the Dragonborn DLC. Apparently, if that happened, the marker wouldn't have even popped up, and if you were none the wiser, that probably would have been a very confusing scavenger hunt. Either way, the beacon is needed for continuing with this quest, and the only thing you can really do is cross your fingers that it's located somewhere here in Skyrim. Now back to current events. Conveniently, the entrance to Kilcreath Temple is right below the shrine. Stepping on in, you'll notice that there's a black haze hovering above the ground. In that haze, you'll often spot the desecrated corpses of either Imperial or Stormcloak soldiers. This is the work of Malcarin. If there is to be any silver lining from this though, the soldiers were carrying around a decent amount of pocket change. By the end of this expedition, you'll come out with the quest-related rewards, as well as a full coin purse. Meandering through the hallways, the Dragonborn will soon land at the first chamber. This space holds a fairly novel contraption. At its center, the room has a pedestal that contains another one of Meridia's beacons. This one is also powered via the Prince's lights, and activating it, the energy beam ends up connecting with another orb that's on the ceiling. These simple but necessary puzzles are the key to moving around Kilcreath. As pointed out by Meridia, Malcarin has shut the doors via magic, so you'll notice that a lot of the passageways are locked up tight. However, bringing Meridia's light through the temple is able to overpower Malcarin's dark enchantments, and they reopen the way. Heading on through to the next area, this is where the player will encounter the main types of enemies within this dungeon, Corrupted Shades. Before the release of the Dragonborn DLC, these ghostly foes were completely unique to Kilcreath Temple. You wouldn't have been able to find these anywhere else in the game, and to me, that brings forward some interesting questions with regards to Malcarin and Meridia's token. The Corrupted Shades are wraith-like beings that have the features of either a Stormcloak or an Imperial soldier. They're capable of wielding most weapon types and are level to the player. With that being said, they're relatively brittle foes, and one-on-one combat shouldn't be all that difficult. Wherein the challenge lies is with their numbers. The Shades tend to group up, and taking on 3 of these specters at a time can end up overwhelming the Dragonborn. The halfway point for Kilcreath is marked by the player meandering back out into Skyrim. Here you get a first-hand look at the light traveling back into Meridia's temple. The beacons carry the beam of energy over to the second section of the dungeon, Kilcreath Ruins. Before continuing ahead though, there is a boss level chest that's secured by an expert lock. This is the only chest of its kind in the dungeon, so if you want a chance at some high-leveled, randomized loot, this is it. From here, the rest of the crawl through Kilcreath Ruins more or less consists of, again, fighting through the Corrupted Shades and activating Meridia's beacons. Of course, with any Nordic-inspired dungeon, there are all sorts of minor treasures and clever traps hidden around the space. Mechanisms that need to be activated, rooms that need to be cleared, and hazards that need to be avoided. The layout of these ruins makes it so that most of the player's time is spent weaving in and out of the central chamber. Each path ends up spitting the Dragonborn back out at a new vantage point that holds another beacon. Once the final orb of the ruins has been activated, the door that leads into the third and final zone opens up. This brings the player down into Kilcreath Catacombs. This section is probably the shortest of the 3, and interacting with one last beacon, the Dragonborn is finally brought to the area of interest. Here, the Dark Mage Malkorin can be found with a host of corrupted shades. Upon detecting you, everything in the vicinity turns hostile, and unfortunately, there's no dialogue to be shared whatsoever. Malkorin is one of those bosses that swings first and maybe asks questions later. In total, there are 4 corrupted shades for the player to defeat. Like I said before, one-on-one, not much of a challenge, but 4 at a time and in the presence of a powerful necromancer, you'll probably need some strategy heading into this matchup. Personally, I'm glad I decided to hold my ground in the hallway. Here, I was able to throw destruction spells at anything that came through the door. Since Malkorin also prefers to use his destruction magic from a ranged distance, I was able to eliminate the 4 corrupted shades before I ever even engaged with him. Interestingly, while powerful in combat, he only really knows how to cast a handful of spells. What's more, if you're a Nord, you should have the upper hand in this fight. Malkorin's able to throw down an Ice Storm spell that can easily wreak havoc on anyone's health bar, provided you're not a Northerner. Besides that though, his go-to cast is Ice Spike, yet another frost-based spell. He also has the means of healing himself, although I'm not sure if that's done via cast or potion. The Necromancer's level is Radiant and can vary from 7 all the way to 40. Furthermore, in classic Necromancer fashion, death of the physical body isn't the end. Instead, it's a transition into the next form. The defeat of Malkorin brings on phase 2 of the boss fight, Malkorin's Shade. Now, the give is that his shade can have less health than his corporeal form, so that's promising. However, the take is that it knows more spells and is placed at level 26. In many ways, the Shade is deadlier than the Mage. Furthermore, according to the USP, it takes on the species of a Dragon Priest. Now, my assumption is that Bethesda wanted to model the Shade after a priest, giving it the same sort of abilities, form, and sounds. However, I don't think that they intended for Malkorin to actually become a Dragon Priest or anything of the sorts. In any case, battling Malkorin's Shade can prove to be just as tricky as taking on the Necromancer. Again, it's best to proceed with caution and enter the battle with some kind of game plan. Specific weapons, potions, scrolls, casts, anything that can give you the edge here. As soon as the Wraith's been defeated, Meridia takes note of your success and reaches back out to the Dragonborn.
It is done. The Defiler is defeated. Take Dawnbreaker from its pedestal.
Before approaching Dawnbreaker, the aforementioned token, it's not a bad idea to loot the battlefield. There are nearly a dozen corpses on the ground, and each one holds its fair share of septums. Malkorin's corporeal body might even have some decent loot that's worth taking. Beyond that though, the boss level chest was out on the balcony, and the real prize is the sword. Dawnbreaker seems to be the center of the temple's power. The end of the line for the beam of energy is the blade. Taking the sword, a flash of light overcomes the player, and once again, the Dragonborn finds themselves hovering hundreds of feet in the air right in front of Meridia's shrine.
Malkorin is vanquished. Skyrim's dead shall remain at rest. This is as it should be. This is because of you. A new day is dawning, and you shall be its herald. Take the mighty Dawnbreaker, and with it purge corruption from the dark corners of the world. Wield it in my name, that my influence may grow. May the light of certitude guide your efforts.
As the Daedric Prince releases the player, you once again plummet back down to the ground. Just before you become skeever food, Meridia cushions your fall, and that's that. The ultimate reward for this mission is the Daedric artifact, Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker is a unique, one-handed enchanted sword. Its base damage is fairly mediocre, coming in at only 12 hit points. However, the charm of the blade lies in its effects. Really, this weapon is best used for when crawling through an undead dungeon. It has the ability to inflict 10 points of fire damage per hit, which, as we know, tends to work wonders against most undead enemies. Then, the real kicker is its unique effect called Meridia's Retribution. When an undead is slain via the sword, there's a chance that upon the last hit, Dawnbreaker can let off a fiery explosion that'll both hurt and turn away the rest of the nearby undead. They'll take 1 point of damage over the next 10 seconds, and they'll temporarily run away in fear. Honestly, watching that explosion go off is an incredibly satisfying feeling. Makes you feel like you're some powerful demigod that's been chosen to save the world from some existential threat. If only that was a story arc in this game. And with that, thus officially ends the quest, the Break of Dawn. Now, let's talk a little bit about it. Firstly, I mentioned it before, but this is the end of a long road for me. This is the last Daedric quest in Skyrim that I needed to make a video on. With its release, that makes for all 16 Daedric Prince affiliated missions in the base game accounted for. It's a bittersweet ending as that wraps up the loose ends, but honestly, I really enjoyed the Daedric quests. A lot of these have had fantastic stories and setups, introducing the player to new NPCs, locations, items, and concepts. It really is sad to see them go, but as they say, when one door closes, another one opens. There are tons of other interesting storylines and quests waiting to be explored, not just in Skyrim or even the elderscrolls, but other games as well. Now, as for the Break of Dawn, honestly, this was a pretty cut and dry quest. It was mostly one lengthy dungeon crawl, followed by a pretty memorable boss fight. The only NPC you share dialogue with, if you can even call her an NPC, is Meridia. While she speaks to you from the beacon, her shrine, and the aspect of light, the Daedric Prince is really the only being you interact with on this quest, other than say a tussle with the corrupted shades and Malcath, of course. Sometimes with these missions, the princes will drop some thought-provoking insight. They might hint at some grander purpose, outside influence, external threat, or just in general, give a peek behind the curtain into their domain. However, I feel like we really didn't get that with Meridia. Most of her dialogue was focused on the current situation and was straight to the point. Granted, said situation and point are relatively interesting topics to cover, but still, not a lot of extra lore or information to think on from the prince. At one point though, Meridia does say that her temple is lying in ruins and that it's essentially her followers' fault. Kilcreath has been left abandoned for quite some time, and it's because of that Malcath has been able to influence her temple. However, why the temple was uninhabited and left alone is unknown. It can clearly be seen from the road that connects Dragonbridge to Solitude. Surely there has to be some of Meridia's faithful in Skyrim, right? For what it's worth, in ESO, which takes place in the Second Era, the shrine has a lot more activity and sees a whole host of pilgrims tending to it. Clearly, as time's gone on, the Nords of Skyrim have seemingly lost interest in the shrine. Meridia's place of worship appears to have become insignificant, and if you were to compare that to simply being lost or unknown to the province, I'm sure that's a much worse fate in the eyes of the Daedric Prince. Now, one theory for the lack of followers is that Nordic culture doesn't revere the Daedra. Most Nords would see the worship of Meridia as heretical. There are cultures and races in Tamriel that do openly worship some of the Daedric princes, but those folk aren't really situated in Hafingar. If anything too, maybe the shrine's proximity to a major city is actually hurting it. If there are any worshippers in town, why would they risk becoming social outcasts by being seen at the shrine of a Daedric prince? Most of the other visible shrines and statues are tucked away in the province's mountains and wilderness, making it a lot easier to ask for blessings while staying incognito. Looking at it from a distance, Skyrim in the 4th era seems to be a very different place than Skyrim in the 2nd era. In the modern-day province, appearances and affiliations matter. Between a cold war with the Empire and Dominion, the Thalmor prosecuting Talos worshippers, and a raging civil war over Nordic rights, it's probably a smart move to blend in as much as you can. Plus, who's to say that a group of worshippers wouldn't just get chased off by the Hafingar guards or citizens? They could easily be seen as a threatening group. I'm not saying that they are, but I wouldn't put it past the Nords to land on such a conclusion. What's more, referencing the UESP's list of gods and their pantheons, Meridia doesn't even come up once. She's one of the 3 Daedric princes to be completely excluded from the 17 named pantheons. What's more, of those 3 gods, she's the only one who has a shrine dedicated to her in Skyrim. So, while alone, these facts may not mean all that much. Combined, I think they offer pretty good insight as to why Kilcreath Temple and the shrine have been abandoned. Now, let's talk about the specifics of the quest itself. First and foremost, we have Meridia's beacon. There is a bit of unknown surrounding it. Was the beacon just sitting in that chest waiting to be picked up, or was it planted there by Meridia, knowing that a specific traveler would happen across it? I guess what I'm asking is, was the beacon meant for the Dragonborn to discover, or did its discovery come down to sheer luck? Free will versus determinism. Also, how did it get there? Did the previous holder of the beacon place it in said chest? Was it a follower of Meridia who did it? Or again, was it the Daedric prince herself? An idea is that perhaps like other artifacts/tokens belonging to the Daedra, the beacon was sent to Tamriel when Malkorin took hold of the temple. It was Meridia's way of sending out the divine SOS signal, and anyone brave/strong enough to discover it was worthy to wield her light and liberate Kilcreath. Gameplay reasons aside, that could be why the beacon only appears in boss level chests. Those typically involve a certain level of skill, prowess, and ability to come across. Alright, now let's move on to the focal points for this quest: Malkorin, the Corrupted Shades, and Dawnbreaker. Unfortunately for the antagonist, there really isn't much information on him. As mentioned before, there's no dialogue whatsoever that comes from the Breton. It's my pet peeve when it comes to these types of quests. I've talked about it in other Daedric videos like Peryite's, so I won't harp on it too much. But yeah, with no dialogue, monologue, texts, or so much as a battle cry, we have virtually nothing on Malkorin. All we know is that he's a Breton necromancer, he's been stealing the corpses of fallen soldiers and turning them into his minions, and that he's been able to do it all via Dawnbreaker and Kilcreath Temple. While those may be the concrete facts, there are some assumptions we can make about this dark wizard. For example, Malkorin somehow knew that Dawnbreaker could be used to raise an army of the dead. Since Malkorin is a necromancer, summoners of the undead, which are often attributed to Molag Bal, maybe we can connect the Breton to the Prince of Domination. Bal and Meridia are sworn enemies. I wouldn't put it past the Prince of Schemes to have sent a champion into Meridia's domain in hopes of either stirring the pot or completely overtaking her shrine. There's a chance that Molag could have somehow informed Malkorin of the Lady of Light's token and instructed him on how to use it for nefarious purposes. While Malkorin was no doubt powerful and had vast magical expertise, I think it's fair to say that Dawnbreaker was the source of his power here. It was through the blade that he was able to create the Corrupted Shades, seal off all the doorways in the temple, as well as become a shade himself. Without the power of the sword, I think Malkorin would have just been a strong and challenging caster, but nothing more beyond that. Something else to note about the Necromancer is that he was somehow able to find and take the bodies of the fallen soldiers into the temple. Obviously, with the war raging on, the corpses of legionnaires and stormcloaks would be abundant. I'm also sure that retrieving the dead is not at the top of either side's to-do list. But what I want to know is, how was he able to find and bring all of those corpses into the dungeon? According to the UESP, there are 43 desecrated corpses in Kilcreath. I find it hard to believe that Malkorin would be able to 1. Find that many bodies in the Halfingard region, and 2. Drag them back to the temple unseen. Remember, the temple is right off of a main road that leads to Dragonbridge and Solitude. I suppose he could do it in the nighttime, but still, that's a lot of bodies to drag around Skyrim, especially for one man. Some theories for this are that he could be casting spells to reanimate the dead. He would then essentially walk them back to the ruin, and from a distance, this could look somewhat normal. Another one is that the fallen soldiers were actually placed inside of Kilcreath Temple. This would explain the large number of the dead and why no one's questioned their presence. Although, why Meridia would allow this and who the people transporting the bodies are would be anyone's guess. A final theory could be that Malkorin is picking off nearby wandering soldiers and taking their bodies into the ruin. These would comprise of traveling Imperials and then Stormcloaks sent to scout the area. Again, it explains the sheer number of corpses in the ruin that belong to these soldiers and how they would have gotten there. But there are some holes, like how no one's noticed the missing soldiers and how he hasn't been seen committing these acts. In all likelihood, I think it stems down to Malkorin knowing where these battles are taking place, reanimating corpses to bring the fallen soldiers back to the temple, and then from there, using the power of Dawnbreaker to create the Corrupted Shades. Speaking of the Corrupted Shades, what are they? Why did Malkorin choose to raise those as opposed to skeletons or even the undead warriors? Well, the simple answer is that I don't think he did. I don't think he got to choose what sort of entities would come from the fallen soldiers. Using the power of Dawnbreaker, Meridia's token, Malkorin was able to create what's essentially the antithesis of Meridia, the Corrupted Shades. These are undead beings of darkness, the two things that the Daedric prince seemingly hates the most. Her disdain for impure beings meets her need to purify and light the world. Perhaps that's why, when used in a certain way, and possibly influenced by Molag Bal, Dawnbreaker is able to do the opposite of its intended purpose. Instead of casting away the undead via light, the sword performs necromantic acts and fills the world with darkness instead. How and why it has these powers, though, is beyond me. Maybe Dawnbreaker is unlike other basic artifacts, such as Goldbrand or Spellcaster, items that are straightforward, and it's a little more like the Ebony Blade or the Skull of Corruption. It has untapped power and limitless potential, possibly even a mind of its own, but due to its creator's alignment and morals, it stays in its most basic form. That's probably why, up until the release of the Dragonborn DLC, the Corrupted Shades were wholly unique to this questline. They were meant to symbolize a distinct and special power that couldn't quite be replicated anywhere else in the province. A power that was only achievable through the means of warping and corrupting Meridia's Daedric tokens. Who knows what other powers Dawnbreaker is capable of and the means of which they're cast. At the end of the day, this was a fun and entertaining quest to embark on. I wouldn't say it had too much lore or mystery attached to it, but there were still some topics to think on and talk about in further depth. I'd love to hear your opinions on the Break of Dawn down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring. What makes a haunted house so scary? I'm not talking about the ones you walk into during a night out at Niagara Falls, but the houses that allegedly have supernatural activity. The ones where nefarious deeds were performed and a gateway for evil energy to enter the home has been opened. Whether you believe in that sort of stuff or not, I think we can all agree there's nothing more terrifying than feeling unsafe in your own home. After all, you should probably look behind you right now. Jokes aside, for most of us, our homes are havens for relaxation, unwinding, and resting. If something were to threaten that, something that's incorporeal, powerful, and malevolent, it would be pretty horrifying. Well, in today's video, I wanted to delve into Molag Bal's Daedric Shrine quest, the House of Horrors, featured in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. This quest has a special place in my heart, as was the first Daedric quest I ever did in the game, and boy oh boy was it unsettling. I want to start out by going through the quest, and then talking about any questions and theories I have regarding the events. As per usual, the facts and information are brought to you by the game itself and the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. The quest begins with the player in the city of Markarth. While not essential to the mission, the player can receive an introduction to the House of Horrors via Klepper the Innkeeper in the Silverblood Inn.
Got a witch hunter in town from the priesthood of Stendarr. Keeps asking questions about that old abandoned house.
A pretty vague rumor, but it's a lead that'll send you on a chaotic and terrifying journey. Exiting the inn and strolling up the street, the aforementioned witch hunter can be found loitering outside of the neglected home.
Excuse me, but do you know anything about this house? Seen anyone enter or leave? I'm with the Vigil of Stendarr. We believe this house might have been used for Daedra worship, evil rites and so forth. I was actually just about to head on inside. Be good to have someone watch my back. Follow me, and keep your eyes open. Daedra are powerful creatures and tricksters. Never know what you'll find.
With the quest officially initiated, you can follow Tyrannus inside of the house.
Fresh food. No wood rot on the furniture. Someone's been here. Recently. But the people I asked say no one enters or leaves. Wait, did you hear that? I think it came this way.
He'll run all over the place like a chicken with its head cut off.
That's it. Something's inside the house. Come on, we're getting to the bottom of this. Come out! We know you're here. There's another door. See if you can get it open.
At this point, it's clear that someone or something has been here recently, and it could still very well be in the house. Hearing whispers on the other side, you attempt to open the door.
Stendarr's mercy! This isn't an ordinary Daedra. We have to get help.
Weak. He's weak. You're strong. Crush him.
The fires flicker, the appliances glow and get thrown around, and a mysterious voice tells you to kill Vigilant Tyrannus. The Witch Hunter is right about one thing. This isn't a scamp, Clanfear, or Jamora. It's something much worse.
You first. Come on. Let's go.
No. Kill him. Crush his bones. Tear at his flesh.
Get out of my head, Daedra.
You will kill, or you will die.
I don't want to die. I can't die here. The Daedra has us. It's you or me.
Tyrannus makes the first move and comes in swinging. He wields magicka in one hand and a mace in the other. The Imperial isn't a tricky foe, but he's not one to be trifled with either.
Yes, your reward is waiting for you, mortal. Further down.
Who can blame him for being jumpy and wanting to be the one who walks out of here alive? As the scene calms down, this mysterious voice beckons the player to delve deeper into the home's bowels. The door that was once locked by key is now barely on its hinges.
Yes, further into the bowels.
Briefly looking around, this section of the home is most definitely abandoned, and likely hasn't been used in a long time. There's a hole in its foundation which leads even further into the earth.
So close, your prize is waiting.
Rounding the corner, you lay eyes on a sight that's frightening and also intriguing. Some kind of demonic altar is holding up what appears to be a weapon. From a distance, it's hard to make out though. Getting in closer, the picture starts to come together, but so does the entity's trap.
Fool! Did you think Molag Bal, the Lord of Domination, would so easily reward you? What do you see from that little cage? Speak! Rusted, dry. There was a time when this mace dripped with the blood of the feeble and the worthless. But a Daedric lord has his enemies, and my rival Boethiah had her priest desecrated, left it here to decay, until you came. Revenge? No, I want submission. I want the priest who did this to bend his knee and give me his soul. He comes by to perform Boethiah's insulting rites at my altar, but he's been missing, captured and bound, left to rot. Save him. Let him perform his rite one more time. And when he does, we will be waiting for him.
As it would turn out, this little abandoned home in Markarth contains an active shrine to the Daedric prince, Molag Bal. In my opinion, and is probably the take for many others as well, Bal is up there as the most horrific and brutal of the Daedric gods. He's the creator of vampires, which has a disgusting origin story in of itself. He has an affinity for necromancy and the undead, and his goal is to enslave all of mortal kind. Molag Bal takes great pleasure in deceiving, torturing, and breaking people, as is what was just demonstrated between Tyrannus and the player. Unfortunately, you've been chosen as his next plaything, and your task is to seek out the priest who regularly desecrates his mace. Pulling up the map, the marker has the priest placed at Druiddock Redoubt, a forsworn encampment that's northeast of Markarth. Arriving on scene, you'll have to battle your way through a detachment of the Reachmen. Once inside the cave, there will be reinforcements to deal with, and among them is a Briarheart. The fight can be challenging with their numbers, and the Briarheart can prove to be a worthy foe. Once all the Forsworn have been eliminated, Boethiah's bound and imprisoned priest can be approached.
You there? Are you here to kill me? Slay the mighty Lowgrove, while he sits tied and helpless. Rescue? No one knew where I was when I was taken. Who sent you? The Dark Mistress sent you? Ha! Now tell me the one about the troll who gives gifts to good little boys and girls. So, the King of Corruption sends his messenger to challenge me. Very well. I will meet with Molag Bal, and I will venerate his altar in Boethiah's name as I did before. Cut me loose, minion of the Hated One. I need to get to Markarth. Oh, freedom. Now get out of my way. I have a task to attend to.
Instead of cowering at the call, Logrolf the Willful literally jumps at the chance to once again face down Molag Bal. If you're familiar with the Lord of Domination's work in the previous installments of the Elder Scrolls, you'll know that this isn't going to end well for Logrolf. Following the priest back out into Skyrim and losing him in the wilderness, all you can do now is fast travel back to Markarth and wait in the abandoned house. Luckily, Mr. Willful wasn't lying when he accepted Molag Bal's challenge. He'll be waiting for you in the home, and together, the two of you descend to the Cursed Bowels. As predicted, Logrolf runs to the trap like a mouse looking for cheese.
Molag Bal, you think you can best Boethiah's faithful? I have won this contest before.
Ah, but I have my own champion this time, Logrolf.
What? You?
Mortal, I give you my mace in all its rusted spitefulness. Crush the spirit from Logrolf's bones, make him bend to me.
I don't know why the priest was shocked to hear that I was working with Molag Bal. I literally told him in Druidoc Readout that I was sent on behalf of the Daedric Prince. My guess is that Bal doesn't really play well with others, and those loyal servants usually end up getting tricked or enslaved themselves. The Rusty Mace, which might seem like a familiar concept from the Elder Scrolls 4, doesn't have the greatest stats. In any case, Logrolf is helpless and trapped inside of the spikes, so there's nothing he can do to defend himself.
You mortals and your frail, limp, pathetic bodies. Try it again!
The Daedric Lord resurrects the old priest just so I can continue beating him. A true demonstration of his power and the evil that resides behind it. With this round of hits, it's clear from Logrolf's reactions that he's not doing so hot. As the final bit of his health drops, he begs for mercy.
Pain! No more. No more. I submit, Molag Bal. I submit.
You bend to me?
Yes.
You pledge your soul to me?
Yes.
You forsake the weak and pitiful Boethiah?
Yes.
You're mine now, Logrolf. Kill him.
I don't think the priest was supposed to find a way out of the trap, but either way, he's not going anywhere. Giving him his third beating with the rusty mace, he begs for his life once more and asks the player to let him go.
The mace of Molag Bal. I give you its true power, mortal. When your enemies lie broken and bloody before you, know that I will be watching. Now, I have a soul in oblivion that needs claiming. Take care of the house while I'm gone.
This time, his fate is a lot worse than Revival. His soul is being sent to Cold Harbor, where he'll be eternally enslaved and tortured. The shrine seemingly becomes inactive, and Molag Bal returns to the realms of oblivion. His parting gift is the mace of Molag Bal in its full glory. Its appearance changes from a rusted hunk of metal to a uniquely designed bludgeon that glows green. In terms of subjective stats, overall level and one-handed skill, it deals 29 base damage. As for its enchantments, it deals 25 points of damage to the target's magicka and stamina. If the target dies within 3 seconds of being hit by the mace, it captures its soul. It's a very versatile weapon that can be utilized for a lot of situations. With that, thus ends Molag Bal's Daedric Shrine quest, the House of Horrors, and now, let's talk a little bit about it. Like mentioned in the beginning, I remember this being the first ever Daedric Shrine I encountered in Skyrim. At the time, my memory was a little foggy on who Molag Bal was, so the opening scene with Vigilant Tyrannus and having the Dark Lord break him was a shocker to me. Furthermore, the poltergeist-like activities in the home, the flickering lights, Tyrannus running away in a panic, I remember being spooked and impressed at the same time. A game hadn't really made me feel that way in a while, in fact, since I last played the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. I remember also feeling like an evil person leading Lolgroth the Willful into that trap, hitting him over and over, breaking his body and spirit, having him beg for mercy, and switch his Daedric allegiances, only to then have his soul get sent to Cold Harbor, where Molag Bal is probably doing horrible things to it. Playing through this quest all these years later, the events are slightly different to what I had remembered, but if anything, that's a good thing, as the story felt fresh and new. Like for example, I really didn't recall needing to rescue Lolgroth from Druidok Redoubt or battling through waves of Forsworn. Now, usually with these quests and analyses, I have one big theory I try to flesh out or one big question that I try and answer. For this video, I think I mostly have smaller questions and theories, so if you have your own ideas that you'd like to bring up, let me know down below. My first small theory for this quest is that the Forsworn are actually in cahoots with Molag Bal, sort of. Obviously, Molag Bal led the show here, and this whole twisted act of revenge was his doing. However, in terms of potential agents and helpers, I wonder if the Forsworn were nudging the events along, at least for a little while. Here's how it goes. We know that the tribe is native to the Reach and have spies in Markarth. We also know that the Reachmen once occupied the city earlier in the 4th era. It's heavily theorized that they have a mixed pantheon of the Aedra and Daedra. While Hircine is the most probable of the latter, who's to say that the oppressed haven't put some of their faith into the god of slavery and domination? Is it possible that during that time, they were the ones who created the shrine to Molag Bal, or at the very least, found it in the abandoned house, perhaps attempting to use Bal's power to aid their cause? If so, maybe the Forsworn spies have been using the house as a hideout during these troubled times, and know exactly when to enter and exit undetected. Hence why none of the citizens have seen any activity at the house, and why Tyrannus notices that the entranceway of the home has been lived in and kept up with. Maybe the Reachmen thought they were doing the Daedric Prince's service by capturing Lolgroth the Willful and holding him at Druidok Redoubt. In fact, by keeping him prisoner, he couldn't continue the desecration rituals on Molag's shrine, and over time, its effects wore off. This worked out perfectly for Bal, as after the player follows Tyrannus into the home, he has them face off against one another. Once the stronger of the two has been named his champion, he's then able to send them off and claim the priest's soul, ultimately enacting his revenge on Boethiah, the one who is behind the desecration. While the coincidences are surely strange, as the Forsworn seem to be caught up in a lot of the details, there are a few holes with the idea. For starters, I think it's implied that Molag Bal is the one who's been looking after the house as part of his trickery and deceit. By making it look like someone was hiding out, he was able to convince Tyrannus and the player to delve further into the home and perhaps activate some of his powers, or at least giving him enough time to lock the front door. At the end of the quest, he tells the player to look after the house while he's gone, which to me indicates he's been the caretaker all along. This doesn't necessarily absolve the Forsworn from any involvement in the plan, but it does lessen their role. Another hole in the theory though surrounds the entire interaction between the player and the Forsworn at Druidok Redoubt. If both factions are on the same side as far as working with Molag Bal goes, why then would you have to fight through them in order to get to the priest? Surely they'd give him up if it meant pleasing the Daedric Lord who could help them retake Markarth. A small rebuttal to that is Molag Bal is just as unpredictable of a god as someone like Sheogorath. I don't think he would care at all about bloodshed amongst his servants, and in fact, probably welcomes it as their souls get sent straight to Cold Harbor. I think the theory as a whole is interesting and could be explored further, but in all likelihood, the Forsworn at Druidok Redoubt were likely just added there as they are the closest and most convenient of enemies. And if that's the case, then there really isn't that much of an argument for them being involved. This brings me into my first and small quick question. Why was Logrolf even at Druidok Redoubt? What did he do to get himself captured by the Forsworn? Again, it's very likely that it was all in the name of convenience and simple storytelling. I don't think that that should be discounted. Maybe he was just passing by the area and got ambushed by the tribe. It's a very simple and probable answer. It could be an easy coincidence, or it could tie into the Forsworn's worship of Molag Bal. I think it's worth looking into the idea that Logrolf was carrying out more work in the name of Boethiah and ridding this Forsworn encampment of their possible ties to the Daedric Prince of Domination. As far as my research has taken me, Boethiah seemingly only has issues with Molag Bal, and as far as we know, the priest has only desecrated a shrine belonging to Bal. I don't think it's far-fetched to assume that most of Logrolf's time is taken up with Boethiah's orders, and a lot of those orders might be directly targeting Molag Bal's worshippers. So maybe either this Forsworn encampment or a nearby one was his target, and the tribal folk just managed to get the jump on him. It's a minor afterthought, but it's one that really intrigues me. Moving on to the next question, which is actually multiple that are all under the same scope. What was the altar of Molag Bal doing in the walls of a random house in Markarth? Who put it there, and what purpose could it have served originally? Furthermore, what's going on with the abandoned house in general? Now, there's some discourse online if it truly matters how the altar ended up in the home, and I sort of lean towards the it doesn't side. It'd be like investigating how all of the Daedric shrines ended up in Cyrodiil. It's an interesting thought, but in the end, the answer is almost certainly cultists. At some point, Molag Bal worshippers took up residence in the home, created the shrine, and used it for nefarious activities. Given Logrolf's age, and giving him the benefit of the doubt that he started these rituals as a young man, we can assume that the shrine has at least been there for 60 some odd years. And in fact, since the mace was once wielded by the hero of Kvatch in the Third Era, it's probably safe to assume that the altar's been there for over 200 years. Either way, that's still a lot of area to work with, and Markarth has been a revolving door for factions ever since the Dwemer disappeared. So we can make our assumptions on if the shrine was built by random cultists or the Reachmen, but it's a very open-ended question that could have numerous possibilities. Now, one of the ones that can be answered is the altar's purpose. During the player's first conversation with Molag Bal, he asks what you see in front of you. If you answer an altar, he would have given some insight into it. It was once used by cultists to trap and sacrifice others in the name of the Daedric Prince, exactly as we see it being used on Logrolf. What's more, in every variation of his answer, and is something I believe holds more importance than we think, he finishes by saying that everything was left decommissioned until you came. There are multiple ways to interpret this. Whether he was able to absorb some of the Dragonborn's power in order to give life to his shrine, whether he just needed someone to do his bidding, or perhaps the murder of Vigilant Tyrannus was the energy needed to set everything in motion. Since the altar was used for sacrifices, maybe even just killing in the home is a way to feed his power. Either way, it seems like the right person was needed to enter the house, and life needed to be given in order for Bal to take. Now, moving along to the abandoned house, why has no one tried moving into it yet? Is it common knowledge that something supernatural haunts the house and no one wants to do anything about it? Is this an Oblivion Shadenhall Dark Brotherhood moment where the Jarl knows what's underneath it and chooses to turn a blind eye? Or has Molag Bal been controlling who's allowed to enter the house by locking and unlocking certain doors? My best guess is that the answer is a combination of all three. Nords are fairly superstitious and traditional folk. If they believe that the home has an evil aura to it, they're probably not going anywhere near it, similar to what we saw in the Pelagius wing of the Blue Palace. Whether through pre-existing intel or figuring out for themselves, at some point, one of the earlier Jarls would have learned about the home's true nature and kept it locked tightly. Nobody's allowed in, except for Logrolf the Willful, and nothing's allowed out. Now, as we know, that wouldn't really matter if Molag Bal is able to control the locks on the doors. With the priest held captive, and some power returned to the altar, Bal could have kept the doors locked tight until the right person came along to do his bidding, aka the player. Said bidding could have been committing murder in the house, or simply complying with the Daedric Prince's commands. These are just a few questions that come to mind when playing through this quest. There are a lot of small details that just aren't touched upon and create a whole influx of minor inquiries. It's often the little things like these though that intrigue me the most, as in a worst case scenario, they were added in for storytelling convenience. In the best case scenario though, someone put a lot of time and effort into leaving little clues and puzzles, which when solved, lead to new fragments of lore and insight into the world of the Elder Scrolls. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the House of Horrors down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring. In today's video, I wanted to go through and discuss the quest, The Taste of Death, featured in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The Taste of Death is the Daedric quest belonging to the prince, Namira. Namira is often associated with hunger, darkness, and decay. It's said that all things that bring on repulsion are products of this demonic prince. With that being said, this quest definitely doesn't sell itself short. It's quite the interesting and dark story, as it involves deceit, murder, and cannibalism. The Dragonborn has the option to either stand against those atrocious acts and behaviors, or they can fully join in on them and embrace the cult's rituals. For this video, I'll go through the quest and detail the story. I'll listen to the dialogue and discuss the various choices that are given to the player. Then, once that's all wrapped up, I'll discuss lore, themes, and messages that are present and hidden within this quest. As per usual, the facts and information provided are brought to you by the game itself and the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. To begin this quest, the player must make their way over to the city of Falkreath. There's no minimum starting level for the Taste of Death, so it can be initiated at any time. Upon entering the hold, you can then make your way into the Silverblood Inn. There, you'll find the innkeep, Klepper. Like most barkeeps, he has a loose tongue and is more than willing to spread some of the local rumors.
Did you hear? The Hall of the Dead is closed. Brother Veralis isn't the most popular man in town right now.
This brings on a miscellaneous quest and directs the player over to Brother Veralis, or Veralis. Really, it just depends on who you hear the name from. Veralis can be found within Understone Keep. Depending on when you go looking for him, he might be in the middle of a heated discussion. Most of Markarth's residents haven't taken kindly to the Hall of the Dead being closed. They think Veralis is hiding something, and oh boy, if only they knew the truth.
If it's about the Hall of the Dead, no, you can't go in there. I can't talk about it. Rest assured, the Jarl hears everyone's concerns. You will be able to visit the dead again soon. Alright. I was going to suggest the Jarl hire someone to sort this mess out anyway. We've discovered that some of the dead have been eaten. Flesh has been chewed off. Bones were snapped to get at the marrow inside. We haven't caught anyone or anything yet. It's like it knows when I'm there. If you can get to the bottom of this, the priesthood of Archay will reward you. Take my key, and be careful.
Unfortunately for Markarth, a cannibal on the loose isn't the strangest thing they've had to deal with. Still though, the sooner this matter is wrapped up, the better it'll be for everyone in town. The Hall of the Dead is located in the same chamber as the Dwemer ruins of Kuwanzel. Going on inside, it's rather quiet and empty. That is, until the Dragonborn starts to make their way further in.
Not many would walk blindly into a crypt, smelling of steel and blood, but not fear. I feel the hunger inside of you, gnawing at you. You see the dead, and your mouth grows wet. Your stomach growls. It's all right. I will not shun you for what you are. Stay. I will tell you everything you have forgotten.
Whoever's in here with you has either eaten this place clean, or Brother Veralis cleared out the remaining dead. There aren't any traces of limbs, bones, organs, or tissue. The burial urns themselves are even gone. The hall is completely empty. After wandering around for a bit, you begin to feel a presence behind you. That someone or something from before is watching you from the darkness.
You were young when you first tasted human flesh, weren't you? A brother or sister had died? An accident, of course. Then the hunger set in. Curiosity. What's the harm in just one bite? It's okay now. You found a friend who understands you. You can let go of your guilt. A lot of our kind block out the memory of their first meal. The shame is too much. but you don't need to hide anymore. Namira, the Lady of Decay, accepts you for what you are. She has a place for us where we can sate our appetites without judgment. It's inside Reachcliff Cave, but the dead have stirred from their slumber recently, and I was forced here. Meet me there. We'll fight our way to Namira's embrace together. Until then, tell the people of Markarth that their dead won't be disturbed anymore. We have bigger plans ahead.
As the stranger, Iola, disappears, the miscellaneous quest ends and the taste of death begins. Iola is the cannibal in question, but she seems to have a rather ritualistic mindset about it. She's not crazed, nor is she desperate. It almost seems rather cult-like. Plus, she made mention of the Daedric prince, Namira. Namira is often considered the patron deity of outcasts, and clearly, Iola's habits aren't accepted within mainstream society. Following along with her requests, the player leaves the Hall of the Dead and delivers the news to Brother Vaermina.
You've returned. What happened in the Hall of the Dead? Divines preserve you. You're a hero. We'll reopen the hall right away. Here, take my amulet as a reward.
As a token of his appreciation, Vaermina hands the player the Amulet of Arkay. It grants the wearer with a 10-point buff to their health. Depending on your current loadout, it could definitely come in handy. Leaving Understone Keep and popping open the map, Reachcliff Cave is located southeast of Markarth. Arriving outside the cavern, you'll spot Iola waiting for you by the entrance.
You've come. The Draugr infesting Namira's sanctuary are inside. I was hoping you would say that.
Together with the Breton, the Dragonborn storms the cave and begins the assault. Reachcliff only has one zone to it, and it's filled with leveled Draugr. It isn't unlike other burial crypts or undead-based dungeons though. Most of the enemies are spaced out. A slow and methodical crawl should do the trick. What's more, Iola is a pretty powerful companion. She can cast various alteration, destruction, conjuration, and restoration spells. On top of that, she wields a steel sword and a hunting bow. She can easily pull aggro, and with her magic, she can destroy most of the Draugr with 1 or 2 casts. The final chamber of Reachcliff is where the player can find the Shrine of Namira. However, you'll have to cut your way through more Draugr and even a boss-leveled undead. Typically, the bosses are no joke, and they shouldn't be taken very lightly. Iola does her best in aiding you, but it really is up to the player to close out the show here. Once all the threats have been neutralized, the quest will update and the Breton speaks with you.
You've done it. The shrine is ours again. Now we need to prepare a grand feast to welcome you to Namira's coven. You will have the honor of bringing a fresh kill for the main course, and I know the perfect person. A priest filled with the taste of an easy life, Brother Vaermina from Markarth. Give him this gold. Tell him you need Arkay's help exploring an old cavern for treasure. And when he stands in Namira's presence, she will take care of the rest. Say hello to
As with all Daedric quests, there's usually some dark twist. For this one, the player is tasked with sacrificing the priest of Arkay. What's more, it's not to send his soul into eternal damnation, nor is it even for great personal gain. It's just to satisfy the cult of Namira's cravings. At the back of the chamber is this great, demonic, evil-looking contraption. It's the supposed shrine to Namira, but clearly it's used for slicing, dicing, and the torture of human beings. A good guess is that that's where Brother Vaermina's fate lies. Exiting Reachcliff Cave and fast traveling over to Markarth, the player can return to the priest and ask for his company. Although, it takes a lot for Vaermina to come willingly, and he may need some of that sweet donation money.
You are looking for Arkay's protection while you delve some dank tomb, I take it? My duties keep me busy in Markarth. I don't know if I can help you. You know, in the priesthood of Arkay, we have a joke about an empty pocket being better than a full grave. That's no small amount of coin, friend. I suppose I can come with you for a short venture. Lead on.
After some persuasion, the rest of the trek is pretty straightforward. A simple return to Reachcliff Cave and easy access through the secret entrance. Once inside, you'll notice that things are different in here. The caverns have been decorated with candles, and there are inhumane amounts of blood everywhere. Splatters of blood line the walls and floors. Clearly, the cult has been busy with other victims. Within the main chamber, you'll also notice that it's not just Iola anymore. The rest of the cannibalistic cult has made themselves known. Some of them are low-life ruffians and conjurers, while others are upstanding citizens of Markarth. Getting close to the dining table, Vaermina becomes disturbed and Iola becomes intrigued.
Who are you? What's going on?
Priest of Archay, I'm your friend.
You're my... friend?
Yes, I'm your friend, and I've invited you to dinner.
I've been invited to dinner. I'm so hungry.
Why don't you lay down and rest while we get the meal ready?
I need to lay down. I'll just be a minute.
Come with me. Our feast is about to begin.
As just displayed, Iola has some sort of mind-tricking ability. She's able to hypnotize people just by speaking with them. It's worth considering that maybe she used the same type of sorcery on the player. As the three of you approach the shrine, Vaermina willingly lays down on the contraption and Iola discusses the next steps.
The meal is on Namira's table. Go ahead, carve.
With Brother Vaermina under a spell, now's the time to start slashing away. The objective changes, and in order to progress, the player must kill the priest. Now, there are two different outcomes for this quest. First, I want to explore the hidden or not so obvious one. By refusing to attack the priest, the player can instead turn their attention towards Iola and the cult. Because Iola is unsuspecting, it's best to get a cheap shot in at her first. She's arguably also the most challenging foe present within Reachcliff. Due to her abilities and the fact that she's level 2 the player, she poses the biggest threat. The rest of the cult though is comprised of common citizens who are all level 6 and 2 spellcasters that are level 1. Once the cult has been eradicated, Vaermina wakes up from his trance and speaks to the player.
What happened? Sweet breath of Archay. Were these the cannibals that were plaguing the Hall of the Dead? I need to get back to Markarth. Here, take this. It's the least I can do for saving my life.
As a reward, the player is gifted with 1,000 gold. While this method does result in the quest's failure, if you're role-playing a good and moral character, this is probably the best outcome. Now, reverting back to the sacrifice, you can obey the cult's commands and slaughter the priest.
He looks so sweet. Go ahead, have the first bite.
Pushing the limits further, Iola now wants you to practice cannibalism. Interacting with Brother Vaermina's body, you have the options to eat him or leave him. Choosing the former, you've officially attracted the attention of the Daedric Prince of Decay and Repulsion.
Mortal, I am Namira, the Lady of Decay. Your consumption of the blood and bile of Arcay's own is pleasing to me. I give you my ring. Wear it, and when you feast on the flesh of the dead, I will grant you my power. Wallow in your wretchedness, my newest champion.
With that disturbing act out of the way, the quest is complete and Namira's artifact is given to the player. The Ring of Namira grants the wearer with a 50-point bonus to their stamina. What's more, if you feed on corpses while wearing the ring, you receive a temporary buff to health and health regen. To completely wrap things up, the player can speak with Iola once more.
I knew when you walked into the Hall of the Dead that you were special. And here you are, champion of Namira, keeper of her ring. You're everything I hoped you'd be. It's an honor, champion. Feel free to stay and mingle with your new coven.
Like mentioned before, the coven has a mix of shady characters and upstanding citizens. Iola, Sanguine, and Niphthaneth are ruffians and outlaws. Meanwhile, Banning, Lisbeth, and Hogni Redarm are casual citizens of Markarth.
You buy a war dog from me? There's a reason why my hounds are so eager to bite into people.
The bloodiest beef in the Reach.
One of my customers? Did you know I inherited the store from my late husband? Shame what happened to him. He had such good taste.
At this point, Eola can now be used as a follower should the player need a companion for their travels and adventures. The final order of business for this quest is using the Ring of Namira. While looking for victims, some poor, unlucky hostage just escaped from one of the nearby forts. Little did she know that she was probably safer back at Mistwatch. Attacking her and bringing her down, the player now has the option of eating the corpse. While wearing the ring and interacting with an NPC's body, the player has the choice of eating them or searching their inventory. One simple feed and the effects of the ring are brought on. Your health gets increased by 50 points for 5 minutes, and your health regen is increased by 50% for 5 minutes as well. Be careful while feeding though, as if witnessed by another NPC, it's considered assault and therefore a crime. With the taste of death completed, let's talk a little bit about it. If you played through the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion and embarked on Namira's quest in that game, you might have noticed some similarities. Mainly the priests of Arkay antagonizing the followers of Namira. While in Oblivion, you can make an argument for both sides being in the right. The followers just wanted to be left alone, and the priests were just doing their job, cleansing the ruins and trying to help the Forsaken. For Skyrim, the circumstances are downright repulsing and grotesque. While Brother Vaermina might not have been a perfect priest, I don't think it's controversial to say that he didn't deserve his fate. Slaughtered and eaten by the very group he's sworn to eradicate. A group that has admitted to killing and eating other citizens of Markarth just to appease their appetite for human flesh. If anything, this quest is on par with the House of Horrors in terms of demonstrating a Daedric prince's evil nature. There's nothing redeeming about it. There's no silver lining or bright side to the scenario. The player establishes a base for cannibals. They then murder a seemingly innocent man, engage in cannibalism, and the secret society of cannibals gets to live on and continue their behavior. From here, you gain the permanent ability to feed on corpses, no strings attached, no vampirism or lycanthropy needed, just a Daedric artifact. Of course, if the player has a heavy conscience, then attacking the cult and skipping out on the artifact might be in their best interest. Now, back at the Hall of the Dead in Understone Keep, all of the corpses and urns were gone. The hall was practically emptied. While it's incredible to think that Eola single-handedly cleared the bodies via consumption, my best guess is that Vaermina and other priests had all of the bodies removed. As soon as they caught wind of the desecration, it's likely that they moved quickly and had the remains transported elsewhere. As for Eola, it's hard to tell why she would have stuck around. If there weren't any food sources for her there, then why stay put in the hall? Either she was waiting for a like-minded / curious individual to stumble on in, aka the player, or she really did eat the Hall of the Dead out of house and home. Might as well linger where all of the food is, and all you can eat for new and old corpses. Switching over to Reachcliff Cave, the only way to access the room with Namira's shrine is by playing through the quest. Otherwise, the hidden pathway through the coffin never opens up, and the player's adventure gets cut short. Really, the most interesting part of the cave is the shrine room. The once ancient and sacred chamber has been deconsecrated and blasphemed. Bloody body parts, tissue, and bone are paired with sweet rolls and wine. Blood splatters line the walls and floors of the crypt, showcasing that Brother Vaermina wasn't the only meal. What's more, the shrine, an evil and wicked contraption, lies at the back of the room, waiting for its next sacrifice. It's clear that the anchor / hook-like part of the shrine is meant to dig into flesh. Like a meat hook, it's probably used to hoist the bodies of victims, while the cult cuts and carves with their knives and blades. The small basin at the back of the shrine is likely meant to hold the victim's blood, possibly as a means for consumption, or perhaps it's meant as an offering to the Daedric prince herself. Regardless, the shrine is old, vile, and has come into contact with many different people over the years. Unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot of information on this cannibalistic cult. While it feels like the Reachcliff gang is more like a breakfast club of cannibals as opposed to devout worshippers of Namira, they all share small blurbs about the prince. Banning is in awe at the player receiving the Ring of Namira, Lisbeth classifies the cult as the faithful, and Hogni is in awe that Namira spoke with the player. Outside of the shrine though, everyone keeps their affairs hush-hush. With that being said, Namira's followers are often secretive and keep their habits hidden. Since they are seen as societal outcasts, they feel the need to keep to themselves and often go into seclusion. That's pretty much what we see during Oblivion, with all of her followers dwelling in the dark alien ruins. As for Skyrim, only half of the members of the cult choose this lifestyle. Eola, Nympheneth, and Sanguine remain in Reachcliff, while the others go back to their incognito lifestyle. According to the wiki, those living in darkness and seclusion are enough to appease the Daedric prince. However, those who avidly practice repulsive and odd behaviors are who Namira really looks out for. The UESP calls out people who have unsanitary habits, specifying that those who don't wash their hands before handling meat are prime targets for the cult. Of course, cannibals are shunned by society, so they fall in perfectly with the worshippers. It's said that a lot of clans out in the Reach perform rituals and sacrifices for her. These often include lots of blood, hordes of insects and foul creatures are often seen at the site, and what's more, the worshippers often eat these creepy crawlies, perhaps to further their ties with the prince. Sacrifices are done by means of burning and dismemberment. Often children who are deemed as weak are considered to be prime targets. It's safe to say that while other Daedric princes get a bad rep, Namira might also be up there, as she allows and encourages her followers to do truly sinister acts in order to receive mere acknowledgement. I'd love to know your thoughts and opinions on the quest down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring. Following Brynjolf, we met with Carlia at the center of the cistern.
Brynjolf, the time has come to decide Mercer's fate. Until a new guildmaster is chosen, the decision falls to you.
Aye, lass, and I've come to a decision. Mercer Frey tried to kill both of you. He betrayed the guild, murdered Gallus, and made us question our future. He needs to die.
We have to be very careful, Brynjolf. Mercer is a nightingale, an agent of Nocturnal.
Then it's all true. Everything I heard in the stories. The Nightingales, their allegiance to Nocturnal, and the Twilight Sepulchre.
Yes. That's why we need to prepare ourselves and meet Mercer on equal footing. Just outside of Riften, beyond the southeast gate, is a small path cut up the mountainside. At the end of that path is a clearing and an old standing stone. I'd ask you both to meet me there.
Well, there you have it. The guild's decision on what to do with Mercer Frey. I personally thought his fate was a given, but I guess there are certain formalities within the guild. After doing some of my own preparations, i.e. new spells and new gear, I made way for Carlia's standing stone. This rock ended up being the entry point for the Nightingale Hall.
I'm glad you're here. This is the headquarters of the Nightingales, cut into the mountainside by the first of our kind. We've come to seek the edge we need to defeat Mercer Frey. If you'll follow me, I'll try to explain on the way. This way, please.
As the nearby rock face reveals the pathway inside, myself and Brynjolf follow closely behind Carlia.
So this is Nightingale Hall. I heard about this place when I joined the guild, but I never believed it existed.
The assumption that the Nightingales were just a myth was seeded within the guild on purpose. It helped divert attention from our true nature. What's wrong, Brynjolf? I can almost hear your brow furrowing.
I'm trying to understand why I'm here, lass. I'm no priest, and I'm certainly not religious. Why pick me?
This isn't about religion, Brynjolf. It's business. This is Nightingale Hall. You're the first of the uninitiated to set foot inside in over a century. Now, if you'll both proceed to the armory to don your Nightingale armor, we can begin the oath.
As the pathway twists and turns, I'm led into an underground keep. While it's not much, this is where Nocturnal's faithful come to gear up and serve. Carlia insists that I don the Nightingale armor. Interacting with the armor stone, I'm gifted the entire set. The armor itself increases stamina by 20 points and allows for frost resistance by 15%. The boots muffle any noise made by the wearer, the gloves improve lockpicking by 15% and allow for 15% more damage with one-handed weapons. Finally, the hood makes illusion spells cost 12% less magicka. Following Carlia further into the keep, this is where the catch is revealed.
Time's wasting, and Mercer's still out there. Let's get the... Okay, lass, we've got these get-ups on. Now what?
Beyond this gate is the first step in becoming a Nightingale.
Whoa there, lass. I appreciate the armor, but becoming a Nightingale? That was never discussed.
To hold any hope of defeating Mercer, we must have Nocturnal at our backs. If she's to accept you as one of her own, an arrangement must be struck.
What sort of arrangement? I need to know the terms.
The terms are quite simple, Brynjolf. Nocturnal will allow you to become a nightingale and use your abilities for whatever you wish. And in return, both in life and in death, you must serve as a guardian of the Twilight Sepulchre.
Aye, there's always a catch. But at this point, I suppose there isn't much to lose. If it means the end of Mercer Frey, you can count me in.
What about you? Are you ready to transact the oath with Nocturnal? Good. After I open the gate, please stand on the western circle.
Carlia pulls the chain and allows us access into the chamber. Here, there are 4 platforms, 3 of which are for a nightingale to stand on, and the 4th contains Nocturnal's symbol. As soon as each member is in place, Carlia begins the ritual.
I call upon you, Lady Nocturnal, Queen of Murk and Empress of Shadow. Hear my voice.
Ah, Carlia. I was wondering when I'd hear from you again. Lose something, did we?
My lady, I've come before you to throw myself upon your mercy and to accept responsibility for my failure.
You're already mine, Carlia. Your terms were struck long ago. What could you possibly offer me now?
I have 2 others that wish to transact the oath, to serve you both in life and in death.
You surprise me, Carlia. This offer is definitely weighted in my favor.
My appetite for Mercer's demise exceeds my craving for wealth, Your Grace.
Revenge. How interesting. Very well. The conditions are acceptable. You may proceed.
Lady Nocturnal, we accept your terms. We dedicate ourselves to you as both your avengers and your sentinels. We will honor our agreement in this life and the next until your conditions have been met.
Very well. I name your initiates Nightingale, and I restore your status to the same, Carlisle. And in the future, I'd suggest you refrain from disappointing me again.
Once the ritual was over, I spoke once more with Carlia.
Now that you've transacted the oath, it's time to reveal the final piece of the puzzle to you. Mercer's true crime. Mercer was able to unlock the Guild's vault without 2 keys because of what he stole from the Twilight Sepulchre. The skeleton key. By doing this, he's compromised our ties to Nocturnal and, in essence, caused our luck to run dry. Well, yes, but the key isn't only restricted to physical barriers. All of us possess untapped abilities, the potential to wield great power securely sealed within our minds. Once you realize the key can access these traits, the potential becomes limitless. I'm afraid that's impossible. If the key isn't returned to its lock in the Twilight Sepulchre, things will never be the same for the Guild. As time passed, our luck would diminish to the point of non-existence, and whether you know it or not, our uncanny luck defines our trade. Very true. In our line of work, it's quite rare we set out to return a stolen item to its rightful owner. Before we depart, Brynjolf has some business to discuss. I suggest you listen to him.
Listen, lad. There's one last piece of business we need to settle before we go after Mercer. The leadership of the Guild. Carlia and I had a long discussion before you arrived here. Thanks to your efforts, Mercer's treachery has been exposed. After we deal with him, all that remains is restoring the Guild to its full strength. As a result, we both feel that you have the potential of replacing Mercer as leader of the Thieves' Guild. I've been at this game a long time, my friend. A long time. I've stolen trinkets from nobles and framed priests for murder. I'm good at what I do, maybe even one of the best, but it's all I know. I've never been one to lead. Never desired it, never cared for it. Don't want it. Well, we have a bit of an errand to run before your coronation, so don't get sentimental on me now. Then it's decided. When this is all over and Delvin's contacts assure me that we've regained our footing in Skyrim, we'll handle the details. Until then, we have quite the task ahead. I've been poring over the plans you brought us, and I'm convinced the eyes of the Falmer are in the Dwarven ruins at Erkenthand. Karlaya and I will meet you there. Prepare yourself, lad. This will be a fight to remember.
Finally, the truth is revealed. Frey's secret weapon is the Skeleton Key, a tool that can unlock practically any door. What's more, it seems to be more powerful than ever before. It has the ability to unlock the user's untapped potential. This could be anything from combat skills to the arcane arts, all the way to sacred knowledge and understandings. If it wasn't a priority before, Mercer Frey must be stopped at all costs. With that, thus ends the quest, Trinity Restored. Before heading to the Dwemer ruins of Erkenthand, I wanted to gear up for the upcoming heist. This included items that buff my magicka, as well as consumables for the crawl. Most notable was a novice robe of destruction. Nothing too amazing, but a little something to help with offense. However, as you'll soon see, I probably needed much more than that. When ready, I popped open the map and traveled to the Windhelm Stables, the location that's closest to the Dwemer ruins. Getting there was really no problem at all. It was the dungeon's exterior though where things really started to crank up. Bandits were camped along the walls and the grounds of Erkenthand. While they weren't that tricky to deal with, it set the tone for things to come. Upon entering the ruins, I was met with a gruesome sight. A slaughtered group of bandits with their blood sprayed everywhere. At first, I thought this might have been Karlaya and Brynjolf, but I soon learned that it was the obvious suspect. A little bit further down the line, I came across what I would deem the bane of my character, or at least one of them. With destruction magic alone, I had a really difficult time taking on the Dwarven spheres. They were pretty tough and dealt a lot of damage to me. Unfortunately, my magicka also ran out really quickly. It was like I could barely make an impact. After a lengthy match with the first one, I defeated it, continued onwards, and then got aggroed onto by 3 more. I never like to run from a fight. It's not really my style, especially in Skyrim. But for this area of Erkenthand, I thought it'd be in my best interest to just get out of there. Hightailing to the nearby platform, I pulled the lever and transported myself down to the Grand Cavern. Once there, I finally met up with Karlaya and Brynjolf. They helped me take on my assailants, and after that was all said and done, it was time to make a game plan.
Mercer's been here. I hope we aren't too late. Brynjolf and I found them like that. Mercer's doing. We have to catch up to him before it's too late. We should tread carefully. I wouldn't be surprised if he's left behind a few surprises for us.
From this point onward, I had both Brynjolf and Karlaya at my back. Well, sort of, you'll see why in a bit. As soon as the 3 of us reached an overlook of the dungeon, Karlaya spotted something in the distance.
Wait a moment. What's that? It's Mercer. Look, down there.
I'm on it, lass. Damn it, there's no way through.
He's toying with us. He wants us to follow.
Aye, lass, and we'll be ready for him. Let's keep moving.
It's at this point in the dungeon where the enemy type starts to switch up. The bandits are gone, and the Dwemer warbots are dwindling. Meanwhile, the Falmer are starting to appear. With the 3 of us all fighting in unison, nothing's really that much of an issue. Brynjolf battles with blades, Karlaya dons her bow, and I'm doing what I can with destruction magic. However, the very next area is where things started to take a turn. The Falmer presence was stepped up. While I could 1v1 a snow elf and come out on top, the tides of battle would turn as soon as a second challenger stepped in. What's more, at this point, Karlaya had completely vanished. I still have no clue where she went or if she just got stuck somewhere. She was just gone. We really needed her too, as there were so many archers in the area. Now, Brynjolf and I were light on range attacks, and there were less people to take the aggro off of me. The further into Erkenthand we got, the more Frey's power and strength would be revealed. Potentially, through the help of the Skeleton Key, he was able to knock down an entire Dwemer tower. This helped to cut off our trail and led the Nightingales on an all-new path. The next chamber, though, is when push truly came to shove. The Falmer numbers were even more beefed up. The Skulkers came out to play, and I just wasn't strong enough to take them on all by my lonesome. So I decided to change my approach. In true Thieves Guild fashion, I decided to just sneak my way through the rest of the dungeon. It honestly went really well. I guess due to the nature of Hircine being a dark place, stealth was pretty easy. Along the way, I came across several dead Falmer. Their corpses essentially acted as a trail to Mercer Frey, no doubt the culprit for these deceased snow elves. The next zone I went into was the slave pens. Shortly into the trek, I came across a dead thief, no doubt tortured and killed by the Falmer. Regardless, he had a note in his inventory called Thief's Last Words. In it, he talks about the eyes of the Falmer. He and his companion have actually seen them. Hopefully this means that they're not too much further down the line. The next little section was a dark Falmer camp. Sneaking through it wasn't so difficult, as there were plenty of dark spots as well as walkways behind the tents. Again, I'm not much of a stealth guy in these games, but I actually had a lot of fun with this playstyle. It involves a little more thinking and has you planning out your next move. Usually I'm just turning off my brain and tanking my way through the enemy lines. This time though, I had to scan my surroundings, time my movements, and pick out my pathway ahead of time. After a lengthy crawl through the Falmer barracks, myself and Brynjolf soon arrived at the Hircine sanctuary.
He's here, and he hasn't seen us yet. Brynjolf, watch the door.
Aye, lass. Nothing's get by me.
Climb down that ledge. See if you can...
Karliah, when will you learn you can't get the drop on me? When Brynjolf brought you before me, I could feel a sudden shift in the wind. And at that moment, I knew it would end with one of us at the end of a blade. What's Karliah been filling your head with? Tales of thieves with honor? Oaths ripe with falsehoods and broken promises? Nocturnal doesn't care about you, the key, or anything having to do with the guild. Revenge, is it? Have you learned nothing from your time with us? When will you open your eyes and realize how little my actions differ from yours? Both of us lie, cheat, and steal to further our own end. It's clear you'll never see the skeleton key as I do, as an instrument of limitless wealth. Instead, you've chosen to fall over your own foolish code. Then the die is cast, and once again my blade will taste nightingale blood.
As the conversation ends, the battle begins. Mercer Frey casts some sort of spell on Brynjolf. While he still has control over his mind and thoughts, he can't control his actions. He begins attacking Karliah, keeping her occupied for the entire fight. While they're battling on the upper platform, Frey and I have the rest of the area at our disposal. All things considered, the fight with Mercer wasn't that bad. Probably because of the way I handled it. Frey didn't use any sort of ranged attacks. His main mechanic was turning invisible and getting in close for some melee combat. Fortunately, due to the way the chamber was structured, with its platforms and stairs, Mercer never laid a finger on me. He always insisted on taking the long way, and when it came time to approach me, his invisibility would go away. I'd let off a couple of spells, drop down from the platform, and reset on the other side. It worked like a charm. If I was smarter, I would have just used frost magic the entire time. This way, Frey's movement would have been slowed, and I could have just walked backwards, keeping the pressure on. Really, the only thing that held me back here was my total magicka. I could barely let off 3 ice bolts without it getting fully depleted. Then, on top of that, the regen was unfortunately incredibly slow. Finally though, after a lengthy matchup, I cast the last blow on Mercer Frey. The former guildmaster had some decent loot on his body, some enchanted gear, the skeleton key, and the left eye of the Falmer. However, there's no time to celebrate. As the chamber falls apart and the water levels are rising, Brynjolf tells the group that the door is blocked off from the other side. Karliah yells at me to find another way out. I searched and searched, but it was of no use. There were no other doors or tunnels. As the nightingales swam around, preparing for the worst, a miracle happened. Part of the ceiling fell and revealed a small cave system. Climbing up to it and following the path, it ended up leading us out into Bronzewater Cave. Once we were free, I spoke with Karliah.
I can't believe it's over. 25 years in exile, and just like that, it's done. All that remains is to ensure the safe return of the skeleton key. I'm afraid it's not that simple. When the skeleton key was stolen from the Twilight Sepulchre, our access to the inner sanctum was removed. The only way to bring it back will be through the Pilgrim's Path. It wasn't created for the Nightingales. It was created to test those who wish to serve Nocturnal in other ways. As a consequence, I have no knowledge of what you'll be facing. Brynjolf is needed back at the Thieves' Guild to keep order while you're away. And I can't bear to face Nocturnal after my failure to protect the key. I'm afraid you'll have to face the end of your journey alone. Take this with you. I'm not certain if it will help within the walls of the Sepulchre, but I certainly don't need it as much as you. I've had this bow almost my entire life, and it's never let me down. I hope it brings you the same luck.
You'd think that Karliah would be eager to redeem herself in the eyes of Nocturnal, but I guess not. As a little gift though, she did hand me the Nightingale bow. It freezes the target for 10 points, as well as shocks them for 5. With that, thus ends the quest, Blindsighted. Just like that, the conflict with Mercer Frey is over. The former guildmaster who's been caught stealing from the guild is no longer in the picture. Maybe now, the faction can finally begin to rebuild itself. Maybe it can re-establish its connections across the province, fill its treasury, and restore its reputation. After replenishing my inventory and buying a couple of more spells, I was ready to finally put an end to the guild's curse. The Twilight Sepulchre is located west of Falkreath. In this episode of Firsts for Skyrim, I came across an interesting scenario. A group of NPCs were hanging out just off the road. They were dressed in Legionnaire gear. They didn't quite act the part though. In fact, their leader, an orc, tried to shake me down, claiming that I was interfering with Imperial business. After declining and defeating them all in combat, I quickly discovered where the real Legionnaires had gone. Again, this was the first time I had ever encountered this and just wanted to share. I thought it was pretty neat. Arriving at the Twilight Sepulchre, I carefully made my way inside. I really wasn't sure what to expect. Meandering through the entrance, I was brought to a big open chamber. There was a huge tunnel at the back, and standing in front of it was some sort of spirit.
I don't recognize you, but I sense that you're one of us. Who are you? The last of the Nightingale Sentinels, I'm afraid. I've defended the Sepulchre alone for what seems like an eternity. We were betrayed by one of our own kind. In fact, I'm to blame for what's happened here. I was blinded by dark treachery masquerading as friendship. Perhaps if I had been more vigilant, then Mercer Frey wouldn't have lured me to my fate and stolen the skeleton key. I haven't heard that name in a long time. How do you know of me? The key! You have the skeleton key! I never thought I'd see it again. And Mercer Frey? Then it's over, and my death wasn't in vain. I owe you a great deal, Nightingale. You've done the Guild a great deed, and although they may not show it, I'm certain they appreciate your sacrifices. My only regret is that you had to undertake this task alone. Karliah? She's still alive? I feared she'd befallen the same fate, ending up a victim of Mercer's betrayal. Nothing would bring me more pride than to return the key, but I'm afraid it's impossible. From the moment I arrived here, I felt myself, well, dying. The Sepulchre isn't merely a temple or a vault to house the key. Within these walls is the Ebonmere, a conduit to Nocturnal's realm of Everglow. When Mercer stole the key, that conduit closed, severely limiting our ties to her. I'm afraid so. I'm weakening, and I can feel myself slipping away. The years without restoration of my power have taken their toll. Whatever damage has been caused can only be corrected by following the pilgrim's path to the Ebonmere and replacing the key. I wish I could help you, but I've been a prisoner in this very chamber for the last quarter century. The only possible help I've come across are the remains of some poor fellow who is trying to follow in your footsteps. Perhaps his journal can help?
It's neat that I got to meet Gallus, the former guildmaster. It's also a bit of a look into the future, as technically, when my character dies, this is what they'll be doing for the rest of eternity, or until the key is stolen again. Following Gallus's advice, I approached the corpse of the adventurer, Nystrom. Picking up his journal, he managed to receive some rather cryptic tidbits and information regarding the sepulchre and its puzzles. While it isn't really necessary to reference the journal, it does give you a little bit of insight on what's coming up. Shadows of their former selves, sentinels of the dark. They wander evermore and deal swift death to defilers. This is the first hint. It's a reference to the dark Nightingale sentinels that roam the halls. They're essentially the hostile guardians of the sepulchre. While they don't have a tremendous amount of health, they hit pretty hard, and their arrows are especially deadly. However, there are only 3 sentinels on the path. 2 are easy enough to sneak past, and while the third is a little more difficult, there are plenty of dark spots to rest in. Once that's over with, it's on to the next trial. Above all they stand, vigilance everlasting, beholden to the murk yet contentious of the glow. While a little less specific, it makes sense as soon as you walk into the light. This area consists of a long winding walkway. There are various platforms that the player needs to travel across. The catch is that you have to stick to the shadows. Stepping into the light will deal damage to your character. Honestly though, once you figure out the gimmick, it's not very hard to get past this chamber. When all is said and done, the next hint goes, offer what she desires most, but reject the material, for her greatest want is that which cannot be seen, felt, or carried. Admittedly, this one took me a little while to figure out. At first, I thought I had to leave some kind of offering by Nocturnal's feet. Then I thought I had to cast some sort of spell on the statue. Eventually, after reading the journal again, I knew I had to extinguish the flame. I just didn't know how. Then finally, I saw the chains by the braziers and kicked myself. Such a simple task, I just wasn't being that perceptive. Putting out the light, a pathway behind the statue was revealed. This led to a small corridor that was filled with traps. Nothing too difficult though, and soon I entered a new zone, the Inner Sanctum. After a bit more wandering, it was time for hint number 4. Direct and yet indirect. The path to salvation, a route of cunning with fortune betraying the foolish. I came across what seemed like a dead end. I was standing at the top of a long closed-off well. At the bottom, I could see the remains of an adventurer. Taking that leap of faith, I hopped down. The skeleton ended up being someone named Anders. Anders was actually Nystrom's partner, and reading Anders' message, it reveals what happened to the pair. Nystrom received all of the clues for the sepulchre, and together with Anders, they set off for the adventure. However, greed took a hold of Anders, and he murdered Nystrom before the expedition could even start. The lone wanderer made it this far, but he didn't have the means to continue onwards, aka the skeleton key, so he ended up starving to death. After some time of wandering around this empty circle, my character pulls out the Daedric artifact and opens up the hidden passage. This leads into the 5th and final hint. The journey is complete. The Empress's embrace awaits the fallen. Hesitate not if you wish to gift her your eternal devotion. Falling into another small chamber, I was brought over to the Ebonmere, the final resting place for the skeleton key. Interacting with the altar, my character was visited by the Daedric prince herself, Nocturnal.
My, what do we have here? It's been a number of years since I've set foot on your world, or perhaps it's been moments. One tends to lose track. So, once again, the key has been stolen, and a champion returns it to the sepulchre. Now that the Ebonmere has been restored, you stand before me awaiting your accolades. A pat on your head, a kiss on your cheek. What you fail to realize is your actions were expected and represent nothing more than the fulfillment of your agreement. Don't mistake my tone for displeasure. After all, you've obediently performed your duties to the letter. But we both know this has little to do with honor and oaths and loyalty. It's about the reward, the prize. Fear not. You'll have your trinkets, your desire for power, your hunger for wealth. I bid you to drink deeply from the Ebonmere mortal, for this is where the agent of Nocturnal is born. The oath has been struck, the die has been cast, and your fate awaits you in the Everglow. Farewell, Nightingale. See to it the key stays this time, won't you?
As Nocturnal vanishes, Carlia appears beside me.
I'm glad you were able to bring the key back safely. Nocturnal seemed quite pleased with your efforts. I wouldn't take that to heart. It's her way. Think of her as a scolding mother continually pushing you harder to be successful, outwardly sounding angry, but silently content. I assure you, had she been displeased with you, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The circles at the base of the Ebonmere imbue you with powers befitting a Nightingale agent. The crescent moon represents the agent of shadow, the half moon for the agent of subterfuge, and the full moon for the agent of strife. This is Nocturnal's way of maintaining balance. If you ever feel the need to change your abilities, you can return to the Sepulchre and step onto a different circle. Be warned that once you've chosen, you can't reselect for at least a day. Now, your life as a Nightingale begins. Should the need arise, you'll be summoned to the Sepulchre in order to defend it. The Guild has welcomed me back with open arms. I feel like a void in my life has finally been filled. I only hope that this isn't an ending to things, but actually the beginning. Why, perhaps the greatest crime spree Skyrim's ever known. There are pockets brimming with coin and coffers overflowing with riches ripe for the picking. We may be Nightingales, but in our hearts we're still thieves, and we're damn good at what we do.
As the final reward for this quest, I have my pick of the litter for a new greater power. Accidentally stepping on the half moon, I ended up picking Nightingale Subterfuge.
Carlia?
Gallus! I feared I would never see you again. I was afraid you'd become like the others.
If it were not for the actions of this Nightingale, your fears would have come true. He honors us all.
What will you do now, my love?
Nocturnal calls me to the Everglow. My contract has been fulfilled.
Will I ever see you again?
When your debt to Nocturnal has been paid, we'll embrace once again.
Farewell, Gallus. Eyes open. Walk with the shadows.
Goodbye, Carlia.
It seems like there was more between the two of them than Carlia lets on. In any case, here are the three greater powers. Nightingale Strife absorbs 100 points of health from the target. Nightingale Subterfuge creates a powerful, area-based frenzy spell that lasts for 30 seconds. Then finally, Shadow Cloak of Nocturnal, my personal favorite, allows the caster to become invisible while sneaking for up to 2 minutes. As Carlia herself said, you can return after 24 hours to pick a new greater power. From the way Mercer Frey was conducting himself, I'd say that he used the skeleton key and gained access to all three greater powers at once, hence his ability to turn invisible, and his frenzy spell on Brynjolf. Maybe he had that absorb health spell and just never got a chance to use it, who knows. In any case, thus ends the quest, Darkness Returns. Pestilence isn't something that's come up in the Elder Scrolls universe for quite some time. Corporus and Blight were sweeping across Vardenfell during the events of Morrowind, and those ended up playing big roles in multiple questlines. Beyond that though, in Oblivion and Skyrim, disease has taken a bit of a backseat when it comes to events in Tamriel. There are some isolated cases of sickness, like Norelian in Windhelm or Sickly Bernice in Crucible, but they're nothing to write the Black Horse Courier about. Well, what if in modern-day Skyrim, there was, say, a cult made up of entirely infected people? This group has been in hiding for quite some time, cultivating their numbers and waiting for the final word. That word would be begin, as in begin spreading the plague across the province. In today's video, I wanted to go through Peryite's Daedric quest, The Only Cure, featured in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. I'm going to play through the quest, listen to the dialogue, and discuss my thoughts and experiences. Then, at the end, I'll go over any lore, theories, or themes that are present in the mission. As per usual, the facts and information provided are brought to you by the game itself and the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. In order to begin The Only Cure, the player has to be at least level 10. When you've hit double digits, you might have a random encounter out in Skyrim's wilderness. There's a chance that you may come across an NPC named Afflicted Refugee. They're Breton males and they almost look like bandits, only there are a few key differences. Sometimes they can be in commoner clothing, but most importantly, it's the tone of their skin. A yellow coloring can be seen on their limbs and heads, and their bodies have a reddish splotchiness to them. These are telltale signs of a sickly person. In chatting with them, they'll tell you all about it. The refugees are sensitive about their appearances. They'll ask you to stop ogling the grotesque. When the Dragonborn brings up their illness, the refugees say that they're one of the afflicted, a group of Bretons who would have died from the plague if not for Peryite's protection. Then lastly, the player can ask where the refugee is going. This is what spurs on the miscellaneous quest that leads to the full-on Daedric mission. The afflicted will say that he's returning to High Rock. He mentions something about a shepherd who's lost his way. The refugee fears that Peryite, the Daedric prince, might unleash his wrath on those who choose to stay with said shepherd. He directs you to someone named Kesh, who according to the afflicted, could tell you more about the prince. Now, before I mention that a run-in with the afflicted refugee is a random encounter, so what if you never end up coming across him? Well, in that case, you could just head straight for Kesh. The only thing though, and it's quite odd, is that Kesh will only give you the quest at level 12. So, the random encounter initiates it at level 10, otherwise the surefire way of starting it is at level 12. I'm not really sure why there's a level discrepancy. In any case, Kesh is located at Peryite's Daedric Shrine. The shrine itself is in the Reach. Following the road out of Markarth and over to Karth Wasten, it's a short trip west of the village. The shrine itself is quite simple. There's no large statue or monument to commemorate the Daedric prince. Instead, it consists of an alchemy table, a campfire, a strange cauldron, and a lone NPC, Kesh the Clean. Approaching the Khajiit, the player can ask him for information regarding Peryite.
A wanderer, yes. No, pilgrim, perhaps. You have come to commune with Peryite, taskmaster and blighted lord, yes? He is the pus in the wound. Oh, proper ones curl their noses, but it's pus that drinks foul humors and restores the blood. I worship Peryite, yes, because sometimes the world can only be cleansed by disease. Not everyone has the stomach required to entreat my lord, but Kesh likes you, friend. There is a way Peryite may speak to us who will take him in. If you wish to commune with him, we'll need the incense. Yes, the incense. Fetch for me a deathbell flower, 1 silver ingot, a flawless ruby, and some vampire dust. Then I will show you how.
That conversation is what officially starts The Only Cure. Interestingly, Peryite's quest is one of the few Daedric missions in Skyrim that requires an offering of sorts, or rather, a physical tribute as opposed to blood or service. Back in Oblivion, almost all of the Daedric quests require the hero Kvatch to fetch some sort of obscure item. In Skyrim, it appears as though Bethesda went away with that approach, favoring more organic and instance-based lead-ups. The Only Cure seems to be a bit of an outlier. Now, as for the incense's ingredients, these are all quite random. vampire dust, a flawless ruby, death bell, and a silver ingot. There really isn't any flow or connection between them. While more than likely the developers just wanted the player to collect a mishmash of items to offer Peryite, there could be a very loose explanation here. Death bell is commonly used in poisons. This could represent toxins and harmful effects on the human body. Next, vampire dust has regenerative properties, so that could represent lifting afflictions and curing diseases. As for the flawless ruby and silver ingot, those are pretty random and serve as head scratchers. Perhaps they represent purity and natural beauty. Or maybe they can be seen as offerings of value, as sometimes the Daedric princes prefer monetary tributes. A third possibility is that, when combined, these ingredients create one pungent odor, and I say that because by the end of it all, that's what the Dragonborn experiences. In any case, 3 out of 4 of these items should be simple enough to find. Most blacksmiths have silver ingots for sale, and if not, smelting 2 silver ore should do the trick. Death bell can be found in the wild or bought from an alchemist. A 2 birds 1 stone approach would be to travel to Movarth's lair near Morthal. You'll find Death Bell just outside of the cave's entrance, while vampires are located within the dungeon itself. The easiest way to locate vampire dust is by hunting down the undead and looting their corpses. As for ingredient number 4, the flawless ruby, this one is a little tricky. There are only a handful of guaranteed finds around Skyrim. According to the UESP, these include the Emperor's quarters on the Catarrhia, Corvinjun Crypt, and Amon Motier's inventory in the Bannered Mare. Most of the time, though, you'll come across these as random lootable items found in some kind of container. Maybe you'll look out and find one for sale at a shop like Bellathor's General Goods or the Riverwood Trader. Methods aside, once all 4 ingredients have been gathered, the quest directs the Dragonborn back to Cash. At the shrine, he'll take the items from you and start to brew the aforementioned incense.
Ah, have you? Let Cash have them. Yes, this will create a fine fume.
Kesh walks over to the golden cauldron and begins to mix the ingredients together. By the sounds of it, it's almost as if it's the stench that draws in Peryite.
That should do. Now, inhale deeply.
Once the brew is done, a green smoky liquid is left in the cauldron. Kesh doesn't say anything more about what it is or what it'll do to the Dragonborn. At this point, all you can do is follow his instructions and inhale the fumes.
Breathe deep, mortal. I would have you hear me well. So let these vapors fill your lungs. In a sense, but no more poison than a fool after too much wine. I have watched you for some time, you know. The decisions you've made intrigue me, and I wonder if you are the proper agent for a task of mine. I sent a blessing to Mundus, a wasting plague that infected a scattering of Breton villages. One of my monks, the elf Orchendor, was sent to gather these afflicted. He shepherded them into Bathardoms for me, but has since lost his way. I will not stand for betrayal. I want you to go to Bathardoms and kill Orchendor in my name.
Before continuing with the quest, the player can ask a few follow-up questions regarding Orchendor and the task.
An impertinent question. The elf must die. Either carry out my will or do not. You are not the only mortal agent I could choose. The pettiness of mortals. I had almost forgotten. I can grant you a powerful token for this task. An escutcheon of Dwemer make, capable of shielding you from both the spell and sword. Return when the elf lies dead, and it will be yours. So you have, mortal. Go now. Kill Orchendor.
You don't get a long-winded explanation out of Peryite, but you do learn that there's some kind of Dwemer escutcheon waiting for you at the end of the line. If you've played through the Princess Quest in Oblivion, you probably know what's in store for you. As for Orchendor and Bethardams, Kesh can actually offer up a better answer.
Orchendor? Kesh know him. He is an overseer, shepherd, gathers the afflicted, contains the festering wound. Orchendor and his afflicted are meant to stand ready, awaiting Peryite's command to cover the world with his blessing. Not far, not far. This one looks upon it on clear days. Look to the west, at the foot of the mountain. The dwarven ruins there. Bethardams.
From the shrine, the Dragonborn can look to the west and gaze upon the Dwemer ruins. It's a short trip to get there and shouldn't prove to be very difficult. As for Orchendor, well, you heard about his role firsthand. He was tasked with flocking the afflicted. He was to hold them until the time was right, and when Peryite sent word, their quote, blessing was to be spread across the land. I'll be getting to Orchendor in just a moment, but first, let's talk about the afflicted and Bethardams. Your first real encounter with these NPCs will be along the exterior of the ruin. Again, similar to the refugee, they appear bandit-like and have discolorations to their skin. There are spellcasters, melee fighters, and archers amongst the ranks. However, the difference between them and the refugee is that these afflicted aggro on sight. They're instantly hostile towards the player. Now, there are a few interesting parts to these foes. One is that they're actually incredibly weak. All of the afflicted are placed at level 1. Therefore, the higher your level and the better your gear, the easier this dungeon crawl should be. Then 2, the afflicted have a unique ability. These Bretons are able to vomit poison at the Dragonborn. This move is called Vile Vapor, and it only happens at close distances. They spray poisons which deal 20 points of damage for 2 seconds. Again though, the easiest ways to combat this move are through resistances like potions and keeping your distance. Plus, as pointed out by the UESP, the beginning animation for this attack is a bit drawn out. Once you see the signs, that should be enough time for you to be able to clear out of the way. Finally, point number 3 is that there's an abundance of afflicted, and that actually leads me into the crawl itself. What the afflicted lack in strength, they make up for in numbers. There's practically a small army of infective Bretons and Bethardams, and the reason why is likely because this dungeon crawl is very lengthy. Bethardams has 6 zones to it, and the quest has the player weaving in and out of most of them. In order to fill the space, or to show how many servants the Daedric Prince has on hand, the Dwemer Ruin is chock full of afflicted. Some of the NPCs are isolated, making for easy targets, while others are found in groups of 3, providing a bit more challenge. Furthermore, as the crawl continues onward, the Dragonborn will start to encounter Dwemer automatons. These come in the forms of spiders and spheres. Towards the end of the crawl, you'll also have a run-in with a Dwarven Centurion, although the tight passageways and columns make for a relatively easy matchup. Now, as for sites within Bethardams, they're mostly the same as the other Dwemer ruins. You'll see advanced architecture, technology, and enchantments. The design and structure of this keep are pretty much in line with the other Dwarven settlements. The key difference though is the presence of more gold cauldrons with a mysterious green liquid and these strange plants that grow in the depths. Since Skyrim often uses that green ooze to represent unknown substances, it's anyone's guess as to what's actually in the cauldrons. However, we do get a clue as to what it could be, and I'll talk about that later on. As for the plants, well, those are also a mystery. According to the UESP, we don't see those anywhere else in the game. These glowing flora are only in Bethardams, and they don't really have an identified purpose. No one knows much about them, but considering they're only in this dungeon that's inhabited by Peryite's afflicted, I'd wager it's safe to assume that this group has something to do with their growth. If engaged via a ranged attack, the glowing bulbs on the plants end up disappearing. But again, there's no explanation for this, and there's no other way to interact with them. Now, at the end of this very long crawl, the Dragonborn will enter the Arcanics. It's here that you fight with the Dwarven Centurion, and it's also here that you encounter Orchendor. Orchendor is alone, he's tucked away in a back chamber, and he aggroes on sight, leaving no room for dialogue or discussion. He's a Wood Elf spellsword, and he'll always be placed at a higher level than the player up until level 40. Orchendor is quite the powerful spellcaster and has quite the expansive spellbook. I'd say he more than makes up for the lack of challenge with the afflicted. He can cast a handful of alteration, destruction, illusion, and restoration spells. Furthermore, Orchendor can teleport, and of course he has access to the Vile Vapor ability. On top of all that, the Bosmer has a 100% resistance to magic, meaning that all spells and enchantments are out the window. His usual combo is to blast the Dragonborn with spells, and as soon as he's put on the defensive, he teleports away. This leaves him with a few moments of invulnerability and allows him to set up for his next offensive move. Honestly, the battle with Orchendor is quite engaging. You have to do a bit of planning for it, and the Bosmer will certainly keep you on your toes. For my approach, I ensured that I had a steady rate of healing, and when things got hairy, I'd move around the battlefield and take a breather. Finally, when Orchendor has been defeated, the quest updates and tells the player to return to the shrine. While the big reward has yet to come, the Wood Elf tends to have some desirable loot in his inventory. You'll find a randomized staff, some enchanted gear, a leveled amount of gold, and some other odds and ends. When all wrapped up, the Dragonborn can take the elevator out of Bethardum's. From here, it's back to the shrine and onto a final conversation with Peryite.
Well done, mortal. All things are in their order, and Orchendor roams the pits. His betrayal will be punished, and your obedience is rewarded.
There are a few questions the Dragonborn can ask the Daedric Prince before the quest is closed out for good.
Did you leave any alive? The afflicted are mere vessels for my blessing. It will spread to others through their touch and my own. Another overseer will replace Orchendor when the time comes. For now, all is cleansed and ordered. Go, seek your fate. I will be watching, and perhaps we will meet again afterwards. And yet, you have done my bidding. Why, I wonder. Embrace order and hard truth, mortal. Goodbye.
And thus ends the only cure. The afflicted are practically wiped out, Orchendor is dead, and the player gets rewarded with Spellbreaker. Kesh continues his work here at the shrine, but he doesn't have anything more to say to the Dragonborn. As Peryite put it, the day will come when his loyal servants spread their blessing across the land, but for now, the province is cleansed and in order. Rewinding back a bit to Spellbreaker, this is actually one of the best shields in the game. It's a heavy shield, Dwemer in nature, and has a powerful enchantment for magic resistance. Raising Spellbreaker, it creates a ward that deflects magical attacks for up to 50 points. So, the player can endure up to 50 points of magical damage before the ward breaks, allowing for total immunity within those brief moments. Once that happens though, your character gets staggered and becomes vulnerable to the arcane again. Spellbreaker is only effective towards frontal assaults. Anything that comes from the sides or your back is fair game. AoE attacks also can get through to the Dragonborn, so the shield is best used in direct combat. As a high elf who's completely incompetent in magic, yet vulnerable to it, this shield works wonders for pressing the attack and getting in close to spellcasters. My character gets easily countered by frost magic, but being able to essentially ignore those attacks and charge right in has been a game changer. Alright, with the quest all wrapped up, let's talk a little bit about it. So, at first I was a little confused on Orchendor's role and everything. Was he supposed to be considered a good guy or a bad guy? Since Peryite thought him to be a traitor, and the prince's goal was to have the afflicted spread their disease across the land, I thought it might be a Boethiah's calling situation. Peryite's champion goes rogue and ends up doing more good than bad, but the prince wants to now make an example out of him and calls for their execution. Technically, this could still be the case, as the Bosmer's plans were never revealed. What Orchendor intended to do with the afflicted is anyone's guess, but given their hostility and seclusion, I think it's a decent bet to say that he was just corrupted by power. Maybe he got used to their servitude and grew fond of the hierarchy in Bethardams. The Bosmer could live like a king in the ruins, whereas topside, he'd get treated the same as the afflicted. Honestly, one of my pet peeves in Skyrim, or any Elder Scrolls game for that matter, is when there's no information whatsoever regarding an important character. I know Orchendor is just an antagonist in a Daedric quest, but given how vague Peryite was with his gripes, I would have liked for there to have been some fragment of lore for him. Could have been anything like a written document, one-on-one dialogue, an overheard discussion, or even some unique sentences shouted during combat. I would have taken anything, but there's really just nothing to go off of. All we know is that he was considered a monk to the prince and selected as the overseer. Peryite chose him to look after the afflicted. Why some elderly Bosmer who's proficient with magicka? Is it power-based? If there was some mutiny down in the ruins, Orchendor would likely be able to settle it in no time. If not power, was it belief? Was Orchendor one of Peryite's most devout followers, and that's why he was selected for the task? Again, at this point, all we can do is speculate on his role in everything. Moving on from the shepherd, let's talk a bit about the sheep. We do have a little more information on the afflicted than we do Orchendor. We know from Peryite that these servants once belonged to several villages. They were all Bretons, meaning that they came from the Reach, or possibly even High Rock. Peryite sent a wasting plague their way, and seemingly, most of them became infected. This part is more theory than fact, but I believe that Peryite was then able to contain the disease inside of them. If you recall the refugee's dialogue, he mentions that he'd be dead if not for the Daedric prince. He then says that he is returning to High Rock, which is why I threw out the idea that the Bretons were originally all from there. Either way, Peryite could have tricked the afflicted into believing that he was their savior and not their executioner. That could be why they willingly follow him. Otherwise, Peryite's blessing gets removed and they die from the plague. Honestly, the gap between the initial contraction and being shepherded into Bethardams is a dark one. There's a little explanation as to what actually happened after the Bretons became ill and before they entered the ruins. Somehow, they were contacted by Orchendor and willingly took up residence in Bethardams. Again, I'm assuming there was some kind of trickery or manipulation from the Daedric prince, but that's purely speculation. The alternative is that the Bretons were already followers of Peryite, and they willingly asked for the blessing, but again, who can really say? Similar to Orchendor, at first, I was a little disappointed that there wasn't any dialogue that came from the afflicted. Again, no answers or backstory. However, I ended up learning via the UESP that there are actually a handful of conversations that happen down in Bethardams. These come from the afflicted speaking with one another, and I'll just read their quotes verbatim. The first one happens in the upper district, and it occurs between two NPCs. Afflicted 1. Peryite, heed our call if you deem us worthy. Our leader, Orchendor, has led us here, and for that we are thankful. He has shown us that our suffering is not a punishment, but a blessing. Afflicted 2. Yes, a blessing. For many months we have sought your guidance, yet we have heard nothing from you. If we do not please you, give us a sign so that we may understand why. Afflicted 1. Yes, a sign. On the 9th of Rain's hand, our prayers went unanswered. Yet here we stand, not faltering in our belief that soon you will show yourself to us. Afflicted 2. Yes, show yourself to us. Until that day, we will continue to devote our lives to you and suffer for you. Afflicted 1. Yes, suffer for you. This one seems pretty self-explanatory, and it rings a little like the Cursed Tribe. Orchendor has led the Afflicted into believing that what they're doing is in Peryite's best interest. However, it's not, it's in his. This has led the Daedric Prince to go silent on his servants, and it's left a lot of them in confusion. The next conversation happens between two other NPCs, and it's by the workshop of the ruins. Afflicted 1. I'm sorry to wake you, my brother. I have a request from Orchendor. Afflicted 2. Yes, what is it? Afflicted 1. He requests more barrels of ichor to be delivered to the Arcanics tomorrow. Afflicted 2. This is the reason you wake me? I already have Orchendor's request taken care of. Afflicted 1. I'm sorry, my brother. Afflicted 2. Now leave me to my sleep. My strength and patience are waning. Afflicted 1. Yes, my brother, forgive me. May the blessing of Peryite be with you. Afflicted 2. Yes, yes, as with you. Now be off. There's not much to this conversation, but it is the first that we hear of ichor. The Wikipedia definition of ichor is that it's, quote, the ethereal fluid making up the blood of the gods and or immortals. However, I don't think that's to be taken literally here. I think given the context of the conversation, bringing more barrels to Orchendor, we might be able to get a grasp on what it is that they're talking about. I refer to them as gold cauldrons, but the barrels of green ooze all around the ruins are likely what's meant here. I'd also bet my last septum that those strange glowing plants are an ingredient used in said ichor. Seeing as how these plants only appear in Bethardams, and there's a cult brewing mysterious unique mixtures there too, it's probably a safe assumption. The only question though is, what does the ichor do? Does it allow for the Afflicted to commune with the Daedric Prince? It could very well have the same effect as the incense, and again, it's Peryite who's not picking up the phone. Or does it act more like a hallucinogenic of some kind, keeping the Afflicted loyal to either Orchendor or Peryite? They've been standing idle for quite some time, so maybe that's what Orchendor uses to properly corral his servants. On the other hand, maybe the ichor is either the elixir that's keeping the Afflicted alive, or keeping them sick. Perhaps it's some kind of poison or antidote that's being used by the prince to once again further control them. Unfortunately, like I keep on saying, your guess is as good as mine. Then the last piece of dialogue that comes from the Afflicted happens in Bethardam's dwelling. It's from a Breton who confesses something to her sleeping brother. Are you asleep? I know you can't hear me, brother. I don't like what we've become. We've been here so long, and what do we have to show for it? Orchendor promised a place where we would be accepted and taken care of. He promised Peryite would be present at all times and give us comfort in our suffering. Forgive me for saying this, brother, but I have not felt Peryite's presence. I want out. I want to leave this place. I long for the fresh air of the Reach. This place only makes us sicker. But who am I kidding? I know you wouldn't let me leave, brother. You truly believe in Orchendor and his promises. I know this place will eventually kill us. I have come to accept that. But I will always regret the day I introduced you to Orchendor. This last piece of dialogue probably sheds the most light on the Afflicted situation and might even answer some of my prior questions. Some of the Bretons are starting to have doubts. They realize that Orchendor might not be their savior, but instead their oppressor. Peryite has long since abandoned them, and the servants can feel his absence. They believe that Bethardam's is only making them sicker, and whether that's because of the ichor or not is up for interpretation. Select members yearn for freedom and want out, but the more devout followers would punish those who turn their backs on the cult. Furthermore, Orchendor talks about a paradise for the sick and total acceptance. Could that be the pits, Peryite's Daedric realm? Could that be Bethardam's, their current dwelling? Or could that be the future of Skyrim, where a raging plague becomes the norm? I'm thinking the last one, as Peryite's plans were to spread the blessing all across the province from corner to corner. Beyond those brief conversations, we don't get much more on the Afflicted. However, I think it's leagues better than what we got for Orchendor. The last player I wanted to talk about in the story is Kesh the Clean. Kesh himself is a bit of a mysterious figure. The Afflicted refugee knew about him, so we must have some renown within Peryite's circle. Kesh knew how to commune with the Daedric Prince, and he also knew of the Shepherd, Orchendor. Kesh stays at the shrine at all times, and spends most of his time at the alchemy lab. The Khajiit is clearly a loyal follower to Peryite, but who exactly is he? Well, my best theories are that he's either a fellow monk, like Orchendor was, or he takes on the role of Peryite's messenger. For the former, it's never explicitly stated what a monk is or what their responsibilities are. It could be as simple as a devout follower, or perhaps there really is some kind of hierarchy in Peryite's cult. What are the odds that with Orchendor dead, Kesh gets selected as the next overseer. Peryite unleashes another plague somewhere, and now it's the Khajiit's responsibility to corral and guide the new wave of afflicted. It's certainly possible, but Peryite did say that for now, the world is cleansed and ordered, so maybe that's no longer in the cards. Now, the second idea is that Kesh is the Daedric Prince's messenger, and honestly, I lean more towards this one. I don't think it's any coincidence that the makeshift Daedric shrine is within striking distance of Bethardam's. I think that Kesh was told to set up camp close by to the afflicted, and that he was tasked with watching the ruins. Kesh is to be Peryite's eyes and ears in the Reach, and he's to guide any wandering afflicted to the rest of the flock. Any diseased person who gets directed to the shrine then gets passed on to Bethardam's. I will say, it did seem like Kesh was unaware of Orchendra's treachery, as he sounded surprised at the initial name drop. However, I wouldn't put it past Peryite to keep Kesh on a need-to-know basis, and only with the Dragonborn's arrival did he learn of the fall of Bethardam's. Important to remember too is that Peryite asked the player if they had left any of the afflicted alive. The task was never to kill the afflicted, but rather to remove their shepherd. I think the ultimate goal was to try and keep as many sick Bretons alive as possible, but cutting the head off the snake was more pressing for the Daedric Prince than preserving the nest was. Again, this could lead back to the monk theory where Kesh was supposed to become the next overseer, or it strengthens the belief that Kesh was just doing as he was told, blindly directing the sick into the Dwemer ruins. In truth, I was a bit surprised to learn that this wasn't an altered quest. It had all the makings of an unfinished story, a simple conversation with a Daedric Prince and a dungeon crawl with no answers or explanation. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't bad or anything of the sorts, and I had fun, it just could have used some more lore. A few more snippets of information to further flesh out the story, characters, and setup. It helps for the world building and immersion aspect, as without it, you might feel lost or unfulfilled. However, I suppose it's partially because of those feelings that I'm able to make a video that's full of theories and questions, so maybe I can't really complain. I'd love to know your thoughts and opinions down below on The Only Cure, and until next time, keep on adventuring. I think a lot of us have had a fun night out before. I'm not talking about Yahtzee and nachos with the grandparents, I mean a night out on the town. Maybe it starts out wholesome and ends up evolving into a bit of a bender. Or maybe the intention from the get-go was to see where the night takes you. As long as it's controlled and no one or no thing gets harmed, it's alright to let loose once in a while. Well, sometimes all it takes is that one night of events to change your life forever, sort of like what happened with the Dragonborn. Believe it or not, our world-saving, dragon-slaying, Thuum-saying hero has one weakness: alcohol. In today's video, I wanted to go through Sanguine's Daedric quest featured in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. This one is a lot of fun, and honestly, it's more centered around comedy and the what next factor than it is lore. Either way, for this video, I'm going to go through the quest and listen to the dialogue. Then, at the end, I'll try and offer as much lore as I can. If that sounds interesting to you, then sit back, relax, and enjoy a tale from the Elder Scrolls. The adventure starts off with the player entering any inn or tavern in Skyrim. Personally, I chose the Bannered Mare in Whiterun, as that's my Dragonborn's hypothetical third place. If you're level 14+, you'll likely notice that something's different in the tavern. The bar is a little more crowded than usual. Walking up to each NPC, everyone in here is a regular, except for one man. His name is Sam Gwiven, and he has an intriguing proposition for you.
If you're looking for a challenge, you've come to the right place. A few drinks, a few laughs, and a contest. What could be better? Ha! We'll see about that. This is a special brew. Very strong stuff. Let's get started.
Thinking you can take this stranger on in a contest, he starts things off by chugging the first one.
Your turn. One down, my friend. One down.
How about
An even 1-for-1, Sam continues the match by slugging back the second drink. He then passes the torch back to the player.
We've been
And how
down this
about
road
you?
before, Mikhail, for your lady friends.
So says
My
you.
fingers need
I think I've hit my
life.
limit on these things. Tell you what, one more and you win the contest.
It's clear from my character's dialogue that he's had one too many, but in the spirit of the contest, what's one more?
But I
You've
was
really
thinking
done
those
it.
mead
The
really
staff
gets
is
the place
yours.
moving.
Well then, consider it done.
You know, you're a fun person to drink with. I know this great little place where the wine flows like water. We should head there. Hey, you don't look so good.
Wake up. That's right. It's time to wake up, you drunken blasphemer. Of course, you don't remember getting here. I'm guessing you also don't remember coming in here and blathering incoherently about marriage or a goat. Which means you don't remember losing your temper and throwing trash all over the temple. Dibella teaches love and compassion, but that doesn't mean we're just going to tell you what you want to know and let you walk away from this. Pick up your mess, then apologize. And if we think you're sincere, we'll consider lending you aid.
From here, the Dragonborn wakes up in a completely different spot. The last thing they remember is drinking with Sam, then it was lights out. Now they're getting yelled at by a priestess of Dibella for making a mess, blabbering about marriage, something about a goat? Maybe you're getting married to a goat? Honestly, it's impossible to recall, and the only way you might remember the details is by finding Sam, but he's apparently nowhere to be found. Among the player's supposed trash, there's a note titled Repair Supplies. It reads, "We need the following to repair the broken staff: Giant's Toe, Holy Water, Hagraven Feather. Signed, Sam." Well, it's a small lead on what actually happened last night, assuming the bender only took place over the course of the nighttime.
I suppose that'll do. Dibella teaches us forgiveness after all, even for a drunk like you. You were ranting when you got here, but most of it was slurred. You did say something about Rorikstead. Maybe you should take a look there.
Rorikstead sure is far away from Whiterun. The Dragonborn must have hopped on a horse and rode over, because that's a decent walk away. Well, exiting the Hall of Dibella, you make an even more shocking observation. Your bender has taken you all the way to the city of Markarth. You've traveled halfway across the province and have no recollection of what happened in between. Surely that can't be good, and trust me, things only get weirder. From Markarth, you fast travel to the small village and approach a farmer named Ennis. Unfortunately, Ennis also has some words for the player.
You've got a lot of nerve showing yourself in this town again. What do you have to say for yourself? Is that so? Does the name Gleda ring a bell? The star beauty of my farm? Kidnapped by a drunk lout and sold to a giant? You better remember her right fast before I call the guards and have you hauled away. You're damn right it does. I'll never breed another prize-winning goat like Gleda. And don't you think of coming back to Rorikstead until you get her back from that giant. You really don't remember stealing a goat and selling her to a giant? Are you thick? Go get her! At least she's bound to follow you back. You smell just like the fermented feed she likes.
So, the Dragonborn is that kind of drunk, eh? Not even a divine spirit can pull them away from a little alcohol-induced mischief. Now, important to note is that for all of these little meet and greets, or shall we say spat and chats, the player does have the option of pulling the necessary information out of each NPC. You can completely skip over the quest-related events and move on to the next stage of retracing your steps. However, the fun really is in the details for this one. I find it's most enjoyable to see the mayhem that you've caused and to see everyone's reaction to it. As for Gleda the goat, she can be found south of Rorikstead. Somehow, the Dragonborn was able to sell off this farm animal to a giant, which should be an accomplishment in its own right. Gleda and the giant, Grok, can be found wandering through the rocky fields of Skyrim. Even though you may have been able to negotiate with him before, Grok doesn't like this whole buyback policy that the player's trying to do. The giant turns aggressive and starts swinging for the fences. Luckily, he doesn't take his aggression out on Gleda, and the prize goat is able to run for safety. Grok is like any other giant. He hits hard, but once you find your stride, taking him down should be no problem. Once the threat is over with, the Dragonborn can return to Rorikstead and Gleda will follow behind them. As soon as Gleda is in front of Ennis, he becomes a little easier to talk to.
You talked to Reldith yet? She's like a mother to me. Gleda! And not a scratch on her. Happy day! I still can't figure out why you stole her. You left a note explaining it, but half of it was gibberish and the rest had mead spilled on it. Only bit I could make out was repaying Isolde in Whiterun, and even that's mostly scribbles. Guess you could try there. Until next time.
Repaying Isolde in Whiterun? What kind of loan could the Dragonborn have possibly taken out from her? She is a known traitor, and thinking back on it, the priestess of Dibella did mention something about a wedding. Maybe you're getting married to her? Fast traveling to Whiterun, the story continues to unfold.
So, you're finally back. Look, I've been patient, but you still owe me. Oh, what's wrong? Did the engagement fall through? Look, how about we call it even, as long as you bring back the wedding ring? That's really a shame. I was so looking forward to the wedding. You said you'd have all the most interesting guests. You went right out to give it to your fiancé. Don't you even remember where you left her? And after you told me that sweet story of how you met in Witchmist Grove, I can see why she left you. How could you forget? It was the sweetest story I'd ever heard. You met at the full moon, under the biggest tree in Witchmist Grove, surrounded by fireflies. It was straight out of a storybook.
Having no recollection of Moira, hopefully she won't be too devastated that the Dragonborn needs to break off this new engagement. So far, everyone else has been fairly understanding, so why should this one be any different? Well, fast traveling to Kynes Grove, as it's the nearest discovered location, the Dragonborn rides over to Witchmist Grove. Let's just say that the name is very appropriate for what's there. Walking up to the small cabin, the Dragonborn lays eyes on their betrothed and immediately arms themselves.
Darling, I've been waiting for you to return, to consummate our love.
This is the first time I had ever heard a Hagraven speak, and if I didn't recognize the female Argonian voice from Oblivion, it probably would have creeped me out way more.
What? You want it for that hussy Esmeralda with the dark feathers, don't you? I won't let her have you.
In terms of combat, Moira is just like any other Hagraven. She has powerful attacks, both melee and magic. It's best to end the fight before she can really get a chance to let her combos roll out. On her corpse, she has the aforementioned wedding ring. You know, it's a shame too. I'd be willing to bet that a Dragonborn Hagraven baby would be an incredibly powerful creature, but I guess we'll never know. Returning to Whiterun, the player locates Isolde and hands the ring back.
Excellent. Sorry it didn't work out. I know how excited you were for the wedding. You kept saying it would be a huge ceremony at Morvenskar. You said you even had some magic staff that would handle all of the guests.
I think it's safe to assume that this magical staff is the same one that was written about in the Hall of Dibella, although the note did say that I needed an assortment of items to repair it. Either way, Morvenskar is the next destination, and hopefully the final one too. The keep is located just southwest of Windhelm. Arriving, its current occupants are a ragtag team of rogue mages. Conjurers, necromancers, battle mages, a little bit of everything. Heading on inside, the fun only continues. There are more spellcasters stationed throughout the fort. Furthermore, depending on the player's level, you're likely to encounter at least one powerful opponent. In my case, I fought against an Electromancer, and he definitely had me rethinking my whole strategy here. Once the main chamber of Morvenskar is cleared, the Dragonborn gets directed to the raised corner of the room. Upon getting close to the quest marker, surprise surprise, the adventure continues. A mysterious portal opens up, and according to its nameplate, it leads to a place called Misty Grove. With no other choice, yet a mind full of curiosity, the Dragonborn steps on through and gets teleported to this unknown destination. Misty Grove is quite marvelous. Its name is very accurate. There are a bunch of trees, rocks, and there's even a creek that runs through it. There's a thick layer of mist that coats the enclosed area. Instead of a sky, there appears to be some sort of aqua-colored moving barrier. Following a stone path that's lit by lanterns, the player is led to the final area of interest. In a small clearing, there appears to be some kind of dinner party. There are almost a dozen guests, and standing at the head of the table is Sam Guven himself.
You're here. I was beginning to think you might not make it. I thought you might not remember your first trip here. You had a big night. I think you've definitely earned the staff. Oh, the Hagraven feather and so on. You can throw all those out. You see, I really just needed something to encourage you to go out into the world and spread merriment.
Before your very eyes, Sam transforms into a Daedra, but he's not just any demonic spawn.
I am Sanguine, Daedric Prince of Debauchery. I know. How could I lie to you? Well, how could I trust you until we've shared a few drinks? But it wasn't long before I realized you'd make a more interesting bearer of my not-quite-holy staff than this waste of flesh. Let's be honest here. I don't always think my decisions through, but you're going places. Maybe a little influence from your old Uncle Sanguine could help adjust your course a bit. My pleasure. But I think it's time for you to go. No fun keeping you locked up in here with the staff.
In the blink of an eye, the Dragonborn is cast out of Misty Grove and sent back to the Bannered Mare in Whiterun, the place where you and Sam first shared a drink. There's no sign of Sanguine, Sam, or anything quest related for that matter. However, checking your inventory, you're now in possession of the Daedric artifact, Sanguine Rose. Apart from its unique appearance, the staff's power is also quite extraordinary. It summons a Dremora for 60 seconds. Said Daedra acts as the player's temporary follower, and the kind of Dremora that spawns in is dependent on the player's overall level. Now, interestingly, it seems like Sam's influence spread to more than just the player. After completing the quest, at some point, the Dragonborn will be randomly approached by an Argonian named Deep in his Cups. He'll speak to the player as if he knows you, and believe it or not, he does. Now, unfortunately, I couldn't initiate the encounter in my game. After all, it is a random occurrence that happens whenever. However, Cups runs up to the player, tells the Dragonborn that he, quote, did it, and asks you to pay up. Confused, you ask who he is and what exactly it was that he did. Now, Cups is equally as dumbfounded that you don't remember him. He says that he was part of Sam Gwaven's drinking party and that the three of you broke into the Temple of Dibella together. Apparently, the player and Sam had dared him to go into some bandit camp. He ended up doing it and stealing someone's hat. In return, he wants to be paid for the wager that you allegedly set. The payment is 10,000 gold. From here, there are a few ways to handle Deep in his Cups. If you want to be a good drinking buddy, you can pay up, but it was an incredibly expensive dare. You can also negotiate the wager down to 750 gold, which is a lot more manageable. Otherwise, feel free to strike him down, as if you decline his request, he'll make the first move. With that, thus ends the quest, A Night to Remember. Now, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about it. As I mentioned in the beginning, I feel like this quest is mostly based around its wow factor. The Dragonborn gets drunk with Sam, wakes up not knowing what happened, and goes on an adventure to collect all of the missing details. It's the what happens next element of the story that really shines here. Everything builds up to finding Sam. When you locate him, the truth is revealed and the story comes to a wrap. As the Daedric Prince himself said, he's not even really sure why he made you do all of those things. His goal was to just spread merriment across the land. In Oblivion, Sanguine's Daedric quest is also based in trickery and mischief. Its runtime is much shorter than its successors, but similar to Skyrim's version, it's all about the fun that you had along the way. The only other mainstream Elder Scrolls game he has a quest for is Daggerfall, but his playful, lustful, and rowdy nature isn't fully established yet. Either way, at first glance, everything in this quest seems rather straightforward. However, there may be some hidden details within the plot that are a lot more telling the second time around. Let's break it down event by event. The very first part of the quest is meeting Sam in a tavern. If you didn't clue into it the first time, Sam's name is a play on of Sanguine's. Sam Gwaven, Sanguine. Admittedly, it did take me a little longer than it should have to make that connection. Next, Sam challenges the Dragonborn to a drinking contest. Now, I've seen the Dragonborn slug back bottles of mead and wine like it's nobody's business. Sure, there are side effects, but the player's never blacked out before. Given that the player never gets to see what it is exactly that they're drinking, that likely means one of two options. The drink is a special Daedric brew that's designed to get you intoxicated, or Sanguine slipped a little something into the Dragonborn's drink. After all, in the sense of pleasure, he prides himself on pushing people past their limits. Up next, the player wakes up halfway across the province. The Dragonborn is now in the Hall of Dibella in the city of Markarth. Firstly, there's the initial shock factor that you've been teleported away from the original tavern. Next, there's Senna scolding the player. Clearly, you've done something to upset her, and what's worse, you have no memory of how that could have happened. She then gives a little bit of insight into what you can expect from this quest: marriage and a goat. Then finally, there's even more foreshadowing with the note that's found on the ground. It makes mention of a staff, which is Sanguine Rose. Sanguine Rose also represents the crawl through Morvenskar and the passage to the Misty Grove. The note then talks about the necessary ingredients needed to repair the staff. These ingredients are actually more foreshadowing for the quest. Holy water equals the Hall of Dibella, something that's currently happening. The giant's toe represents Grok and Gleda, the mishap in Rorikstead. Then, the Hagraven feather represents Moira, the player's marriage to a witch. Now, according to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, there's actually a fair bit of cut content for this quest. For this portion in particular, there are some interesting things to note. For example, along with Senna, another priestess was originally supposed to confront the player. Orna was intended to be present in the hall when the Dragonborn comes to. Why her small role ended up getting removed is uncertain. According to developer message DA14 Temp Fated Message, multiple priestesses were supposed to confront the player in the hall. Maybe for efficiency's sake, they were taken out, as their dialogue could have been redundant, but who really knows. Moving on, the next event is returning to Rorikstead. There, the player gets confronted by the farmer Ennis, and he needs you to rescue the goat Gleda from the giant Grok. Honestly, for this section, it's even more straightforward than the last. However, again, there are some missing pieces to this puzzle. According to the UESP, Grok was supposed to have his own line of dialogue. I can only imagine how terrifying that would have sounded. I was half expecting him to say something during our little encounter. As before, we did have a whole drunken business exchange. Grok's dialogue was simple. It would have been, "You cannot eat Gleda. Gleda is protected by Grok." While I haven't done any research myself, this shows that giants are way more sophisticated than we the fans, or at the very least, I, have given them credit for. I'm sure there are tons of videos on just how intricate these brutes really are, but maybe one day that's a topic I'll tackle on this channel. In any case, another interesting thing to note is that according to the list called DA14 NPCs, 2 more characters are called out as being a part of the story, Rorik and Reldith of Rorikstead. Again, it's not really known why their parts were cut from this quest and what role they would have played exactly. It could have been something from minor dialogue all the way to a major event. Up next, there's Isolde's wedding ring and Moira the Hagraven. The player meets with the traitor and learns of their recent romantic escapade. You've gotten engaged to someone named Moira over at Witch Miss Grove. In order to receive more information on Sam, you need to retrieve the wedding ring from your fiancé and return it to Isolde. As it just so happens, your betrothed is a Hagraven, and you end up breaking a lot more than just her heart. Like mentioned before, that was the most I have ever heard a Hagraven speak, and boy was it blood-curdling. However, it does seem as though there are a few other missions where they do speak, so it's not a one-of-a-kind experience. How exactly Sam and the Dragonborn managed to get friendly with a Hagraven, enough to get her to fall in love with your character, is beyond me. I suppose along with Messy Drunk, the Dragonborn is also a heartthrob. For this portion, there doesn't appear to be any known cut content or hidden fragments of lore. Witch Miss Grove usually just contains a normal Hagraven while the quest is not active. While the shack has obvious markings of the witch, there's nothing out of the ordinary for a place that's already abnormal. Moira does mention another witch by the name of Esmeralda, accusing the player of having fallen for her instead. Unfortunately, Esmeralda never appears in the game. At the very least, there's no Hagraven with that name. It probably would have been interesting to meet with her though. That way we can all see the Dragonborn work their magic in real time. Now, really quickly, there's another little encounter that I wanted to draw attention to. It was also removed from the game, but it could possibly coincide with Deep in His Cup storyline, if you want to even call it that. According to the UESP, there are 3 unused voice recordings that likely belong to bandits. They say things like, "Once you leave the party, you can't just come back. Let's see how tough you are without Sam keeping an eye on you. And lastly, no Sam, no protection, time to die." It's heavily believed that this would have been an after-the-fact encounter and that it wouldn't have actually played a role in the playable quest. While it's not confirmed, Deep in His Cups mentioned that he stormed a bandit camp and stole one of their hats. Maybe all 3 of you went into the camp, partied with the bandits, and as a dare, Deep in His Cups ended up stealing from one of them. It's very intriguing to think about. Then the second last location for this quest is Morvenskar. That's where the player's wedding was supposed to take place, and according to Isolde, that's where you can find your mysterious staff. Why this keep though? What's so special about it? Well, honestly it's hard to say. My best guess is that the developers picked a dungeon that was close in proximity to Witch Miss Grove, as that's where the bride would have been commuting from. The 2 locations are short distance from one another, with Morvenskar being slightly north-northwest of the Grove. No matter how you approach it, the keep will always be inhabited by warlocks. Now really, the most interesting part of this fort is an unused NPC. According to the UESP, a drunk cultist was supposed to be waiting for the player at the base of the steps that lead to the portal. I think it's appropriate to assume that she was one of Sanguine's cultists. A possible explanation for her being there is that maybe she was supposed to usher you into the portal. As it was, the quest marker just sort of awkwardly pointed to a random part on the floor. Then, when I got close to it, the portal popped up. Maybe there was supposed to be dialogue with the cultist, and that would have triggered the doorway to Misty Grove. But again, it's anyone's guess. Then, that leads me to the final portion for this quest, Misty Grove itself. This is a very fascinating place. Clearly, the Dragonborn is not on Nirn anymore. This is a pocket realm of Oblivion, which can be referred to as one of the myriad realms of Revelry. These worlds are controlled by Sanguine, but according to the lore, he chooses a more passive form of ruling. There's a small quote from the book on the nature of Oblivion written by Canan Mildil that I'd like to draw attention to. To expound further, what we call Oblivion does not hold life in contempt, but it does not care about upholding or maintaining life either. This results in quite a large number of realms colliding with each other, as their nature and direction dictate. Many planes are fortunate to have a Daedric prince or other force controlling their movement through Oblivion. The ones that do not are often crushed by the path their undirected course dictates. Evidence of these ill-fated planes can be seen in the watery reflections of the realms of Revelry or in the dreams of Quagmire. Essentially, this book discusses what Oblivion is and what exactly happens there. These realms/worlds/planets drift through the space. They're at risk of colliding with one another, but the ones that have present leaders, say the Shivering Isles or Cold Harbor, are safe from said catastrophe. However, the realms of Revelry are not. Since there are so many of them, literally hundreds of thousands, Sanguine's worlds are constantly colliding with others. This destroys, changes, and it also creates. So, once upon a time, odds are that Misty Grove was once a very different place, and at any time, the world can change once again. Apart from the mesmerizing visuals and the 9 NPCs, including Sam, there's unfortunately not a whole lot to discover here. Sam's dialogue is purely quest-based, and the 8 commoners only offer simple one-liners. Misty Grove as a place isn't really that large either. You can try to explore it, but there's nothing interesting to find. It's all trees, rocks, creeks, and people. It is fascinating to think about the what-ifs for this quest though. What if the Dragonborn really had gone all in with Sam's plans, marrying Moira and partying with Sanguine in the Misty Grove for all eternity? There's certainly a universe where that happened, but that probably wouldn't have made for a very exciting game. Or maybe it would have, who am I to judge? A Night to Remember is exactly as its name dictates. It's a fun quest for the player to embark on, and it's entertaining to piece the night back together. I'd love to know your thoughts on this quest down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring. The Daedric Princes. You never know what's going to happen when you interact with them. Sometimes they'll tell you to wipe out an entire village, other times it'll be a simple fetch quest. Some are cruel, some are just, and others are downright strange. Their motives are often hidden, or never really explained. One of the gods who falls into both the categories of odd and perplex is Sheogorath, the Daedric Prince of Madness. He's an entity that needs no introduction. He played a major role in Oblivion's Shivering Isles DLC, and has had his shrine quests available in previous installments of the franchise. In fact, today's topic of discussion is his personal quest, The Mind of Madness, featured in the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. I'll begin with going through the entire mission. I'll play through each step, showcasing the different stages of the journey, listening to the intriguing dialogue, and completing each trial. Then, once it's over, I'll discuss some of the key factors, observations, and theories surrounding this Sheogorath and Emperor Pelagius III. As per usual, the facts and information provided are brought to you by the game itself and the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. It all begins with the player in the City of Solitude. Wandering around and chatting up some of the locals, you may hear of a rumor regarding a strange man walking the streets, ranting that his master has disappeared. Lucky for you, it doesn't take very long to run into him. Dervenin, an elderly Bosmer, can be seen pacing up and down the eastern stretch of the streets. Getting in close, he'll catch your attention by asking for help.
You help me? You help people, right? That's what you do. Please, take pity on an old madman.
Curious, you ask what he needs.
My master has abandoned me, abandoned his people, and nothing I say can change his mind. Now he refuses to even see me. He says I interrupt his vacation. It's been so many years. Won't you please help?
You can inquire on how to find him.
Last I saw him, he was visiting a friend in the Blue Palace. But no one as mundane as a Jarl. No, such people are below him. No, he went into the forbidden wing of the palace to speak with an old friend. Said it had been ages since they had last had tea. Oh, and you'll need the hip bone. It's very important. No entering Pelagius's wing without that.
You can then question why he doesn't just leave his master.
Oh, you just don't understand. Without him, I am not free. Without him, I am doomed. All of his empire shall fall into chaos.
The conversation as a whole is pretty strange. Dervenen's logic doesn't fully make sense, and what he hands the player is even weirder. In the miscellaneous tab of your inventory, you'll find the hip bone of Pelagius. It doesn't specify which Pelagius, but it's fair to assume it probably belongs to one of the 4 previous emperors. A confusing interaction indeed, but all you can really do now is venture off to the Blue Palace in search of Dervenen's master. Upon entering the fortress, you'll notice that Pelagius's wing is locked up tight and requires a key. For this, the game directs you to one of 3 NPCs. The first one is a Nord maid named Erdi.
Oh, hello. Just tidying up.
You can tell her that you need to get into the abandoned wing.
Oh, I'd get in trouble for that. It's not allowed. Besides, it's scary in there.
With no dice there, the next person you can approach is the castle steward, Falk Firebeard. If it's your first time in the Blue Palace, he'll be taking part in a castle meeting. It's regarding strange occurrences at Wolfskull Cave. Not totally relevant to the story at hand, but can come in handy for this part of the quest.
Absolutely not. That wing has been sealed for hundreds of years, and for good reason. They say the ghost of Pelagius the Mad still haunts it. Ghost or not, there are reminders of his dark rule that are best left buried away.
With that lead at a dead end, the last NPC you can approach is Una, another Nord maid.
Not in your life. It's dangerous in there, and Falk doesn't even like me and Erdi going in every year to clean out the spiders.
With her, I was able to lie and say that Falk asked me to check it out.
If you really want to, just be careful of the ghost. He snuck up on me once and scared me sick. It took a week for me to feel better.
With any of the 3 NPCs, there's a hidden speechcraft barrier that will determine if you get the next part of the dialogue. If none of them have it available, that meeting you overheard involving Falk and Wolfskull Cave will lead you on a separate journey. Once completed, you'll gain his trust and be granted with the key. With the door unlocked, you can now enter Pelagius's wing, the supposed haunted section of the keep. From first glance, it appears as nothing more than a series of abandoned rooms, and Dervenen's master is nowhere to be seen. There are spider webs covering the walls and floors, shriveled dead plants placed on the ground, broken and tossed furniture, scattered dishware, etc. Interesting to note though is that the candles are lit, and the fireplace has hot embers in it still, indicating that somebody was recently here. There's also a butterfly in a jar, which is an entirely separate topic for a whole other video. The southern side of the entrance is boarded up and inaccessible. The northern side, however, has more to explore, including a stairwell leading to the 2nd floor. Again, there's more of what you would have seen down below, and it's still void of life. Although, on the other side, there's a strange, almost mythical looking hallway that just feels out of place. Choosing to walk down it, about halfway through, the scene quickly cuts away and you're teleported to a completely new place.
Kelly, my dear? Oh, I couldn't. Goes right through me. Besides, I have so many things to do. So many undesirables to contend with. Naysayers, buffoons, detractors. Why, my headsman hasn't slept in 3 days.
You are far too hard on yourself, my dear, sweet, homicidally insane Pelagius. What would the people do without you? Dance? Sing? Smile? Grow old? You are the best septum that's ever ruled. Well, except for that Martin fella. But he turned into a dragon god, and that's hardly sporting. You know, I was there for that whole sordid affair. Marvelous time. Butterflies, blood, a fox, a severed head, and the cheese to die for.
Yes, as you've said countless times before.
Harumph! Well then, if you're going to be like that, perhaps it's best I take my leave. A good day to you, sir. I said good day!
Yes, go. Leave me to my ceaseless responsibilities and burdens.
Unsure of where you are and who those two men are, the strangeness only continues. You no longer have access to your inventory, equipment, spells, or abilities. On top of that, you're wearing a whole new outfit. Approaching the man in the center, you'll notice the dining table is completely full of food and drink, with an emphasis on an odd amount of cheese.
How rude! Can't be bothered to host an old friend for a decade or two.
Full of questions, you start by asking where you are.
Inside the mind of Pelagius, silly. Oh, is it your first time?
You then ask who he was speaking with.
Pelagius the Third. Now, surely even you know about Pelagius's decree. On his deathbed, and this was inspired, he forbade death! That's right! Death! Outlawed!
Next, you tell him that you're here to deliver a message.
Really? Oh, what kind of message? A song? A summons? Wait, I know! A death threat written on the back of an Argonian concubine. Those are my favorites. Well, spit it out, mortal. I haven't got an eternity. Actually, I do. Little joke. But seriously, what's the message?
With two different prompts, you can tell him that it was a mistake to come here.
Oh, no. No mistake at all. What you made was a choice. Granted, not a very wise choice, but these things happened. Oh, the folly of youth. You know, you remind me of myself at a young age. All I cared about was riding narwhals and sleeping in honeycombs and drinking babies' tears. Word of advice, if you ride a narwhal, mind the pointy end. But there I go, waxing poetic about my misspent youth. Now, where were we? Yes, you're the mortal messenger. And I am? Honestly, have you any idea?
You reply by saying you have no idea at all.
Wrong! Actually, you do, sort of. I am a part of you, little mortal. I'm a shadow in your subconscious, a blemish on your fragile little psyche. You know me, you just don't know it. Sheogorath, Daedric Prince of Madness, at your service.
The next prompt feels a little out of order, but you jump to asking if he'll leave here or not.
Now that's the real question, isn't it? Because honestly, how much time off could a demented Daedra really need? So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave. That's right, I'm done. Holiday complete. Time to return to the humdrum day-to-day. On one condition. You have to find the way out first. Good luck with that.
You ask him what the catch is.
Ha! I do love it when the mortals know they're being manipulated. Makes things infinitely more interesting. Care to take a look around? This is not, I dare say, the Solitude Botanical Gardens. Have you any idea where you are? Where you truly are? Welcome to the deceptively verdant mind of the Emperor Pelagius the Third. That's right! You're in the head of a dead, homicidally insane monarch! Now, I know what you're thinking. Can I still rely on my swords and spells and sneaking and all that nonsense? Sure. Or you could use the Wabbajack! Huh? Didn't see that coming, did you?
With the conversation at an abrupt end, you ready your hands and notice the Wabbajack has been equipped, although still no access to the rest of your gear. Looking around, you appear to be in some sort of enchanted forest. There's a thick layer of fog rendering your vision short. Other than Sheogorath and his little setup, the only other obvious points are 3 stone archways. Each one is marked on the compass, and all are a trial belonging to Pelagius III. The first one you venture off to is the test in the northwest corner.
Oh, good choice! Well, good for me. I find everyone being out to get you so terribly entertaining. You might find it less so. You see, Pelagius's mother was, well, let us say, unique. Although I suppose, in the grand scheme of things, she was fairly average for a septim. That woman wielded fear like a cleaver. Or did she wield a cleaver and make people afraid? Yeah, I never get that part right. Oh, but she taught her son well. Pelagius learned at a very early age that danger could come from anywhere, at any time, delivered by anyone.
Racing along the path, you eventually find yourself at a stone arena.
The objective here is simple, you simpleton. Use your Wabbajack to defeat the enemy, while they do the same.
In the pit below, there are 2 Atronachs duking it out. Across from you are 3 NPCs. One of them looks like Pelagius, and the other 2 are unrecognizable. At first, you cast some spells with Wabbajack at the elementals below. They change from Storm Atronachs to those of Fire and Frost. However, the fight continues on, and the end isn't in sight. Thinking outside the box, you turn your attention to the warriors across from you. Firing at the 2 guards, they turn into wolves, and Sheogorath congratulates you.
Oh, I thought you'd never figure it out! With the threat gone, Pelagius is under the delusion that he's safe, which means you've helped him out. Sort of. And we're that much closer to home.
Returning to the central area, the next archway you go through is the one to the northeast.
You've headed down the path of dreams. Unfortunately for you, Pelagius suffered night terrors from a young age. All you need to do is find something to wake our poor Pelagius up. You'll find his terrors easy to repel, but persistent.
The scene here is quite simple. Pelagius is asleep in his bed. There isn't much else around, nor is there any action. That is, until Wabbajack is used on him. Each cast summons a new threat. The first is a wolf. It comes charging in and begins to attack the tormented Emperor. Thinking quick, you use the staff on the beast and it turns into a harmless goat. From there, the cycle continues and it's fairly repetitive. A bandit chief turns into a child. A hag raven turns into a sultry maiden. A flame atronach changes into a fire pit. Then lastly, a dragon priest gets turned into a boss chest.
Well, now that's something to crow about. With Pelagius up and about, you're moving right along. We'll both be home in no time.
Running back to the central area again, the final trial lies to the southeast.
Ah! Now this is a sad path. Pelagius hated and feared many things. Assassins, wild dogs, the undead, pumpernickel. But the deepest, keenest hatred was for himself. The attacks he makes on himself can be seen here fully. They're always carried out on the weakest part of his fragile self. The self-loathing enhances Pelagius's anger. But his confidence will shrink with every hit. You must bring the two into balance.
The concept here is quite simple, but the idea behind it is kind of sad and relatable to many. A giant NPC named Anger, clad in Imperial soldier armor, is wailing on a shrunken version of Pelagius, named Confidence. Confidence isn't doing anything to fight back, and Anger's attacks are persistent, practically never-ending. Using the Wabbajack, you change Anger into 2 specters called Self-Doubt. Then, Confidence can also be morphed into something bigger and bolder. Casting it on Pelagius once more, he grows even larger in size, becoming just as big as Anger was when you first arrived on scene.
Pelagius is finally ready to love himself and continue hating everyone else. Here we go!
With the 3 trials completed, all that's left now is to return to Sheogorath at the dining table.
Fixed is such a subjective term. I think treated is far more appropriate, don't you? Like one does to a rash or an arrow in the face. But no matter. Heartless mortal that you are, you've actually succeeded and survived. I am first to honor my end of the bargain. So, congratulations. You're free to go. They've been known to change my mind. So, go. Really. Pelagius Septim III, once the mad Emperor of Tamriel, now so boringly sane. I always knew he had it in him. Well, I suppose it's back to the Shivering Isles. The trouble Haskell can get into while I'm gone simply boggles the mind. Let's make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Clothes, check. Beard, check. Luggage. Luggage. Now, where did I leave my luggage?
Master, you've taken me back. Does this mean we're going home? Oh, happy times. I can't wait to...
Yes, that's quite enough celebration. Let's send you ahead, shall we? As for you, my little mortal minion, feel free to keep the Wabbajack as a symbol of my... I'll just take the damn thing. You take care of yourself now. And if you ever find yourself up in New Sheo, do look me up. We can share a strawberry tart. Ah, ta-ta!
The next thing you know, you're teleported back to the abandoned wing in Solitude's Blue Palace. If you choose to continue further along the hallway, it brings you to the bottom floor of the wing, but beyond a skill book for lockpick, there isn't much more for you here. Taking a look at Wabbajack's specifics, it doesn't actually tell you much other than a blast from Wabbajack with an unpredictable effect. However, the UESP says that Wabbajack can cause fire, frost, or shock damage, absorb attributes including health, stamina, and magicka, turn the target invisible, heal the target, or instantly kill them. As we all saw in the actual trials, it can also transform the target into another being altogether. Sometimes it may not even be a sentient being. It could be gold coins, a sweet roll, or a pile of ashes. With the Mind of Madness concluded, let's dive into the message behind the trials, theories surrounding this whole quest, and its possible meaning. Let's begin with the lead up to Pelagius' mind. You meet Dervenin, the wandering Bosmer in the streets of Solitude. Upon your first approach, he calls out to you and says, "You help people, it's what you do," and then asks for your aid. This can just be dismissed as a desperate cry for help, or it could be looked into a little further. Without ever establishing your name or earning a reputation, he'll still open the conversation with that line. I think him being there and the two of you meeting is all part of a greater setup. When you first meet with Sheogorath, one of the things he says to you is that you know him and you just don't know it. This is absolutely something we're coming back to, but in this context, it makes me think that perhaps Dervenin isn't as crazy as we all think. I wonder if maybe he was instructed by Sheogorath to wander the city and wait for you to come. Uncle Sheo wouldn't have given much more information than that, and probably used him as a pawn to draw you in. The Dragonborn gets intrigued by their sense of adventure and wonder, and they humor Dervenin's request, exactly as the Mad God said you would. He specifically wanted you, the player, to come to him, which he knew would happen. This is because everyone else would have dismissed Dervenin as the loony, insane Bosmer. At the end of your final conversation with the Daedric Prince, he calls the Wood Elf his luggage. On the surface, this seems like just a funny quip thrown at Dervenin, but I feel like it has some meaning behind it. I feel as though he's called this because he was of great importance to the Mad God during his time here on Nirn. It's because of this plain traveling Bosmer that the two of you met. Without the delivery of Pelagius' hip bone and the necessary information, this quest would not have existed. Why does Sheogorath want to meet with you though? Well, I'm bursting at the seams here to get to that part, but I'll have to be a little more patient. Moving along to the Blue Palace and the Pelagius Wing, every NPC you speak to about it seems to think it's haunted. Una even says that she saw a ghost in there which spooked her for a whole week. While you were in there though, you didn't see any specters, phantoms, or wraiths, so what's the deal? Well, this brings me to my next theory that runs off of the previous one. Sheogorath is the one haunting the abandoned wing. The rumors are that it's Pelagius, but I don't buy it. I think Uncle Sheo is intentionally scaring away anyone who isn't you, anyone who's not the player. He's waiting for the person who has Pelagius' hip bone to enter the wing. He knows that they're the one who can help him with this task at hand. The following is a very minor detail, but I'm assuming this whole summoning process was hush-hush because otherwise, the Jarl, or whoever has authority, would have purged his portal from the Blue Palace. In other games, like Oblivion, the Daedric shrines are obvious landmarks that can be freely visited. Portals to their Daedric realms are always being created and taken down, but this is no Daedric shrine, nor are there any obvious worshippers, other than Dervenin. Its relevance lies with a dead emperor who was formerly the ruler of Solitude and the High King of Skyrim. So, what better way to keep it there than to scare trespassers and have it sealed up? Next, let's talk about the trials themselves. The 3 tests are aptly named Pelagius' Paranoia, Pelagius' Night Terrors, and Pelagius' Confidence. Paranoia was the first trial that we embarked on. It was the one that involved wabbajacking your opponent's guards and turning them against him. At first, it just seems like the means to an end. It's what the player has to do in order to escape this strange setting. However, it represents so much more than that. Approaching the stone fortress, Sheogorath tells the player that Pelagius had a rough upbringing. His mother often struck fear in his heart. How and why isn't explicitly stated, but Sheo jokes that maybe she did it with threats of violence. As we're coming to learn though, there's often a lot of truth in his words, regardless of the humor. After wabbajacking his guards and turning them into wolves, they lunge at Pelagius the Suspicious, killing that aspect of him. With the threats revealed and out in the open, it symbolizes the former emperor letting go of his skepticism and distrust, features in life that held him back and made him ashamed of the man he was. Moving along, Night Terrors was the second trial that we embarked on. On the surface, it felt like you were just defending a sleeping man from multiple threats. However, looking deeper, it too represents so much more. Sheogorath explains that, as a young boy, Pelagius suffered from night terrors. They were probably so bad that they caused lifelong trauma for him, hence why they're part of these trials in the first place. As a young kid, you would look to adult figures in your life to help you process and work through the nightmares. However, if we look back on his paranoia test, we know that his mom wouldn't have helped him. If anything, she probably contributed towards them. With likely no one else to turn to and no way to overcome these experiences, they stuck with him and again, shaped the man that he grew up to be. Wabbajacking each enemy represents the power of the mind. It demonstrates that any obstacle, fear, or doubt can be worked through. The mind is a powerful tool, and depending on how it's used, can completely alter your life and the lives of those around you. Once Pelagius the Tormented wakes up and sees that, the enemies are gone and there's a weight lifted off his shoulders. The last test we embarked on is Pelagius' Confidence, which to me is the most straightforward of the 3. The meaning isn't as shallow as the previous ones, and the message behind it isn't buried behind theatrics. Walking through the archways, Sheogorath explains that Pelagius' biggest hatred was for himself. He loathed the man he grew up to be. As such, his anger was always getting the better of him. To me, that was due to a combination of his paranoia and weak mental fortitude, the 2 previous trials. That's the reason I chose to represent each trial in the order we went through them, as they're all connected and help to paint the bigger picture. Wabbajacking his anger, it peels back the layer and reveals his self-doubt. Again, a quality which no emperor or ruler of a nation should be riddled with. Then, wabbajacking his confidence, it grows in size, and visually demonstrates him being emboldened. But self-doubt always comes creeping in, and every hit shrinks it back down. Finally though, once confidence is boosted enough, it completely takes over the negative feelings and takes them out of the picture. Often confidence, the willingness to try and just go for it, is half the battle, sometimes even more. By the end of it, the only aspects left are those of the man that Pelagius always wanted to be. Up next is a small detail, but I feel as though it ties this whole section together and involves Sheogorath's dining table. We see there are 5 chairs present. One of them belongs to the Mad God, so that leaves the 4 on the other side. Upon the player's arrival, Pelagius can be seen sitting in one of them. So, who then are the other 3 chairs for? Well, I think they're meant to represent Pelagius' trials. I think the idea behind them is that each new version of the Emperor is welcomed at the table. As established, after each test, a new aspect of him is brought out, and changes are made to who he was. Once all the trials are completed, the 3 different variations of Pelagius can gather at the table, forming a brand new 4th person, which accounts for all of the seats. Now, this act of kindness paints Sheogorath in a very positive light. It isn't necessarily his style to help with other people's character development, at least in this sort of way. So, what gives? Why is he doing all this? Well, before I answer that, I think it's finally time to touch upon why Sheogorath specifically wants the player to be a part of all this. I'm sure you've heard this theory before, as it's been discussed over and over again, but the idea is that the Sheogorath we see is actually the very same one who mantles the persona at the end of Oblivion's Shivering Isles DLC, aka the hero of Kvatch, aka the very same player. The evidence in favor for it is very overwhelming. First and foremost, the last known person to assume the title of the Prince of Madness was the hero of Kvatch. As of the events of Skyrim, the final Grey March took place just over 200 years ago. With the cycle broken, the Mad God's future was a little unclear. There's a lot of time in between where things could have happened and changes to his divinity could have been made. However, what we do know is that the hero of Kvatch was the last ruler of the Shivering Isles. Next, when the player is first brought to the new setting, Sheogorath mentions Martin Septim's sacrifice to Pelagius, then says that he went through the whole affair. That in of itself is pretty telling, but what he says afterwards is equally as fascinating. He mentions butterflies, blood, a fox, and severed head. I believe these are references to minor and major details found in Oblivion that directly affect the hero of Kvatch. The most obvious ones include a severed head, which is Mother's head from the Dark Brotherhood's Following a Lead. A fox is meant to represent the Grey Fox, the master thief from the Thieves Guild. The mention of cheese could just be regarding his love for dairy, or it could be referencing his Daedric shrine quest in Oblivion. Butterflies is probably referring to his portal in the Niben Bay, and the animation we see once we decide to journey to the Shivering Isles. Finally, blood could be anything really, and it's probably meant to be ambiguous. Blood of a septim, blood sacrifice, the game's general combat. The next piece of evidence involves Wabbajack. Sheogorath gives the player the staff at the end of the quest. As far as we know, the last owner of Wabbajack was the hero of Kvatch. They acquired it 200 some odd years ago after pranking the citizens of Borderwatch and completing the quest given to them by the Mad God. If the character had indeed become Sheogorath and obtained the staff in Oblivion, then it makes sense that they would have held on to it for all these years, looking for the next worthy person to hand it down to, which just so happens to be you. The last piece of evidence I'll touch upon, as I'm sure there's a lot more clues to cover, is the dialogue spoken by Sheogorath when the two of you first meet. When the player tells him he isn't sure who he is, he responds with the line, "I am a part of you. I am a shadow in your subconscious, a blemish on your fragile little psyche. You know me, you just don't know it." This implies that we've had an encounter with him before, that somewhere along the road he's made an impression on us, but not an obvious, memorable one. Where could that have been? Well, it would have been through the hero of Kvatch, which is what leads me into my next point. The player's character from Oblivion and the player's character from Skyrim haven't actually interacted before. When Sheogorath set this whole thing up and requested the player, he didn't actually want the Dragonborn, the Listener, the Harbinger, or whatever titles your character has. Who he wanted was you. He wanted me, you, Todd Howard, your mother, your grandma. He wanted the player behind the game. I know it all sounds kind of strange and very fourth wall-like, but that's exactly what it is. The only connection between the Dragonborn and the hero of Kvatch is the person who created them. The person who modeled them, who made them commit horrible atrocities, or who's led them on the noblest of paths. He knew that your sense of adventure and wonder was going to be piqued when Dervenin approached you in solitude. He knew that you would find a way to get into the Blue Palace's abandoned wing. He knew that you were competent in using Wabbajack, and he knew that you would be able to free Pelagius from the tormented, suspicious, spiteful version of himself. This all leads me to my final thought. Why would Sheogorath want to help Pelagius? What's in it for him? What does he gain? Well, there are a number of possibilities, and all of them could be true. Maybe he's moved on from torturing the poor guy, and as he's a dual-sided individual, decided that now was the time for Pelagius's reform and growth. All these years of torment, and now is the time to be set free. Perfectly imbalanced balance, if you catch my meaning. Confusing and logical, just like the Mad God. Or perhaps the hero of Kvatch felt some sort of duty to honor the Septums. With Martin's sacrifice at the Chapel of Akatosh and Uriel's trust with the Amulet of Kings, maybe the new Sheogorath felt he owed their bloodline something more. His influences on Nirn are limited, but not quite with the dead and their spirits. Maybe he felt as though easing Pelagius' mind and pulling out his better qualities were good ways to honor the Septums and their ancestors. Or perhaps this was just one of Sheogorath's many fascinations. Not everything he does has to be malicious or out of ill intent. Maybe the Mad God's deeds are similar to flipping a coin. You either get heads or you get tails, good or bad. There's no in between, there's no gray area, there's just right and wrong. Maybe the Mind of Madness is an example of Sheogorath choosing to do a good deed, simply because he wants to. It's not what people would expect, and it keeps them guessing, not allowing anyone a glimpse into the mind or thought process behind the Prince of Madness. With that, I open the floor to you. What do you think of this quest and the theories that were presented here today? Let me know down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring. Have you ever had a really bad nightmare? A dream so horrific that when you woke up, you were relieved to discover that it wasn't real? I'm pretty sure we've all been there. You realize that it was all in your head, and you let out a huge sigh of relief. Now, imagine having those terrible nightmares every night for the rest of your life. Every single one is incredibly vivid, and as time goes on, they only get worse. Your sleep gets disrupted, and your mind starts to change. You become anxious and more irritable. Your body begins to fall apart, and you swear you're starting to feel the pain and trauma from your dreams in real life. That's what happens to those who get marked by the Daedric prince, Vaermina. Vaermina is the goddess of nightmares and the weaver of dreams. She's relentless and is often considered one of the more malevolent Daedric gods. She rarely ever helps mortals. In fact, most of her time is spent making their lives miserable and afflicting them with horrific nightmares. In today's video, I wanted to go through Vaermina's Daedric quest in the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. I wanted to play through the mission, listen to its dialogue, and then discuss some lore, theories, and themes after all is said and done. The additional information towards the end of this video was gathered via the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages and the Elder Scrolls wiki. Vaermina's Daedric quest is called Waking Nightmare. Like many other Daedric quests in the game, the player will have unknowingly stumbled into a prince's playground. By traveling to the coastal city of Dawnstar, you'll have begun to hear the townsfolk complaining about their lack of sleep.
You've come to Dawnstar at a strange time, friend. Seems everyone in the town is having nightmares.
You're wrong to come here, stranger. No rest in Dawnstar. Everyone here is having nightmares. I have miners tripping over their own feet from lack of sleep. I heard there was a priest of Mora who was supposed to be looking into it. We'll see if anything comes of that.
Can't sleep well no matter how much drink I put in me.
Seems like no one is getting a decent night's rest in Dawnstar, stranger. Best buy your steel and move on.
God, I'm so tired.
A handful of people having nightmares is one thing, but the whole city, that's pretty concerning. What's more, a priest of Mara looking into it can never be a good sign. These devout followers are typically called in when the danger level's high, and it's deemed to be an unholy threat. Even after hearing about the town's problem, there still isn't a quest that's attached to it. In order for that to pop up, the player must seek out the priest of Mara. The Dark Elf, Erender, can be found at the Windpeak Inn.
Need something? The entire town is being plagued by horrible nightmares. They're in serious danger, but I'm afraid there's little I can do about it. In any other circumstance, I'd agree with you. However, these aren't normal dreams. The Daedric Lord Vaermina's voracious hunger for memories is responsible for these visions. The nightmares are an echo of her presence as she feeds. I need to return to the source of the problem, to Nightcaller Temple. Perhaps you'd be willing to assist me in that regard. I've already said too much. If anyone overhears what we're saying, it could start a panic. I would simply ask that you trust me and help me end Dawnstar's nightmares. Wonderful. My Lady Mora will be quite pleased. Nightcaller Temple is only a short walk from Dawnstar. Come, we must hurry.
This is what officially initiates the quest, Waking Nightmare. Nightcaller Temple, or the Tower of Dawn as some have coined it, is the old abandoned fort that lies on the mountain just above Dawnstar. Maybe you've even been in there before, as it sort of has this alluring effect to it. There isn't much inside of it though, besides a shrine to Mara, some basic loot, and a couple of old books. Regardless, Erendur seems pretty confident that that's where the source of Vaermina's power is coming from. During the brief journey up, Erendur talks a little bit about the tower's lore. It was abandoned even before Nightcaller Temple was, quote, established inside. Essentially, priests of Vaermina, or her devotees, moved in there, set up shop, and then they too left the tower deserted. That means that whatever's in there is either undesirable or too dangerous. As Erendur and the Dragonborn get closer to the temple, you'll have to deal with its current guardians. 3 frostbite spiders are lurking by the entrance, but really, they're trivial compared to what's inside. If anything, now's a great time to see how Erendur fights, and what his preferred weapons are. Before heading on into the tower, the priest stops by the door, and the two of you have a little chat.
Before we enter, I must warn you about the dangers that could be lurking within. Years ago, this temple was raided by an orc war party seeking revenge. They were being plagued by nightmares, just like the people of Dawnstar. Knowing they could never defeat the orcs, the priests of Vaermina released what they called the miasma, putting everyone to sleep. I'm concerned that when this place is unsealed, the miasma will dissipate, and they'll awaken, both orcs and priests alike. The miasma was created by the priests of Vaermina for their rituals. It's a gas that places the affected in a deep sleep. Because the rituals would last for months or even years, the miasma was designed to slow down the aging process. Sadly, yes. The longer an individual is exposed to the miasma, the more the mind can become damaged. Those who've been under the effect of it for extended periods of time have been known to lose their minds entirely. In some cases, a few never awoke at all.
With the heads up from Erendur, the two of you enter Nightcaller Temple. Again, as it stands, the tower only has one accessible room. It's been ransacked and left to rot. Apart from the shrine, everything else in here won't be able to help you on your journey. However, it is peculiar that you can hear sounds of movement coming from somewhere within the tower. What's more, on the temple's northern wall, there's a gigantic out-of-place tabloid that's unlike anything you've ever seen before. It resembles the deity, which isn't wholly known to you.
Give me just a moment, and I'll have this open.
Just like that, the tabloid transforms and it reveals a secret pathway to the rest of the dungeon. This temple's built similarly to most forts. However, there's this strange purple haze that plagues the keep. No doubt a byproduct of Vaermina. Early on into the trek, Erendur pulls you over to a lookout and shows you the source of the prince's influence.
Behold the skull of corruption, the source of Dawnstar's woes. We must reach the inner sanctum and destroy it. Come, there's no time to lose.
As the two of you continue your descent, you begin to see the aforementioned orcish invaders. They appear to be unconscious still. However, upon getting close to them, they rise from their deep sleep and turn aggressive. Their levels are heavily dependent on the players, and their builds are similar to that of bandits. After defeating them, Erendur stops in his tracks and makes an assessment.
Damn it! The priests must have activated this barrier when the miasma was released. Impossible, actually. I wonder. There may be a way to bypass the barrier, but I must check their library and confirm it can be done. I suppose there's no point in concealing the truth any longer. My knowledge of this temple comes from personal experience. I was a priest of Vaermina. When the orcs invaded the temple, I fled. I left my brothers and sisters here to die. I've spent the last few decades living in regret and seeking redemption from Mara. And by her benevolence, I will right my wrongs. I still have my key to the library. Whenever you're ready, let's move on.
It now makes sense as to why Erendur is so knowledgeable on Nightcaller Temple. He knows all about the miasma, the devotees, and the orcs because he lived through it. While he seems to be on his so-called redemption arc, can you really trust that he's being truthful? After all, the fort's currently in disrepair for everyone, so either way, he needs to reverse the gas and the barricades in order to gain access to the skull. Maybe he wants to release and aid his former cult. Well, following him back to the upper level, some of your worries can be put to rest, as Erendur is more than willing to attack his clan members. As more NPCs begin to rise from their slumber, you start to come across both invaders and devotees. The cult members are all some kind of elf, and they fight with destruction magic. Everyone here is aggressive, and even though the orcs and the player are technically on the same side, they'll still attack you like you're one of the devout. As Erendur put it, the miasma has warped their minds and changed them for the worse.
Barring any more interruptions, perhaps we can locate the information I need. We're looking for a book of alchemical recipes called the Dream Stride. The tome bears the likeness of Vaermina on the cover. It should be here somewhere.
The Dream Stride can be found in the upper level of the library, along the eastern wall. It's one of the few books here that's still intact, and its cover contains the same image that was on the tabloid by the entrance. The book's contents are actually quite interesting. The text starts off by saying that the followers of Vaermina are master alchemists. When a concoction of theirs shows up at the black market, it can fetch a price upwards of 10,000 septims. One of their most coveted elixirs, though, is a potion called Vaermina's Torpor. Bringing the Dream Stride back to Erendur, he goes further into detail on the mixture.
What is it? Let me take a look. Mora be praised. There is a way past the barrier to the inner sanctum. It involves a recipe for a liquid known as Vaermina's Torpor. Yes, the Torpor grants an ability the priests of Vaermina called the Dream Stride, using dreams to travel distances in the real world. Quite amazing, yes. Alchemy and the blessings of a divine, distilled down into a ingestible liquid. Sadly, I have yet to see it function in person. As a sworn priest of Mora, the elixir won't work for me. The torpor will only work for priests of Vaermina, or the unaffiliated. All believe there is a laboratory in the East Wing. If we proceed there, we should be able to locate a sample.
The torpor is certainly a novel concept. To think about all the ways it could be used by historians, scholars, and diplomats. They could learn more about the past, discover buried secrets and treasures, and better their knowledge on lost civilizations, like the Aelids and the Dwemer. Instead, this miracle elixir is kept stashed away by cultists and used for heinous purposes. As the trek through the temple continues, more and more of the Awakened begin to show up. What's more, certain sections of the keep contain scenes of the devout and invaders duking it out. It almost appears as though they've been engaged in combat for years and years, and in a way, they technically have.
Now that they've been dealt with, we need to find the torpor. It should be in a small bottle, very similar to a potion. I'll begin searching up here. The torpor should be in a tall bottle with dark liquid. If you find it, bring it to me.
The torpor is one of the laboratory's only untouched potions. It looks like a bottle of vigorous healing, except what it does is far beyond regenerative.
I'm relieved you discovered a bottle intact. This place looks as though it was ransacked by the orcs. So, I've taken us this far, but you need to guide us the rest of the way. Drink. Dawnstar's fate rests in that tiny bottle. The longer we wait, the more damage Vaermina could be doing to those poor people. I understand your hesitation, but I promise you that it works.
Between the player and Erendur, the torpor's effects are unprecedented. This could be an incredible journey into an all-new realm, or it could be a disastrous nightmare. There's only one way to find out. Slugging back the bottle, the elixir's effects are instant and powerful.
The orcs have breached the inner sanctum, Brother Varen.
We must hold. We can't allow the skull to fall into their hands.
But no more than a handful of us remain, brother.
Then we have no choice. The miasma must be released.
The miasma? But brother...
We have no alternative. It's the will of Vaermina. And what about you, Brother Casimir? Are you prepared to serve the will of Vaermina? Then it's decided. Brother Casimir, you must activate the barrier and release the miasma. Let nothing stop you. Brother Thoric, we must remain here and guard this skull with our lives if necessary.
Agreed. To the death.
The player has entered the Dreamstride and is taking control of someone named Casimir. You're in the chamber that holds the Skull of Corruption. The relic is working its dark magic, consuming the memories of the Orcish invaders. From here, Casimir is tasked with trekking through some of the previously unexplored areas of the temple. Along the way, you see the scenes that are practically deja vu, so to speak. The devotees and the orcs are tussling in the chambers of the keep. As it stands, there's no way for you to interact with any of them. You don't even have access to weapons, magicka, gear, or your stats. After a short crawl, Casimir makes it to the small room that holds the source of the magical barrier. It contains a chain mechanism, and pulling it releases the miasma. As soon as the job's done, Casimir's journey ends and the Dragonborn returns to the world of the Awakened. You're still on the other side of the barrier, and it's seemingly powered by a common soul gem. Fortunately, interacting with the stone is all it takes, and pocketing the gem, the force field dissipates.
It worked. Mora be praised. You vanished after drinking the torpor and materialized on the other side. I've never seen anything quite like it. How I envy you. I can only imagine the excitement of seeing history through the eyes of another. Sadly, I am resigned to just reading of its wonders through my research of the skull. Indeed. My reverence for Vaermina's machinations should not take precedence over our mission. My apologies. The inner sanctum lies ahead. We must reach the skull and put an end to Dawnstar's troubles. Lead on, my friend.
Luckily for the player, you now know the exact route back to the skull, as you just run through it as Casimir. Unfortunately, the trip's not without its trials and tribulations. The remainder of the NPCs are now awake, and they're now your problem to deal with. While most of the devout will easily fall to destruction magic, the orcs are another thing entirely. Some of them are fairly tanky, and wielding those two-handed weapons, their attacks can really pack a punch. Eventually, the Dragonborn and Erendir make it to the last room of Nightcaller Temple, the shrine that holds the Skull of Corruption. Just as you approach the unholy relic, two familiar faces lunge out of the darkness.
Wait. There, Thoric, you're alive. No thanks to you, Casimir. I no longer use that name. I'm Miranda, priest of Mora. You're a traitor. You left us to die and then ran before the miasma took you. No, I was scared. I wasn't ready to sleep. Enough of your lies. I can't allow you to destroy the skull, priest of Mora. Then you leave me no choice.
Varen and Thoric, the two named NPCs from the Dreamstride, are seemingly the final bosses for this quest. Varen is a Dark Elf mage. He's placed 1 1/4 level higher than the player with a minimum level of 10. Thoric's stats and class are the same, the only difference is that he's a Nord. That means if you're a mage or have specific enchantments on your weapons, you have to be careful, as one devotee is resistant to the element that could work on the other. So, shock damage, health drain, poisons, anything that's not frost or fire will work best here. Shock will directly affect their magicka, and since they're both mages, that could be a great combat tactic. Otherwise, I found it easiest to close the distance with both men and force them into melee combat. Since Erendir is an essential follower, it's also beneficial to let him take the brunt of the aggro. These devout followers can be challenging, but with the right approach, they fall just like all the others.
I knew Varen and Thoric. They were my friends. Is this punishment for my past? Is it Mara's will to torment me so? Yes, you're right. If they needed to die so that Dawnstar could live, then it was worth the price. It's time. The skull must be destroyed. If you'll stand back, I'll perform the ritual granted to me by Lady Mora. First.
It's finally time to end Dawnstar's nightmares. Approaching the skull, Erendur begins to perform a deconsecration ritual.
I call upon you, Lady Mora. The skull hungers. It yearns for memories and leaves nightmares in its wake. Grant me the power to break through this barrier and to send the skull to the depths of oblivion.
He's deceiving you. When the ritual's complete, the skull will be free, and then Erendur will turn on you. Quickly, kill him now. Kill him and claim the skull for your own. Vaermina commands you.
At the moment, Erendur is dispelling the barrier, and there's only a couple of seconds for rational thinking. Like a few of the other Daedric quests, the player has a choice to make. Allow Erendur to destroy the skull, believe Vaermina and slay the traitor, or, by your own malicious accord, regardless of the priest's alignment, slay Erendur anyway. I'll explore both options, but first, I decided to let the priest carry out his blessing. With the barrier down, the skull disappears. Whether it's destroyed or just cast out of this realm is unknown, but it no longer has a hold over Dawnstar.
Yes, the skull has been destroyed, and Dawnstar is safe. I'd constructed a meager shrine to Mara in the antechamber where we entered. My intention was to spend the rest of my years here, burying the past and praying for forgiveness. But instead, I wish to offer my services to you. If you ever wish to journey with me, I'll be here. There's no need to thank me. What you did was for the people of Dawnstar. If anyone should be thanked, it should be you.
This string of events completes the quest. Erendur can now be used as a follower, and I think it's safe to say that he's already proved himself in combat. With this ending, the followers of Vaermina are no more, the Orcish invaders are dead, Erendur lives out the rest of his life, and Nightcaller Temple is at ease. The Skull of Corruption, however, is gone. That means that the player will never get to know the extent of its power and what the totem was truly capable of. So, reverting back, this time the player can choose Vaermina's temptations and attack Erendur. The priest is placed at 1.5 levels higher than the player. Since you're already familiar with his fighting style, you can use his weaknesses and strengths to your advantage. Stay away from fire, use shock, and close at the distance. With Erendur dead, the player can approach the now accessible Skull of Corruption and take it as your prize. From here, Waking Nightmare comes to an end again. Unfortunately, the goddess Vaermina has nothing more to say to the player. There's no closing dialogue, nor are there any remarks regarding your actions. As for the skull, it's a unique staff, and it deals 20 points of damage with each cast. However, where it really shines is its bonus power. When used on sleeping NPCs, the act is called Dream Stealing. It doesn't harm them, it collects their dreams, and it gains a temporary buff. The damage dealt towards awakened NPCs jumps from 20 points to 50. Furthermore, Dream Stealing isn't considered a crime, so that gives the staff a little more ease of use. With Waking Nightmare at an end, let's talk a little bit about it. For starters, I really enjoyed this quest. I thought the setup, rising action, and climax were really well done. The player hears from Dawnstar's residents that they've been having constant nightmares. This plants the seed of interest and curiosity in the player's head. A priest of Mara is in town to investigate, and the Dragonborn lends a hand. Erendur does a pretty good job at hooking you in, as he says that the people of Dawnstar are in grave danger, and if you don't act fast, they're all doomed. You soon learn that the culprit behind all of this is Vaermina, the Daedric Prince of Nightmares. As you venture through Nightcaller Temple, you discover more about the devotees, the orcs, the magic that's at work, and Erendur's true origins. Your crawl through the keep involves specific goal points and reaching the next step of the investigation, all while battling through groups of barbarians and mages. Then lastly, there are a couple of notable points within the story where everything is just really well done. The Dream Stride was a novel experience. It sort of reminded me of reading the elderscroll during the main quest. You get glimpses of the past and are able to unlock lost and hidden knowledge. The differences are pretty stark though, as in the Dream Stride, you're actually living through someone else's memories. It also has an effect on the user's real-world location and well-being. Meanwhile, the elderscroll just shows you snippets of the past, present, or future, and it can only be used for gaining knowledge. Moving on, the player's fights with Thoric and Varen manage to serve as closure for Erendur. Obviously, the priest rejects his past ways and now looks down upon the cult. However, he was still close with some of its members, and it couldn't have been easy for him to strike them down. He faced the ghosts of his pasts, and while we don't know Eärendil all that well, it was neat to see the integral parts of his story. Then lastly, the cream of the crop, there's deciding on Eärendil's fate as well as the skulls. This to me serves as the ultimate climax for the quest. In the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty major decision. The skull is a powerful artifact, and it's a weapon that can take its place in almost any character's arsenal. Its abilities are unique, and it doesn't operate using elemental, poisonous, or health-damaging properties. Meanwhile, Eärendil's come a long way on his journey. From devotee to runaway cultist to priest of Mora, all the way to warrior, he's truly trying to make amends for his actions. While there may have been some doubt towards his honesty in the beginning, I think he soon makes it clear whose side he's really on. He slays all of his former cult members and even takes out his former friends. To me, when Vaermina was trying to fill the player's head with doubts and lies, it was kind of easy to see through it, as Eärendil had already made it this far. He clearly wasn't a follower of hers anymore, and while he maybe could have taken the staff for himself, it didn't really line up with his MO, as he had already made an enemy out of the Daedric Prince. The odds were never 0 to 100, but I put them at 25 to 75 in favor of him being honest, and I felt pretty confident. That's why I added in the third rationale for killing him, taking the skull out of your own malicious intent, because that really is an option. By killing him, it doesn't mean that you're siding with Vaermina. It just means that you want to use the skull for your own intents and purposes. Now, switching gears a bit, a small detail I wanted to call out for being executed both poorly and well was the miasma's effects. Eärendil mentioned that the longer someone is under its control, the more warped and twisted their minds get. To me, this played perfectly into the Orcish invaders' aggression. You'd think that they'd be on the same side as the player, as both of you are trying to destroy the skull. However, the orcs wake up dazed, confused, and altered. Who knows what's changed with their psyche, but it's not surprising that they're not only unwilling to help the player, but want to attack you as well. Plus, for all we know, maybe some of them recognize Eärendil as Casimir and associate the both of you with the devout. Another good call out is that Eärendil mentions that some of those affected by the miasma won't wake up at all. Other than the fact that there was a small war raging in this keep, that could explain some of the already dead NPCs. Now, the part that's not as well executed, in my opinion, are the devotees. They all seem unchanged and relatively sound of mind. While it's true we have no clue how long ago this battle started, from the way Eärendil describes everything, it had to have been decades ago. If the orcs were possibly altered, which granted is unconfirmed, surely the miasma would have had the same effect on the devotees, right? Maybe some of them could have had a change of mind with regards to their allegiances. Maybe some are left scarred and traumatized, and then maybe a select few might continue with their mission. Some potential plot armor for that is that since they're followers of Vaermina, they were granted with some kind of immunity to the miasma's damaging effects. Or maybe the brain damage was exactly what they were looking for, and it only made them even more devout followers? Honestly, it's hard to say how much of an effect the miasma actually has on people and what it's supposed to do other than knock them out and leave them in a deep sleep. My best guess is that that was Bethesda's way of explaining why the orcs were hostile towards the player and Eärendil. Now, the last things I wanted to circle back to were the Dreamstride and the Torpor. The actual book itself offers a few more details on the condition and the state of reality. First and foremost, it was already evident through playing as Casimir, but in the Dreamstride, you have the same mannerisms, speech patterns, and knowledge as the Dreamer. To the awakened world, those who have drunk the Torpor end up vanishing into thin air, completely gone in a flash. It's not known whether you're actually entering the consciousness of the Dreamer, or if the Dreamstride is just some twisted reality created by Vaermina. Now, something I know that wasn't really touched upon is the downside of the Torpor's effects. If the player, or in this case, the Dreamer, dies within the Dreamstride, the subject also dies. If the Dreamer comes to harm within the Dreamstride, so does the subject. Depending on how far back the Dreamer's memories go, you could end up in a part of Tamriel that was safe in a previous era, but now it's fallen into disarray, misfortune, and danger. Essentially, when you think about it, if the Dragonborn entered the Dreamstride as some of the other NPCs in the temple, they likely would have died, or they would have come out of there greatly harmed. Furthermore, what would have happened if, say, the player hopped into the consciousness of an Orcish invader, Varen, Thoric, or really anyone that suffered the effects of the miasma? Since the subject more or less suffers the same fate as the Dreamer, would the Dragonborn have been knocked out by the gas's effects? In all likeliness, they probably would have woken up with the rest of the Awakened, but would their psyche have been damaged? Would they have suffered the same sort of mental effects that, say, the orcs suffered? Honestly, who knows, as it's uncharted territory, but I find it very interesting to think about. Then lastly, there's the torpor itself. What an incredible creation. It can not only be used to get through previously blocked off areas, but also to relive history. You could see the world as it was in the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st eras, and heck, maybe even the Merethic and Dawn eras. There'd be no more guessing at the correct history. Theories and ideas could become concrete. You could discover the secrets of the Aliens. You could see what happened to the Dwemer, and you can learn more about their advanced society. You could glimpse at the evolution of the Falmer and try to learn their motivations. Any site, building, or area that's been sealed off can be gotten into via the Dreamstride. Honestly, the possibilities are endless, and the torpor seems like a scientific breakthrough in the universe of the Elder Scrolls. The main issue though is that really, no one knows how it works. Like the book says, maybe the Dreamstride is a construct of Vaermina's, and if she doesn't like the way you're using it, maybe she sets you up for death, or worse. While the Dragonborn's Dreamstride was convenient and they got placed in Casimir, who knows how reliable the torpor's placement really is? Is the Dreamstride process random? Is it fixed to a location or your surroundings? Does the dreamer have to still be alive? And what determines the moment you get sent to? Is it motive based, or again, is Vaermina the one who determines where you go and who you get sent into? How does one even make the torpor? Do you have to be a follower of Vaermina, or can any novice alchemist brew the elixir? There are so many uncertainties, and with very little documented cases of dreamstriding, the risks may not be worth the rewards. However, with all of that being said, here's what we do know. The torpor worked on the Dragonborn, someone who isn't affiliated with the Aedra or the Daedra. It sent the player into Erender's memories, which took place at this very same location. That means it definitely works on someone who's alive, nearby, and has ties to the space. It did bring the Dragonborn to a stretch of time/moment that was convenient to their quest. As soon as the player reached their desired destination, the torpor's effects wore off. As far as we can tell, Vaermina didn't have any influence over the player's dream striding experience. As for the elixir itself, we know that it's created by mixing alchemy with dark magic. Who knows what sacrifices need to be made in order to receive Vaermina's blessing for the torpor. Furthermore, if Vaermina played a role in the torpor's creation, that means that whoever makes it likely has to be a worshipper, and the elixir needs her stamp of approval. In turn, brewing the torpor might not work if your intentions aren't legitimate in the eyes of the Daedric Prince. Essentially, if the torpor was going to be used for science, it would prove to be very difficult. You'd have to secure multiple samples of the torpor, which as we know is very rare as it is. Whoever drinks it would have to be unaffiliated with the Aedra. If the process is as simple as it sounds, you then have to come up with a task, drink the concoction in your place of interest with your person of interest nearby, and see how that goes. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. If you're lucky, you don't die. That's why it would be incredibly difficult to master the use of the torpor. You need an ample supply of the potions and an ample supply of subjects and dreamers to try it on. Maybe it's something that's best left for the cultists to work with, or perhaps it's best left out of history entirely. It's an incredibly useful tool, but it comes with its own slew of dangers and problems. I'd love to know your thoughts on this quest down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring.